Chapter 2170. Lan Xun's choice undoubtedly released a different kind of signal. Although she did not want to pressure others with her power, she also did not want to return empty-handed. Regardless of whether those things were useful to her or not, she had come this far with her own ability, so she should have her own share of the spoils. With her and Xiao Chen's strength, they were definitely qualified to snatch at least one. However, she did not really want to have any conflicts with the others over something that was not very useful, so she casually chose one of them as a token. This way, she would be able to account for herself and others. "Your Highness," Xiao Chen shouted in a low voice, as if he still wanted to persuade her. Lan Xun's expression was indifferent as she calmly said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, do you want me to take it myself?" Meeting her gaze, Xiao Chen's heart sank as he realized that if he continued to pester her, he would really make Lan Xun unhappy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen squeezed out a smile and said, "Then, Your Highness, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." As he spoke, his figure flickered and he leapt onto the high platform. Someone acted as the vanguard, working hard to test whether there was any danger on the high platform while the rest of the people naturally watched with wide eyes. Fortunately, there were no traps or dangers on the high platform except for the barriers that covered the various treasures. Xiao Chen stood in front of the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, and although there was a trace of unwillingness on his face, he could only summon his sword, push his source chi, and slash at the semicircular barrier covering the high platform. Even if he did not use his full strength for this attack, he used at least half of it. Moreover, it was an attack filled with anger. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. With a flash of light, the long sword landed heavily on the light screen. However, the light barrier was extremely sturdy, and after being slightly dented by the huge force and slash, it directly bounced back and scathed. "Oh?" Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. While lamenting the strength of this barrier, they were also calculating how much power they would need to break it and snatch the treasures. Xiao Chen's failure to break the barrier made him feel a little embarrassed, so he withdrew his sword, shook it, and slowly recited, "Plum blossoms hide in snow, fragrance comes naturally." As the sword was drawn, plum blossoms bloomed. This killing move was displayed at this moment, and it was poetic and picturesque. A mesmerizing aroma wafted in the air. The plum blossoms that lingered around the tip of everyone's nose suddenly turned into countless fluorescent lights that violently bombarded the light screen. Intense vibrations spread out, and the light screen flickered wildly. Although the color continued to dim, there was still no sign of it being broken. Xiao Chen was enraged. The sword turned again. Another ultimate move appeared. Slanting moon imperial crushing mirror sky. Another sword skill that was pleasing to the eye was displayed, and the violent power continued to bombard the screen of light. Crack. Finally, cracks appeared on the light screen. When Xiao Chen saw this, he circulated his origin energy and thrust his sword forward. With a loud crash, the barrier was completely destroyed and Xiao Chen grabbed the pseudo-emperor artifact shield in his hand, leapt up, and landed next to Lan Xun. "Your Highness, I've got it." "Yes." Lan Xun nodded lightly but did not look at the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, instead turning to the others with a smile and saying, "Then, Lan Xun will take her leave now. Everyone, good luck." Saying so, she turned and walked towards the light gate on the right side of the hall. Although Xiao Chen was full of unwillingness, he had no choice but to follow closely behind Lan Xun. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at the others, as if to say, "Count yourself lucky this time." After a short while, the two from Star Soul Palace disappeared into the light gate together. "Your Highness is quite good." After a moment of silence, Kong Qi suddenly said. Gong Wenshan nodded in agreement. "In the end, she is the daughter of great emperors. Her breadth of mind is extraordinary. This Gong is ashamed. You really should be ashamed." Kong Qi looked at him bitterly. At that moment, a burst of giggling rang out as Bian Yuqing looked around with her beautiful eyes and said, "Although your Highness and that attendant have left, the remaining people and treasures don't seem to have enough to share." On the high platform, there were originally 5 treasures, But now that the pseudo-emperor artifact shield had been taken away, only 4 remained, but there were still 6 people. "I want to take one first," Luo Yuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gong Wenshan cast his gaze over and curled his lips. "Why?" Kong Qi also said, "If you want to seize treasures, naturally you have to rely on strength. Your Highness taking one first, I have no objection, but if you want to take one first, I have a big objection." Luo Yuan came from the octagonal door, which could only be regarded as a medium-sized sect in the entire southern territory, but Kong Qi was from Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The weight of his backer alone was different, so how could Kong Qi be afraid of him here? Luo Yuan smiled proudly as he swept his eyes over the crowd coldly and said, "If anyone is not convinced, come forward and try." Kong Qi could not help showing a cold look on his face as he slowly nodded and said, "This friend's attitude really makes this Kong feel a little uncomfortable. This Kong would like to ask for some advice from this friend. But, bastard, what are you doing?" Before Kong Qi could finish his words though, his face suddenly changed and he couldn't help shouting. In the next moment, everyone became angry, because while these people were arguing, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared directly on top of the high platform, stretched out his hand, and slammed it towards one of the light curtains. "Bold! How dare you!" Luo Yuan shouted as he also pushed off with his feet and flew out. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and all used their movement skills to chase after him, lest they fall behind. However, when Lan Xun asked Xiao Chun to take the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, everyone had already figured out what kind of treasure to snatch. After all, the remaining 4 treasures had different functions and everyone's preferences were not the same. As such, when the 6 of them jumped onto the high platform, they all chose different targets. Yang Kai's goal was the fiery red bead that even Lan Xun could not recognize. The reason he chose this was not because he recognized it, but because of what Zhang Ruoxi had said before. She had told Yang Kai. Chongqi had said so. If there was a chance to enter the final destination, he had to choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, whether it was the Emperor Aura, Emperor Authority Bead, or Supreme Divine Water, they were all very useful treasures. Only this fiery red bead could not be recognized, so it looked the most useless. Chongqi was a divine spirit, and he had even given Zhang Ruoxi the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe, so there was no reason for him to lie to him. So Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was this fiery red bead, and this choice of his also intentionally or unintentionally avoided the others. No one was interested in this bead. Although they felt that it was absolutely extraordinary, before they knew its specific effects, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses if they rashly snatched this thing. What if it had no use? So the remaining 5 people, they set their sights on the remaining 3 treasures. Among them, Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were eyeing the Emperor Authority Bead. The two's thoughts were simple. The Emperor Authority Bead sealed the full power of a master from the Emperor realm and was their strongest trump card. With it, they would have the capital to save their lives. As long as they were alive, there was hope in everything. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, they chose the Emperor Aura. This thing could be used to refine an Emperor artifact. Its value was simply immeasurable. Morong Xiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Authority Bead, but when she saw that Luo Yuan's goal was the same as hers, she could not help gritting her teeth and immediately changed direction, rushing to the Supreme Divine Water that no one was paying attention to and directly breaking the barrier. Xiao Bai had once told her that when she was alone, she should never have any conflict with Luo Yuan because he was very dangerous. Xiao Bai was not sure he could win against him. Morong Xiao was very obedient and naturally would not disobey Xiao Bai's advice. The 6 people immediately divided into several areas of territory, with Yang Kai and Morong Xiao breaking the barrier on their own while the remaining 4 people fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kong Qi and Luo Yuan was the most intense. Neither of them was willing to back down, and while each of them was using their own methods to break the barrier, they were also constantly exchanging blows, causing the high platform to be filled with world energy aura. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, it should be said that Gong Wenshan was worthy of being called a spirit array master. After landing on the high platform, he directly summoned an array plate. This array plate turned into ripples and spread out, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the place he was standing, including Bian Yuqing. No one could see what was going on inside. However, after falling into the opponent's array plate, Yang Kai estimated that Bian Yuqing was probably powerless to reverse the situation and could only silently feel sorry for her in his heart. The scene of Xiao Chun breaking the barrier was still vivid in everyone's mind, so everyone knew that this barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken at will. At this moment, they naturally spared no effort. Yang Kai directly used his dragon transformation secret technique, urging his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to transform his hand into a dragon claw that smashed towards the barrier. Under the condition that no one was interfering, he tried a total of 5 times before he finally broke the restriction. Once the light barrier shattered, Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead and threw it into his space ring. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were not giving way to each other, one of their hands touching the other as they competed with their source qi. Both of them were also using their other hands to crack the barrier around the Emperor Authority bead. The light of the barrier was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be broken. Next to the two of them, Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan were shrouded in smoke. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. On the outermost edge, Murong Xiaoxiao anxiously urged her artifact, the heavenly feather ring, to continuously bombard the supreme divine water barrier. Although she was using all her strength, it would still take her at least a few breaths of time to break this barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived directly beside Murong Xiaoxiao. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiaoxiao pursed her red lips lightly and called out with a complicated expression. Yang Kai did not answer, instead using his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to coordinate with Murong Xiaoxiao's heavenly feather ring and slamming it towards the light barrier. With the combined strength of the two, the barrier shattered with a bang. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took out a jade bottle, filled it with the drop of supreme divine water, and immediately threw it to Murong Xiaoxiao, shouting in a low voice, "Go!" Chapter 2171. Yang Kai was not an insatiable person. At this moment, he had already snatched a treasure and helped Murong Xiaoxiao obtain the supreme divine water. So naturally, it was best for him to leave first. Murong Xiaoxiao heard this and had no objections, immediately holding the jade bottle in the palm of her hand and putting away her heavenly feather ring before following closely behind Yang Kai. The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed directly into the light gate and disappeared. Just as the two of them left, on the high platform, Luo Yuan let out a shout and a surge of source qi burst forth. Kong Qi's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed, "You!" As soon as his words fell, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. When he landed, his face was filled with shock. He never expected that Luo Yuan's strength would be so high. Both of them were cultivators from the third-order Dao source realm, but at the final moment of their source qi competition, Luo Yuan was able to directly injure him. Kong Qi was also a heaven's pride, the number 1 rising star of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Luo Yuan, the difference between the two was obvious. Overconfident. After Luo Yuan shook off Kong Qi, he had no intention of chasing after him and instead smashing the barrier with his palm, easily taking away the Emperor Authority bead that sealed the full power of the master from the Emperor realm. Then he turned his gaze to the place filled with smoke, let out a low roar, and rushed over fiercely. But at that moment, the rolling smoke parted on its own, and when Luo Yuan rushed over, the thick fog burst like a bubble and disappeared. Only Bian Yuqing remained in place, looking around blankly and gnashing her teeth. A figure flashed like a ghost and rushed towards the light gate. Soon it entered. Then it disappeared. "Where's the Emperor Aura?" Although he had some guesses, Luo Yuan still shouted at Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing said with a look of grievance, "How should I know? I was trapped in that smoke and couldn't see anything." "Waste!" Luo Yuan cursed before chasing after the figure and disappearing into the light gate. If he was not mistaken, that figure should be Gong Wenshan, who had definitely snatched the Emperor Aura and escaped. "Why are you yelling at me?" Bian Yuqing felt wronged. In the blink of an eye, only the pale-faced Kong Qi and the dejected Bian Yuqing were left in the hall. The latter glanced at the former and pursed her lips into a smile. This little brother. Kong Qi glanced at her and smiled bitterly. Don't call me so intimately. I didn't get anything. It's useless to try and scheme against me. Bian Yuqing bitterly curled her lips and said, a bunch of bastards. I'm so angry. Aside from Lan Xun and Xiao Chun, who had left at the beginning, Lan Xun and Xiao Chun were the only ones left. Only Bian Yuqing and Kong Qi were left with nothing. The rest of the people divided the rest of the treasures equally, which naturally annoyed Bian Yuqing. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the weakest among them. In terms of strength, she didn't think she was the weakest either. But in the end, he returned empty-handed. She was naturally unable to accept such an opportunity. Oh! Outside the flowing time temple, somewhere with a flash of light, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao appeared at the same time. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of anyone else nearby, so he didn't know if they had been teleported somewhere else. But the light gate was indeed a passage out of the flowing time temple. There was no doubt about that. After waiting for a while, there was still no trace of anyone else. Yang Kai immediately understood that unless they all passed through the light gate at the same time, they would appear in different places. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Murong Xiao, who was looking at him gratefully. Yang Kai had helped her obtain the supreme divine water at the last moment, not taking the opportunity to snatch it from her, which was enough to make Murong Xiao very grateful. At that time, Yang Kai could have taken advantage of the opportunity to snatch the supreme divine water. Murong Xiao opened her mouth and was about to say something when a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a buzzing sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang out. This sound was so loud that it spread in all directions, and all the cultivators within 100 kilometers could hear it clearly. At the same time as this sound came out, the flowing time temple suspended in the sky emitted a dazzling divine light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. An amazing pressure spread from there, spreading in all directions. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the sound continued. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao called out with a dignified expression. Yang Kai did not answer, but instead narrowed his eyes and observed in that direction. After a while he sighed. This temple seems to be going into hiding again. I don't know what kind of opportunity it will take the next time it appears, and I don't know when it will appear again. As he said, after the dazzling light dissipated, the flowing time temple in the sky no longer existed, and just like its bizarre appearance, it once again returned to the void. However, in the place where the temple was originally located, there was a black dot standing there. This is... Yang Kai looked over and could not help narrowing his eyes. In the sky, a strange beast appeared out of thin air. This beast was burning with flames and was extremely tall. It looked like a tiger or an ox, as if it was made of flames. There was a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and scales all over its body. It exhaled a flame-like breath from its nostrils, melting the void, and wherever its 4 feet stepped, flames burned and space distorted. Qiongqi! Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. Murong Xiao could not help but cover her red lips with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Born in the Azure Sun Temple and an elite disciple in the sect, she had naturally heard of the name Qiongqi. These 2 simple words represented extreme evil, endless slaughter, and eternal despair. Even in the ancient times, the Holy Spirit Qiongqi was a ferocious beast with a notorious reputation. Countless heroes had died to its flames, and very few experts had the heart to resist it. At this moment, it was just standing quietly in the void, but its cruel and fierce aura was like a deadly poisonous gas, making the creatures within 100 miles unable to breathe and trembling all over. Within 100 kilometers, all the cultivators who felt this ferocious pressure felt their bodies sink, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and a feeling of impending death appeared in their hearts. Roar! A roar came out. Qiongqi roared to the sky, and there were extremely complex emotions in its voice. It seemed to be happy, excited, and sad. After that, it looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and its eyes that burned like flames were fixed on a certain spot in space. It stretched out a claw, tore through space, and bore its head into it before vanishing. Outside the Four Seasons realm, in a nameless valley, there was no more world energy here, and it was extremely desolate. Only a huge oval-shaped light gate still existed in midair. The many cultivator who had gathered here had already poured into the Four Seasons realm a few days ago. At this time, only a few masters from the Emperor realm remained here. Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Xueting of Azure Sun Temple, Chan Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Teng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. These masters stayed here to observe the changes at the entrance to the Four Seasons realm, so as to avoid accidents that could not be remedied, and also to wait for the return of their elite disciples. Since the Tao Source Realm masters entered the Four Seasons realm, these masters from the Emperor realm each found a place to sit and rest. For masters like them, waiting for 33 days was nothing. Perhaps they just needed to comprehend the mysteries of their secret arts, or perhaps they just needed to refine their Emperor artifacts a little. 33 days passed quickly, so no one found it boring at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yuyang opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and soon, this confusion turned into shock and horror. In the next moment, all the masters from the Emperor realm stood up and opened their eyes wide, looking in the same direction. There, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the crack appeared, it directly collapsed into a large hole. From that crack, a terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble in fear came out. Under everyone's gaze, a fiery red exotic beast that burned like flames slowly stepped out from the crack. Ha 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 ha! This uncle is finally free. As soon as the exotic beast appeared, it suddenly spoke in human language and laughed wildly, like a prisoner who had been imprisoned for countless years and was finally released. Divine Spirit, Qiongqi. Xiao Yuyang, after observing the exotic beast for a moment, could not help exclaiming as he pushed his source qi fiercely. The faces of the other masters from the Emperor realm also sank as they all gathered around Xiao Yuyang. The masters from the Emperor realm knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Qiongqi was, but none of them had expected that in this nameless mountain valley, a divine spirit would suddenly appear, let alone the notoriously fierce Qiongqi. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's vice president, Zhang Yuan's legs and stomach trembled as his face turned extremely pale. Oh! Qiongqi's pair of beastly eyes swept the area below as it said in a low, muffled voice, I see so many delicious meals as soon as I come out. As it spoke, a string of crystal-clear saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, as if it had been starving for a long time. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk the sound of saliva swallowing rang out, but the source was not Qiongqi, but the masters from the Emperor realm who had gathered together. Almost everyone was frightened by Qiongqi's words. The words of a divine spirit were not overconfident. Any mature divine spirit was no weaker than the great emperors, so if it really wanted to treat the people from the Emperor realm as food, few would be able to escape. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuyang was the first to recover. He quickly cupped his fists and shouted, Star Soul Palace's Silver Star Envoy, Xiao Yuyang, greets Master Qiongqi. May I ask why Master has appeared here? Star Soul Palace? Qiongqi heard this and a trace of disdain flashed across its beastly eyes. What's that? It had not even heard of the Southern Territories' overlord sect. Xiao Yuyang could not help but feel his heart sink as he realized that the situation was not good. This divine spirit might have been asleep for countless years, so it had not even heard of Star Soul Palace. His plan to use the name of the Bright Moon Great Emperors to deter the other party was not going to work. Chapter 2172. It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first? Qiongqi looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking, Chongqi said sarcastically. If you don't speak, then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid. Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiao Yuyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Chongqi. Even someone as strong as Chongqi couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted. The souls of the great emperors have descended? He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Chongqi focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Chongqi in this world. Mingyu suddenly said, "Humph." Chongqi didn't back down and said coldly, "When I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me?" It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, "What? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast." As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse, and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant, the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. "Master Chongqi, you must be joking." As one of the few experts in the world, Mingyu did not mind Chongqi's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Mingyu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free." Chongqi's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, "What do you know?" Mingyu said, "When I was young, I heard that the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master had a playmate, Divine Spirit Chongqi. Unfortunately, after the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if Master still remembers those happy times?" The Flowing Time Great Emperor. Chongqi seemed to have been awakened by Mingyu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Mingyu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time, Mingyu said, "I wonder if Master Chongqi is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master. Perhaps I can give it to Master." "Humph. It's useless to flatter me." Chongqi shook his head and snorted, then said, "This Master is hungry." Mingyu smiled and said, "I will prepare it for Master. That's more like it." Chongqi said in a loud voice, "Since you've invited me so sincerely, then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace." Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Chongqi. Chongqi swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Chongqi left, Xiao Yuyong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over, and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. "Farewell, Master." Everyone from the Emperor Realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor Realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor Realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. "It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter," Sang Yuan said with a lingering fear. "And if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today." Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. "It was the great emperors who saved us. It wasn't this Zhao's credit. However, with Chongqi's appearance, I'm afraid the Southern Territory will be plagued with disasters again." Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Chongqi was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader so that they could take precautions early. In the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the Two Seasons mountain range and heading towards the Winter Territory. Not long ago, while he and Murong Xiao Xiao were waiting in the Two Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao Baiyi through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Baiyi naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Baiyi on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Baiyi's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. If not for this, in the final palace where the treasures were snatched, Xiao Baiyi would have occupied at least one of the spots. Perhaps he would have obtained some incredible gains. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Baiyi had a knot in his heart, so he didn't stay for long. After informing the other two, he set off for the Winter Territory alone. Halfway there, he took out the fiery red bead to observe, but he couldn't figure out what this bead was used for. No matter how he probed it with his divine sense or poured his source chi into it, this bead didn't respond at all. In desperation, Yang Kai could only put it into his space ring for the time being. At this moment, the Two Seasons mountain range was calm. He didn't know if it was because of the appearance of the flowing time temple not long ago, or because of the appearance of Chongqi, but Yang Kai didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the Two Seasons mountain range. In front of him was a completely different world. What entered his eyes was white, wrapped in silver. Heavy snow was falling, and the snow on the ground was more than a dozen feet thick. As soon as he stepped into this place, the omnipresent cold wrapped around his body and poured into his body through his pores, freezing his blood and condensing his soul. Yang Kai braved the wind and snow. They explored this world filled with white. In the Four Seasons realm, the natural environment of each territory was completely different. In the Summer Territory, the sun was scorching and the temperature was extremely high, but in the Winter Territory, it was a completely different world from the Summer Territory. The environment where the tribulation fruit grew was extremely cold, and in the Winter Territory's environment, it was indeed easy for such a spirit fruit to grow. Yang Kai held a glimmer of hope and didn't feel that this exploration was difficult. He walked all the way through the Winter Territory, trekking over mountains and rivers. Although he occasionally made some gains, they were all rare spirit flowers and strange fruits, and he didn't see any trace of the tribulation fruit. The omnipresent cold made the source chi in his body drain at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he could only summon Lu Yen to travel with him. Lu Yen was a fire attribute artifact spirit and had swallowed all kinds of mysterious flames, so she was naturally not afraid of this trivial cold. Not only that, when she stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't feel much of the cold. Lu Yen also very considerately stayed close to Yang Kai, constantly using her own heat to dispel the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike the other territory, there seemed to be very few traces of people in the Winter Territory. Even if a cultivator was teleported here when they first entered, they would probably find a way to leave this damned place in the shortest time possible. Unless Yang Kai had a special purpose and had no choice but to come to the winter territory, it was likely that no one would stay in this environment for long. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but didn't see a single person. In the entire winter territory, it seemed that he was the only one who existed. 3 days later, somewhere in the winter territory, Yang Kai looked around with a blank expression. He had been completely lost in this silver-white world, and at this moment, he couldn't even figure out his direction. For a powerhouse like him, it was basically impossible for such a situation to occur, but the environment in the winter territory was really too harsh and special. Even Yang Kai couldn't walk freely here and remember the way. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left had been covered by snow. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked with concern. "Well, I seem to be lost," Yang Kai replied calmly. Lu Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "There's such a thing. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just keep flying in one direction and I'll get out of here eventually." Speaking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. "But searching aimlessly like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything. Unfortunately, I can't help you with anything," Lu Yen replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned. "Staying by my side is the biggest help you can get." The corners of Lu Yan's mouth raised, evoking a smile. The next moment, she suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at her. Lu Yen stood there, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, "Master, I seem to have found something very interesting." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." Saying so, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot forward. Not long after, she fell into a snowy peak in front of them and disappeared. Chapter 2173. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yen returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, "What did you do there?" Lu Yen didn't answer, but said to the side, "Come out. Don't be afraid." Wherever she looked, there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yen wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yen said helplessly, "Master, wait a moment. It still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it." After saying that, Lu Yen squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged, as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yen suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer, and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body, constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yen said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. "Natural wonder?" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. "Sort of." Lu Yen nodded. "But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood. Lu Yen himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yen had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot, so the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yen. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yen could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yan's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Yang Kai, which showed that Lu Yen didn't want to use it to improve her strength. "It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things." Lu Yen smiled slightly. "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lu Yen frowned and said, "But its wisdom is very limited, and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work. It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this." Yang Kai grinned. "As for its effect, we'll know after we try it." While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, "What good things are here? Take me to find them." The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yen and said, "Can't it understand?" Lu Yen pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts." With that said, Lu Yen suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time, the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Lu Yen looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Yang Kai and Lu Yen came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. "There should be something good here," Lu Yen said. "Let's see." Yang Kai had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Yang Kai buried his head in it and searched. After a while, he jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. "Good, good." Yang Kai smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. "It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly." As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? "Do your job well, or I will melt you." Lu Yen played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold, and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yen timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yen. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Lu Yen nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring had many more ice attribute spirit grasses, all of which were Dao source grade, and there were even some Emperor grade spirit grasses. The special environment of the winter territory had created good growth conditions. Many spirit grasses and medicines had not been discovered since the day they were born until now. Under the guidance of the little snowflake, they were collected by Yang Kai. No matter what kind of spirit grass or medicine it was at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. With the contact along the way, the little snowflake seemed to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai and was no longer as timid as before. Like a newborn child, it was full of curiosity about Yang Kai and would fly around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. However, because Lu Yan had always played the role of the bad guy along the way, threatening from time to time, the little snowflake naturally respected her and didn't dare to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yan. As a result, Yang Kai and Lu Yan had to be separated for a while. Although his harvest was great, to Yang Kai's disappointment, he did not obtain the tribulation fruit. He had obtained several things rarer than the tribulation fruit, but the thing he wanted the most was still missing. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he could only go with the flow. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Not far in front of him, there was a sparkling lake, which covered an area of about 10 acres. It was surrounded by mountains, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What made him extremely surprised was that such a lake actually did not show any signs of freezing. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and as soon as it touched the lake, it melted, as if the lake had some magical power, so that it would never freeze because of the cold. The water was so clear that Yang Kai even saw some strange fish swimming under the water. However, from the big mouths full of fangs, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. At this place, the little snowflake stopped moving forward and kept flying around Yang Kai. From its body, a strange emotion was transmitted. After being in contact with the little snowflake for so long, Yang Kai had learned to figure out its thoughts through its behavior. So when he saw it like this, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Are you trying to say that the most precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as this statement came out, the little snowflake immediately floated up and down, as if nodding. Yang Kai was certain and nodded. "I'll go take a look. Master, you must be careful," Lu Yan exhorted with concern. Yang Kai nodded and leapt forward. After arriving at the top of the lake, he observed his surroundings for a moment before diving straight down into the lake. A cultivator like him didn't need to worry about his clothes getting wet from the lake water at all. He only needed to circulate his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body, and he could move freely underwater. The pressure of a Tao source realm spread out, and the surrounding fish scattered like birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looked terrifying, in fact, they didn't have much strength, so naturally, they didn't dare to approach. The little snowflake didn't follow him, so Yang Kai didn't know where the so-called most precious thing was, but heading towards the center should be the right choice. So while investigating the surrounding environment, he swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lu Yan watched quietly, her beautiful eyes staring in the direction of Yang Kai, waiting for the slightest situation so she could immediately go to his aid. The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face, and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, When Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish. The woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth, the originally small cherry mouth under this grin. It actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yen, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. Hee. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sex female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Tao Source Realm cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, Source Qi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave while emitting a halo of light. Second-order Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, "Soul power comparable to a peak Tao Source Realm cultivator." His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook, and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the myriad sword in his hand, Emperor Pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In Yang Kai's opinion, this exotic beast was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but its soul was comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. With such a powerful soul, its physique couldn't be much stronger. However, the round body was extremely elastic. When the sword light struck, many of the sword chi flew away along the surface of the radiance, causing only a small amount of damage to it. However, the 7 or 8 tentacles were not so lucky and were directly cut into countless pieces, scattering across the lake. This time, the exotic beast looked even uglier. It had completely turned into a round ball with eyes growing all over its body. Seemingly aware of the crisis, the exotic beast didn't intend to fight Yang Kai to the death and instead sank directly to the bottom of the lake, quickly diving downwards. Humph! Yang Kai coldly snorted. Boldly daring, he rushed into the lake and chased after the old man. The lake water was extremely clear and there was blood flowing out along the way, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about losing it. This lake was at least a few dozen meters deep, and the deeper he went, the darker it became, but Yang Kai didn't have to worry about not being able to see it at all. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai followed the tracks to the bottom of the lake and looked forward, raising his brow. He saw the exotic beast sitting quietly at the bottom of the lake, and about a meter or so from the bottom of the lake, there was an altar-like existence with something placed on top of it. It was a bead about the size of a longan, exuding a green glow. The moment Yang Kai saw this bead, his heart couldn't help but tremble, because apart from a different color, this bead was no different from the treasures he had snatched in the flowing time temple. Even the size seemed to be carved from the same mold. It can't be. Yang Kai suddenly had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it. At this moment, the strange beast was standing there quietly, the green bead giving off a dense green light that enveloped it. Under the protection of this green light, the wound that had been inflicted by Yang Kai had completely healed and was no longer bleeding. Of course, the tentacles couldn't grow out for the time being. No matter how strong the vitality of this exotic beast was, it was impossible for it to regenerate a severed limb. This should be the most precious thing in the winter territory. Yang Kai looked at the green bead and thought to himself, little snowflake had brought him here, and in this lake, apart from the exotic beast, there was only this bead placed on the altar. It couldn't be said that the exotic beast was the most precious thing in the winter territory. Apart from this green bead, there was no other explanation. The arrival of Yang Kai seemed to have alarmed the exotic beast that was healing itself. It didn't need to turn its head as the dozen pairs of eyes on its body had already discovered Yang Kai's presence. In the next moment, it opened its big mouth and roared threateningly. Unfortunately, having lost its tentacles, it couldn't use any decent killing moves. It could only condense its spiritual energy again and attack Yang Kai through the dozen pairs of eyes. You're courting death. Yang Kai's face sank, and as his left eye opened and closed, the demon eye of annihilation appeared. In the golden pupil, a budding lotus flower slowly took shape, and with a spin, it disappeared from Yang Kai's eye. In the next moment, the exotic beast froze in place, as if it had been paralyzed. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source, Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike, and Space Force surged as he muttered, "Exile!" A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. Chapter 2175. This was the monster core of a monster beast at the level of a second-order Dao Source Realm monster beast, and one that was proficient in the power of its soul. It was definitely the best raw material to refine a spirit pill that could enhance one's soul. Yang Kai put it into his space ring before strolling over to the altar. On the altar, there were no traces of barriers or spirit arrays, and the green bead was simply placed on it. Yang Kai checked it for a long time before reaching out and picking it up. It went unexpectedly smoothly. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from this bead. He poured his source chi into it, but there was no reaction. Everything was the same as the other fiery red bead. Yang Kai didn't know how the strange beast managed to use the energy in this green bead to heal him. Immediately afterward, he took out the fiery red bead and compared the two, finding that it was exactly as he had observed. These two beads were exactly the same size, only their colors were different. After observing them for a long time, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he could only helplessly put them away. But just as he put the green bead into his space ring, a sudden change occurred. This lake, which was originally cold but showed no signs of freezing, suddenly began to crackle from all directions, as if an omnipresent cold was attacking from all directions. The lake began to freeze. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water and looked down from above, he saw that the entire lake had been frozen, no longer sparkling like before. It seems it's because of the existence of this green bead. This lake has avoided the fate of freezing, Yang Kai secretly speculated. He didn't know what kind of magical power was contained in this green bead that could prevent the invasion of the cold. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew towards the shore. After he returned, Lu Yen just nodded slightly to him and didn't say anything. The little snowflake, on the other hand, looked very happy and flew around Yang Kai. "Continue," Yang Kai said to the little snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Yang Kai's meaning and turned around and flew in a certain direction. For the next few days, Yang Kai kept wandering around the winter territory. With the little snowflake's guidance and search, as long as there were any precious treasures nearby, they couldn't escape its prying eyes. Naturally, they were all put into Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's thoughts were very simple. Since the great emperors of the secular world had instructed Qin Chaoyang to come to the Four Seasons realm to search for the tribulation fruit, they definitely wouldn't be aimless. In other words, there was definitely such a spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm, but he hadn't found it yet. He could not find the tribulation fruit. He would never leave the winter territory. Otherwise, once he left the Four Seasons realm, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Qin Chaoyang. To Yang Kai's disappointment, although he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, there was no trace of the tribulation fruit. He had also killed a lot of monster beasts, but apart from obtaining some monster cores, he hadn't obtained a single star seal. As time passed, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become anxious. On this day in an ice field, Yang Kai stood under a layer of ice, looking at a crystal-clear fruit tree in front of him with an ugly expression. This fruit tree was about the height of a person, and its leaves were like ice cubes, exuding a threatening chill. Above the fruit tree there was nothing, but at a certain position on a branch, there was an obvious mark of being plucked. I miscalculated. Someone got here first. Yang Kai had an annoyed expression on his face. This fruit tree was the fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. Under the leadership of the little snowflake, it took a full 10 days of searching before Yang Kai finally found a fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. However, the tribulation fruit that should have been there had been taken away. Judging from the traces of being plucked, there should have been a spirit fruit on this fruit tree just a few days ago. Master, you did your best. Don't blame yourself. Lu Yen saw that Yang Kai's expression was not very good and quickly comforted him. I just want to know, who took this spirit fruit? Yang Kai frowned. Although the tribulation fruit was precious and rare, it didn't have a wide range of uses. Even if it was taken away, it wasn't really useful. If he could find out who took the spirit fruit, Yang Kai could take out a corresponding treasure to exchange for it. As long as the other party wasn't a difficult person to talk to, they should be happy to make this deal. At worst, Yang Kai could just give the other party a little more. But the current situation was that Yang Kai didn't know who took the tribulation fruit. This made it impossible for him to implement this method. Is there any such fruit tree in the winter territory? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the little snowflake expectantly. The little snowflake's vague facial features appeared, and she slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's last hope was shattered. He sighed softly and began to ponder. After the Four Seasons realm opened, the cultivator who entered could stay there for 33 days. When the time limit was up, they must rush to a specific location and leave the Four Seasons realm. Otherwise, once the time limit was up, they would be trapped there. Counting the days, it had been almost 20 days since he entered here, and he spent more than half of this time in the winter territory. From here, it would take a few days to get to the location of the exit, so there wasn't much time left for him. What's more, he had almost run through the entire winter territory, and more than half of the spirit grasses and medicines in the winter territory had been taken by him. Now that the tribulation fruit had been taken by someone else, it was useless to continue to stay here. It was better to rush to the exit first, wait for the disciples of the major sects to return, and find an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly made a decision. He turned to the little snowflake and said, "Send us out of here." "Master, are you leaving?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. Yang Kai nodded. Lu Yan naturally had no objection, but the little snowflake seemed to be a little unwilling. During this period of time, this lonely creature had experienced too much fun. Now that they were going to separate, it was naturally a little reluctant. Yang Kai grinned and said in a provocative tone, "If you want, you can come with me." Hearing this, the little snowflake's wrinkled facial features relaxed, as if it was showing a joyful expression. But soon, its head drooped down again, and it seemed to be in low spirits. Lu Yen whispered softly, "It can't leave the winter territory. It is different from me. This land is where it was born, its roots are here. If it leaves here, it will soon perish." "How can that be?" Yang Kai was stunned. Lu Yen said, "If it leaves here, it is equivalent to me leaving my vessel. A tree without roots, water without a source, it won't survive for long. Unless what?" Yang Kai asked. "Unless there is a similar environment in the small sealed world, it can continue to survive," Lu Yen replied. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his abduction plan had failed. He thought he had the small sealed world and could place the little snowflake there, but it seemed he had been too naive. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, picked up the little snowflake, and placed it on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Don't be so listless. If there is a chance, I will come back to see you. Maybe the next time I come, I will find a way to take you away with me." Having said that, Yang Kai also knew that this kind of thing was basically impossible. He did not know how many years it would take for the Four Seasons realm to open again, and even if it did, he might not be able to enter it again. After all, by that time, he might have already become an Emperor realm cultivator. However, the little snowflake didn't think too much about it. It was just a strange creature born from heaven and earth, so its mind was pure and simple. After a few words, It got rid of its sad mood and became happy again. This made Kai Yang feel very guilty. From the ice field, it took 4 days before Yang Kai saw the Two Seasons mountain range. Although there were some gains along the way, they were not much. At this point, the little snowflake no longer moved forward. Yang Kai and Lu Yen bid farewell to it, and the sadness was not worth mentioning. After crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, Yang Kai went straight in the direction of the exit. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of each sect had already told their disciples that they must reach the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit was also clear. It was at the center of the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction at all. After 3 days, Yang Kai smoothly came to a plain, and from a very far distance, he found the exit of the Four Seasons realm. The exit was the same as the entrance to the Nameless Valley, an oval-shaped light gate, standing quietly in midair. The cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm could leave the Four Seasons realm through this light gate at any time. However, the time limit was not up yet, so obviously no cultivator would leave early. The situation was as Yang Kai expected. When he arrived, there was no one here. Counting the days, there were only 5 or 6 days left before the deadline. Yang Kai did not intend to explore other places in the Four Seasons realm. He planned to stay here to prevent anyone from leaving early and taking away the tribulation fruit without him knowing. While waiting, Yang Kai was also thinking about what he should use to exchange for the tribulation fruit if he really found it. He had countless precious items on hand, but many of them were things he could not give up, such as the 5 Emperor artifacts. These things definitely could not be exchanged. He still had a few Dao Source Pills which he had not used after refining them last time, but these things were only useful to Peak Origin King Realm cultivators. A Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of Immortal Source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. Chapter 2176. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Immortal Source Liquid, and Life Revitalizing Jade Cream were the 3 great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water was quite coincidental. It required the fall of a master and the spiritual energy of their soul to remain in the place of their death. Only then could Soul Cleansing Divine Water be born. Although it was rare, it was not extinct. The remaining 2 were, without exception, extremely difficult to find treasures. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was one thing. Perhaps in some hidden corner of the star boundary, such a thing existed, but no one knew about it. As for Immortal Source Liquid, there was no place to find it. Because Immortal Source Liquid was a derivative of the Immortal Tree. It was the life essence of the Immortal Tree. A drop of Immortal Source Liquid was enough to bring flesh and bones back to life, possessing extraordinary heaven-defying effects. In this world, the only immortal tree was planted in Yang Kai's small medicine garden, so others naturally had no way to obtain Immortal Source Liquid. The drop in his hand was the leftover from when he obtained the immortal tree at the beginning of the year, and he had never been willing to use it. Using such a heaven-defying treasure in exchange for a tribulation fruit, presumably no one would refuse. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the appearance of Immortal Source Liquid would cause other troubles. However, for the sake of the tribulation fruit, Yang Kai didn't care so much. If someone really asked about it, he could just pretend to be ignorant. No one would have thought that a supreme treasure like the immortal tree would be in his hands. Making up his mind, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. There were still 5 or 6 days left, so the cultivator who had entered the Four Seasons realm was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, they were probably still looking for opportunities that belonged to them. Therefore, the area around the entrance was extremely quiet. Time passed by slowly, and a day later, on the plain where the entrance was located, there was still only Yang Kai, with no trace of anyone else. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. In that moment just now, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation, which flashed and disappeared, However, when he looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, he did not notice it at all, causing him to feel a little suspicious, wondering if it was just an illusion. Just as he was pondering, a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at an extremely distant location. The halo seemed to have substance, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Kai Yang suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes as he looked around. Up ahead, about 100 miles away from him, on the top of a tall mountain, a halo of light continuously fluctuated. At first, it was only a halo of a single color, but as time passed, it changed. The color of the halo gradually became multicolored. Not only that, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be surging. Above the mountains, in the sky, multicolored clouds surged endlessly, making the entire sky look extremely strange. A natural phenomenon, Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. The birth of a rare treasure? Although he didn't know what was going on over there, judging from the current situation, it was definitely the birth of a rare treasure. Moreover, it was an extraordinary rare treasure. It was impossible for such an obvious phenomenon to occur. How could it happen at this time? Yang Kai frowned, his face extremely gloomy. There were only 4 or 5 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, and as expected, the disciples of the major sects would begin to rush back. The place where this phenomenon occurred was only 100 miles away from the exit. In other words, the phenomenon of the birth of a rare treasure was very likely to attract a lot of people, and the more time passed, the more people would be attracted. At that time, it was bound to cause a scramble, and blood would flow like a river. At that time, his plan to exchange the immortal source liquid for the tribulation fruit would definitely be disrupted. So when he saw the natural phenomenon, Yang Kai's first thought was not excitement, but annoyance. He felt that the timing was really bad for him. However, even though he was cursing in his heart, the natural phenomenon was so obvious that he naturally had to go and take a look. Thinking of this, Yang Kai directly summoned the flying boat, stepped on it, and pushed his source chi, turning it into a stream of light that shot over. The speed of the wooden boat was very fast, and it took less than a dozen breaths to cross 100 miles. As the distance closed, Yang Kai smelled a strange fragrance from the heavens and earth. When the fragrance entered his nose, it made him feel refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. Is it a rare medicine? Yang Kai silently judged in his heart. Moreover, this was a rare medicine that could help a cultivator's cultivation, because as the fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai faintly felt that the bottleneck of his first-order Dao Source Realm was showing signs of loosening. Yang Kai had only broken through to the Dao Source Realm not long ago, and although he had been fighting and cultivating diligently these days, and even obtained an opportunity on the Flowing Time Great Emperor Staircase, he was still some distance away from breaking through to the second-order Dao Source Realm. But now, this gap had been narrowed significantly, which showed how heaven-defying the effects of this rare medicine were. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. Now, on this plane, he was probably the only one who had arrived ahead of time, so if there were no traces of others, perhaps he could monopolize this rare medicine. This was really an unintentional willow growing into a shade. After all, Yang Kai had rushed to the entrance ahead of time with the intention of inquiring about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. While his thoughts were racing, Yang Kai had already arrived near the top of the mountain, landed on the wooden boat, and looked forward quietly. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, among the strange stones, there was a budding flower that stood quietly. This should be a lotus flower. Its petals were pure white and untainted by even a speck of dust. Dazzling spiritual light flowed endlessly on the petals, and an enchanting fragrance wafted from it. It looked as if it didn't exist in the real world, blurred and enchanting. Not only that, there were some mysterious runes on this flower bud that were the size of rice grains. They were faintly discernible and seemed to contain great mysteries. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as he muttered in a low voice, "This is..." While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind and checked the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was something left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai had already memorized everything recorded on it, but the thing in front of him still made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain. Only by comparing the contents of the jade slip could he confirm his observations. After a while, Yang Kai really found the answer he was looking for in the jade slip. Opening his eyes, a light of excitement and fanaticism flashed across them as he stared at the budding flower bud and shouted, "The extraordinary treasure lotus." Gong Sun Mu's jade slip stated that the extraordinary treasure lotus was born from the world's destiny and is formed from the essence of the sun and moon. On the day it blooms, emperor intent will fill the surroundings. Those who obtain this extraordinary treasure lotus have a significantly increased chance of reaching the emperor realm. If it can be refined into a pill, the effects will be even better. In other words, this thing was a heaven-defying treasure that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle of the Star Boundaries cultivator realm. Except for a few pills that were almost extinct, there was nothing that could help a cultivator increase their chances of breaking through. The extraordinary treasure lotus was one of those pills. Moreover, it was very different from ordinary spirit grasses and medicines. It fundamentally improved a cultivator's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, and had an incomparable effect on a cultivator's ability to condense their emperor intent. The value of such a spirit flower could be imagined. If Xiaoshang, Wuchang, or any of the other masters obtained this extraordinary treasure lotus, they would definitely be able to break through to the emperor realm in less than 5 years. There was absolutely no possibility of failure. The emperor realm was the mainstay of every great sect, the absolute backbone of their strength. The birth of every the Emperor Realm cultivator was enough to significantly improve the strength of a sect. Thinking about it this way, the value of this extraordinary treasure lotus was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot, but soon, his expression became extremely gloomy, because the extraordinary treasure lotus in front of him had not fully bloomed yet and could not be harvested. If he rashly tried to harvest it at this moment, it would greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies. And even if it fully bloomed, it must be taken or refined into a pill in a very short period of time. Otherwise, its medicinal efficacies would quickly fade away. In this world, there were always gains and losses. The extraordinary treasure lotus's heaven-defying effects were naturally due to its rarity. It was precisely because after it bloomed, it would wither within 3 hours, causing its aura to wither, giving it an almost legendary reputation. As a result, even if an extraordinary treasure lotus appeared somewhere in the star boundary and bloomed, if no one discovered it within 3 hours, it would wither away and cease to exist. I need to find a way to cover up this heavenly manifestation first. From the looks of it, it probably won't be able to bloom for a while, and if this continues, it will only attract more and more people. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to deal with. Yang Kai muttered to himself, but when he looked up at the obvious heavenly manifestation in the sky, he felt powerless. If he was proficient in spirit arrays, he might be able to use the power of spirit arrays to accomplish this, but his understanding of spirit arrays was still at the level of brute force, not enough to provide any help here. It was also impossible to put the extraordinary treasure lotus into his sealed world bead, as it could not be picked before it bloomed, nor could it be moved. Otherwise it would wither away directly. As an alchemist, Yang Kai would certainly not allow such a reckless waste of heaven's precious treasures. For a time, he scratched his head anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, several figures came from different directions and stood not far away from him. The newcomers were 3 men and 1 woman, of which the woman was accompanied by another man while the other 2 were alone. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they all fixed their eyes on the extraordinary treasure lotus, all of them showing looks of surprise and shock. Only the woman dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, she no longer paid him any attention. Chapter 2177. These 4 people were obviously also nearby and had been attracted by the extraordinary treasure lotus's appearance. Pinnacle novel. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his expression was dignified without being angry. Surprisingly, He had the cultivation base of the third order Tao source realm. The other person was a short-haired young man with a pair of sneaky eyes, as if he was always scheming something. His cultivation was neither high nor low, only second order Tao source realm. The remaining man and woman seemed to be companions. The woman was petite and dainty, while the man was handsome and elegant. The two of them looked very intimate, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister from the same sect. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship, both of them also having second-order Tao source realm cultivations. At this moment, all four of them showed looks of amazement as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus, greed filling their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been mentally prepared for the heavenly vision caused by the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, which would definitely attract a lot of cultivators, he hadn't expected someone to show up so quickly. And there were four of them at once. From the looks of it, there were still quite a few cultivator active on the plains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Brother he, what kind of spirit medicine is this? After observing for a moment, the young woman asked the man beside her in a soft voice. She didn't recognize the type of spirit medicine in front of her at all. She only knew that it was an incredible thing. Brother he slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know either." As he spoke, he licked his dry lips with an eager expression on his face. However, his eyes flickered and he was extremely wary of the burly man. After all, the burly man's cultivation was the highest here. If he wanted to snatch the spirit herbs, he would be the biggest enemy. "Brother Chung Tai, do you recognize what this spirit herb is?" At this moment, the young man with the crew cut suddenly asked the burly man. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. "No idea." The man called Chung Tai answered in a low, muffled voice. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth with the crew cut and said, "Brother Bao, you can't recognize him either?" Bao Peng smiled and said, "How can this Bao recognize something that even Brother Chung Tai doesn't recognize? You think too highly of me." "Humph." Chung Tai snorted coldly and turned to look at the man and woman. He asked loudly, "Do you know the two from the flowing shadow sword sect?" When brother he heard this, he frowned and slowly shook his head. The young woman did the same. Chung Tai turned his gaze to Yang Kai and shouted, "Kid, you seem to be the first to arrive here? What kind of spirit medicine was this? Tell me about it." I don't know." Yang Kai looked bewildered and stammered. "I was just attracted by this vision." "What a bunch of trash." Chung Tai didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish his words and couldn't help but curse. "You can't even recognize a stalk of spirit medicine, yet you still ran over here." His words scolded everyone. Brother he and the young woman from the flowing shadow sword sect frowned in displeasure upon hearing this. But Bao Peng seemed to be well aware of Chung Tai's temper and didn't mind. At this time, Chung Tai spoke again. "No matter what this spirit medicine is, this Chung wants it. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Chung for not showing mercy." Hearing this, Bao Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Brother Chung, this is not good? You have a problem?" Chung Tai looked at the youth with the crew cut and coldly snorted, "If you have a problem, speak up and bear the consequences." The latter quickly raised his hand. Taking a few steps back, he hurriedly said, "Brother Chung Tai misunderstood. If you want this thing, how could this Bao dare to have a problem? It's just that these two from the flowing shadow sword sect won't agree so easily. After all, this is a natural spirit medicine. Only the fated can obtain it." Hearing this, brother he nodded and said, "Yes, spirit medicines of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Friend, if you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability or not." Although Chung Tai was a master from the third order Tao source realm, he and his junior sister were two people. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, with such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not easily give it up. "Do you two want to test this Cheng's ability?" Hearing this, Chung Tai grinned ferociously and said, "I've heard that the flowing shadow sword sect's flowing shadow sword art is very mysterious, but I don't know if it's true or not. Since there is such an opportunity today, Let this Chang experience the two of you." As he spoke, the source qi around Chang Tai's body surged. His tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled up, and an intimidating pressure spread out from his body. He continued from where he left off. "The two of you better not disappoint me." At this point, he stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear in the air. He was like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged towards the two people from the flowing shadow sword sect. He had actually made a move directly. "Be careful, brother," he shouted and spun around, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he and the young woman flew dozens of meters away. Asterisk tsang tsang. Asterisk, two soft sounds rang out, followed by two cold flashes of light. Swords were unsheathed, filled with thick murderous intent. Brother he and the young woman held their swords in one hand and formed a series of seals with the other, striking strange postures as a biting cold sword chi suddenly burst forth. "There should be a limit to looking down on others." "Brother," he shouted angrily. The other party had suddenly attacked him after a few words, causing brother he to burn with rage. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted to the young woman, "Junior sister, there is no need to show mercy. Don't worry, junior sister will let him experience the power of the flowing shadow sword art." The young woman chuckled as she slashed out with her sword towards Chang Tai. At the same time, senior brother he also used everything he had learned and joined forces with his junior sister. Every move was deadly. Chang Tai was also a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so he did not panic in the face of danger, spreading out his palms as he fought one against two without falling into a disadvantage. In an instant, the three of them were locked in a fierce battle atop the mountain, sword chi flying about, spiritual energy rioting, and the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones, creating a lively scene. The initiator of all this, Bao Peng, stood quietly in place, not showing the slightest intention to intervene. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on her face, as if she had gained something from watching the battle. "Ha!" Suddenly, Yang Kai sighed and turned his head to look in a certain direction, saying, "This spirit flower doesn't seem to have matured yet. Rashly harvesting it is not good. What if its medicinal properties are ruined?" The place he was looking at was empty. Hearing this, the three people fighting were startled and immediately stopped fighting, retreating from the battle, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Chang Tai, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced over at Bao Peng, who was standing not far away. "I already said, don't rashly harvest it. Friend, do you not understand my words?" Yang Kai shouted again as he threw a punch towards a certain spot. As this energy rushed forward, in a certain place where there was no one else, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, a look of shock filling his face. This figure was now less than 100 meters away from the extraordinary treasure lotus, and from the way he was stealthily approaching it, it was obvious he wanted to steal it while no one was paying attention. "Bao Peng!" After seeing this person's face, Chang Tai could not help shouting angrily. At that moment, the other Bao Peng, who had been standing in place and watching the battle, suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This was an extremely lifelike afterimage. The real Bao Peng had used some kind of secret technique to sneak away. "You!" Bao Peng, who had been hit by Yang Kai, could not help becoming angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai as he shouted, "Little brat, you court death." In his opinion, if not for Yang Kai's interference, he would have already taken the spirit herb and fled. But because of Yang Kai's existence, his plan had failed. Annoyed, he naturally flew into a rage. "I'm sorry." Yang Kai scratched his head helplessly. "If possible, I didn't want to expose you, but your behavior, it's really intolerable. It's simply too vile." He spat out in disdain. To others, these words had a different meaning, but what Yang Kai really meant was that doing this would destroy the extraordinary treasure lotus. The extraordinary treasure lotus was still far from ripening, so how could Yang Kai allow it to be harvested rashly? He had pretended to be stupid and weak just to buy time. But now it seemed that this plan was not going to work. "That's right," Chang Tai shouted. "After not seeing you for a few years, Bao Peng, you're still so despicable. Although this Chang has been extremely careful, he still almost fell for your tricks. Although he had been fighting the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect before, he had not used his full strength and had instead focused part of his attention on Bao Peng. It was only when he saw him standing in place and not making any moves that he was able to relax and fight. How could he have thought that the Bao Peng standing in place was just an illusion? The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also had ugly expressions at this moment, but they were more curious because none of the people present had noticed Bao Peng's trick. Yet it had been seen through by Yang Kai. If it weren't for them clearly feeling that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. Brother Cheng, please calm your anger. Bao Peng hurriedly cast a flattering look at Cheng Tai and said with a smile, I didn't succeed and was seen through. That's because you're unlucky. Cheng Tai snorted coldly. If you were lucky enough, wouldn't you have taken the spirit herb and run away by now? It's not a matter of luck. Bao Peng stared deeply at Yang Kai and said coldly, what this Bao used just now is a secret technique of my 5 Essence sect, the cicada shedding carapace. Even a master a level higher would not be able to see through it. It has always been an excellent escape secret technique. So it's the cicada shedding carapace. Cheng Tai whispered, obviously having heard of this secret technique before, his eyes complicated. I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to be willing to teach you this secret technique. That's not important. Bao Peng still looked straight at Yang Kai and said coldly, this Bao is just curious. How did a mere First Order Dao Source Realm trash like you see through my tracks? Chapter 2178. Since the moment he entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had been called trash more than once. This was not surprising though. Yang Kai's clothes were extremely ordinary, he didn't have any unique symbols of a great sect, and his cultivation was only at the low level of the First Order Dao Source realm. These elite disciples from great sects and families naturally looked down on him. In the Four Seasons realm, a First Order Dao Source realm cultivator was at the very bottom. Unless one had a background similar to Lan Xun's, no one would look at them with new eyes. This was a top novel. Bao Peng naturally didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Facing his question, Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, my luck is good? I said it wasn't a matter of luck, you really are courting death. Bao Peng grinned, his expression extremely hostile. His good fortune had been disturbed by Yang Kai, so at this moment, he was naturally annoyed and couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. This is your business, deal with it yourselves. This spirit flower, this Cheng will be taking it first. At that moment, Cheng Tai suddenly shouted and rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were startled when they heard this, but it was already too late to stop him, so they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. Bao Peng obviously had no intention of continuing to entangle himself with Yang Kai at this moment, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. Everyone just wanted to grab this spirit flower as soon as possible. With a flash of brilliance, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the extraordinary treasure lotus, blocking the path of the four people. Looking at everyone helplessly, he said, everyone, this spirit flower is not mature yet. Now is not the best time to pick it. If we act rashly at this moment, it may be a waste. Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat while waiting for this spirit flower to mature? What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way. Cheng Tai remained unmoved and quickly shouted, please cooperate. Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. What if I say no? In just a few words, Cheng Tai had already rushed in front of Yang Kai and swung his fist, which was wrapped in a violent aura, towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai in one blow. He sneered sarcastically, ignorant thing, don't blame anyone for your death. There's really no other way, Kai Yang muttered to himself. As these words left his mouth, his originally calm expression suddenly became ferocious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, looking extremely terrifying. He said sternly, speak properly. Since you don't want to listen, then let's make something you can understand. Saying so, a brilliant light flashed in his palm and an emperor artifact appeared. Emperor's might filled the air. Yang Kai's sword swept out horizontally. He recited, "One sword for 1,000,000. One man against the pass. Asterisk chi 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 chi." Asterisk sword chi overflowed in all directions. With Yang Kai as the center, the invincible sword chi formed a terrifying fan shape as it leisurely shot outwards. A shocking pressure suddenly descended. The aura of death rushed towards them. What? Chang Tai's face changed drastically. A moment ago, he had a look of disdain and ridicule, but in the next moment, his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared straight ahead. Emperor pressure. This is Emperor pressure. This is an Emperor artifact. Bao Peng also exclaimed. Quickly forming a seal, he once again used the 5 Essence Sect's secret technique, Golden Cicada Shell Shedding. A lifelike afterimage appeared on the spot as he dodged in the nick of time. The senior brother and junior sister surnamed He from Flowing Shadow Sword Sect also couldn't believe their eyes. The moment the Emperor Artifact Myriad's sword appeared, the Dao Source grade swords in their hands let out uncontrollable cries and clangs, as if they were trying to transmit a fearful aura. When Bao Peng shouted, the two men's faces suddenly turned pale. However, the two of them were from the same sect and had lived together for so many years, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a series of hand seals with one hand while gripping their swords tightly with the other. After blocking for a moment, they desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk shio 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 shio. Asterisk sword chi surged as energy surged. After the flash of light, the 4 people who had rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus were now in 3 different positions, each of them pale and filled with lingering fear. Bao Peng didn't show any signs of injury, but the look of shock on his face revealed the shock he felt deep in his heart. The 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword Sect were also fine, but the hands holding their swords were trembling slightly. Chang Tai, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and even though he had desperately resisted at the critical moment, he still couldn't completely neutralize the terrifying blow of the Emperor artifact. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, making him look quite miserable. Now, can we talk? Yang Kai twirled his sword as he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Chang Tai and the others all wore gloomy expressions as they stared at him with dread. They had all thought that this young man was trash, but he had suddenly taken out an Emperor artifact that everyone coveted and used a terrifying sword skill to seriously injure the person with the highest cultivation here. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Your Excellency, who are you? Chang Tai endured the pain in his body as he stared at Yang Kai and asked. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai had an extremely powerful background? Otherwise, how could a trivial first-order Dao Source realm possess an Emperor artifact? Thinking of this, Chang Tai couldn't help feeling apprehensive. Not to mention whether he had the ability to defeat Yang Kai now. Even if he did, he would have to worry about retaliation from the great force behind this young man. The Song Tian sect he came from was not a great sect, only comparable to Flying Saint Palace, so how could he afford to provoke a great force? Friend, just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it too seriously. Bao Peng suddenly put on a fawning expression and squeezed out a smile. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile. Bao Peng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists. Many thanks, friend. This Bao still has important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he actually turned around and left the place at an extremely fast speed. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, secretly thinking that if this person didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great man in the future. Just from this person's decisiveness, it could be seen that he had an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that there was no benefit for him to stay any longer. Instead, he might attract danger, so he made a prompt decision to leave. Compared with Bao Peng, Cheng Tai and the other two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed somewhat indecisive. Because even after witnessing Yang Kai's methods, these three still didn't show any intention of leaving, as if they were still holding on to an inexplicable hope in their hearts that their luck would defy the heavens and allow them to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. Cheng Tai's attitude was one thing. He was seriously injured, and he was extremely wary of the great force behind Yang Kai, so he was obviously reluctant to leave. Brother He of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, on the other hand, was filled with greed. However, at this moment, his eyes were more focused on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. After all, compared to the extraordinary treasure lotus which he didn't know how to use, this myriad sword was a genuine emperor artifact, and a sword type 1 at that. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was a sect famous for its swordsmanship, and most of its disciples cultivated sword skills. If he could obtain this myriad sword, his strength would be greatly improved. This gave birth to many ideas in his mind. Friends, why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai looked at the group with a faint smile. Cheng Tai pursed his dry lips and stood in place without moving, but he didn't show any hostility either. He just silently urged his source chi to prevent his injuries from worsening. On the other hand, after Brother He heard this, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, the two of them exchanging glances. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura spread out from the two of them and merged with each other, causing the aura of the two second-order Tao Source Realm cultivators to soar. His black hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. A strong fighting spirit filled the place. Senior Martial Brother He stretched out his hand, and the young woman placed the soft cloth on his hand as if they had a tacit understanding. The moment the two of them met, their already powerful aura soared to a new height, and a halo of energy visible to the naked eye soared into the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Peerless Spirit Consonance Art. Cheng Tai saw this scene and suddenly shouted, his expression becoming dignified. After listening to him, Yang Kai immediately understood that this Peerless Spirit Consonance Art should be a kind of secret technique of Flowing Shadow Sword sect similar to dual cultivation. After using this secret technique, a man and a woman's auras could be connected and their strength would be greatly improved in a short period of time. After performing this secret technique, Senior Brother He's temperament underwent a great change. He seemed to have become extremely confident and arrogant. Holding his sword in one hand, he slowly drew a circle in front of him before staring coldly at Yang Kai and saying, "Hand over the Emperor artifact in your hand and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, the young woman did the same thing. The tips of the two people's swords moved, creating a visible sword halo. After speaking, the two semicircles suddenly merged together and condensed into a circular sword seal. This sword seal gave off a clanging sound, as if it contained a great amount of power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Kai remained unmoved, simply standing in place and staring at the two of them calmly, his eyes clear and cold. "Enough nonsense, brother," he shouted impatiently. "What if I don't want to? Then you can die." "Brother," he shouted coldly as he leisurely pointed his sword forward, his movements casual and unrestrained. However, when the sword was pointed out, it caused the world spirit chi to go berserk. The circular sword hummed and suddenly shot forward. Along the way, the sword seal split into two into four into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with these circular sword seals, covering a large area of heaven and earth, giving people the illusion that there was no way to avoid them. Chapter 2179. The overwhelming number of sword seals flew towards Yang Kai, the sharp sword chi emitting a sharp cutting sound that was extremely jarring to the ear. Apex novel Cheng Tai's expression changed slightly. Only now did he realize that the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect had not used their full strength when they fought him before. If they had used such a secret technique before, he would not have been able to defend himself. Even at this moment, Cheng Tai still felt extremely uneasy when this attack was not aimed at him. It was as if his will was about to be crushed by the countless sword seals. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Yang Kai would defend against this killer move. In any case, this guy has an emperor artifact, so his background shouldn't be low and his knowledge should be extremely profound. Although such a blow is terrifying, it won't be easy to take his life, Chung Tai thought to himself. However, what he saw in front of him was far beyond his expectations. When the overwhelming number of sword seals arrived, Yang Kai, who was standing in place, seemed to have been struck dumb and did not react for a long time. Only at this critical moment did he assume a defensive posture. But it was already too late. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk a strange sound rang out as Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in countless sword seals and cut into countless pieces. What? Chung Tai exclaimed as he stared ahead in disbelief. He died just like that? This fellow that caused him to be extremely fearful had actually been annihilated so easily with a single strike, and the scene before him was rather difficult for Chung Tai to accept. But soon he felt relieved. He secretly felt that the reason why Yang Kai was so strong just now was probably because he had borrowed the power of his emperor artifact. Yang Kai's strength was only at the level of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Overestimating yourself. Brother, he also sneered. Swinging the sword in his hand, Brother He's eyes flashed with an extremely excited light as he fixed his gaze on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. At that moment, Yang Kai's body, which had been cut into countless pieces, suddenly twisted and transformed. Yang Kai's figure disappeared into thin air. Brother He's face stiffened as he cried out, "Afterimage!" Only now did he suddenly understand why there was a strange feeling in his heart. This strange feeling was indescribable, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The scene in front of him explained the source of the strangeness. The thing that was cut up was obviously not a real body of flesh and blood, but an afterimage. Brother, be careful. The young woman's beautiful face suddenly changed as she cried out. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed past Brother He's neck and pierced through his back. Senior Brother He's expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain coming from his neck. He exerted a little more force. His entire head suddenly fell from his neck, and his vision was completely upside down. I am dead. A very funny thought flashed through Brother He's mind. His whole body was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene reflected in his eyes was Yang Kai holding the myriad sword, quietly standing not far behind him. On the wide blade, a drop of blood flowed down the blade. It was dripping down. Pu. Brother He's death seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The young woman, who was connected to him, suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly withered, and her face seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control her own body. In a panic, she fell down, flailing her arms and legs in the air, but was unable to stabilize her body. Not long after, she fell into the rubble and was smashed to pieces. Backlash. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Although this peerless spirit rhino art was extremely powerful, it seemed to have a lot of drawbacks. He had only killed Brother He, but he didn't expect that this action would also cause the death of this young woman. Two rays of light suddenly flew out from the bodies of Brother He and the young woman, wanting to rush into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and in a flash, he caught the two rays of light in his hands. The back of his hand was slightly hot, and when Yang Kai looked down, he saw that there were two more star seals on the back of his hand. These two star seals originally belonged to the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but after these two people died, the star seals became ownerless and could be easily obtained. The grade of these two star seals wasn't too high. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that one was a triangular star seal, and the other was a rhombus-shaped star seal like the one he had obtained before. In this way, he had obtained as many as 3 star seals in the Four Seasons realm. Star seals were actually very difficult to obtain. He had stayed in this sealed world for more than 20 days, and apart from obtaining one by chance, he hadn't obtained any other star seals, which showed how rare these things were. But now he had obtained 2 more. Just as he was observing the star seals, Chang Tai, who was quietly watching the development of the situation, felt cold all over. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He didn't even see what Yang Kai had done, but the cultivator surnamed He of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had been beheaded. Chang Tai immediately understood that he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although this guy's cultivation was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, his real combat strength couldn't be judged by cultivation. He was definitely the kind of elite who regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence. Thinking of this, how could Chang Tai still have the heart to stay? He secretly regretted that he had left earlier. If he left now, he didn't know if the other party would make things difficult for him. But staying here wasn't a solution either, so Chang Tai could only brace himself and cupped his fists. This Chang has offended you before. Please forgive this friend. Farewell. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly glanced at him coldly and shouted, Friend, what else can I do for you? Chang Tai's face twitched, his heart filled with fear. He wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, but he didn't dare act rashly. You wait a moment. Yang Kai had no intention of killing him, instead flying down to the two corpses of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect cultivators, taking their space rings and sweeping them with his divine sense, seemingly searching for something. Even so, Chang Tai still stood in place obediently. He knew that in his current state, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. If he angered the other party, he would end up like the two corpses. There's nothing useful here, Yang Kai muttered with some dissatisfaction after checking the contents of the two space rings. In fact, this was not the case. The He brother and sister were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so naturally, there were many good things in their space rings. Whether it was source crystals, pills, or artifacts, their value was quite good, but for Yang Kai, there was nothing he wanted at the moment. Saying so, he stepped forward and stood in front of Chang Tai, pondering for a moment before asking, If it's convenient, can Brother Chang let me take a look at your space ring? Hearing this, Chang Tai's face paled. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. So he still squeezed out a smile and said, Naturally, there's no problem. Saying so, he took off his space ring with a pained expression and tossed it to Yang Kai before eagerly saying, If this friend has nothing else to say, this Chang will take his leave. Sorry for disturbing you before. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Kai glanced at him. You don't want your space ring? Chang Tai looked stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai would say such a thing. Do you think I want to rob you? Yang Kai curled his lips. Do you think I would do such a despicable thing? The expression on Chang Tai's face changed constantly, and he really didn't know what to say. Haha, I found something useful. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly laughed, and with a thought, he took something out of Chang Tai's space ring. Chang Tai looked over and saw that it was a charcoal black spirit grass. To be honest, Chang Tai didn't know what the spirit grass was or what it was used for. He just felt that its grade was not low and its value was not low, so he collected it. This thing came from the autumn territory of the Four Seasons realm. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai would take it out at this moment. Chang Tai was completely at a loss. As for what was in his space ring, he was naturally well aware of it. In terms of value, there should be many things more precious than the spirit grass. But this strange little brat in front of him had actually taken out the spirit grass and left everything else untouched. While Chang Tai was in a daze, Yang Kai directly threw his space ring back to him and played with the spirit grass in his hand, a look of joy filling his face. Friend, do you want anything else? Chang Tai asked cautiously. I already said I'm not robbing you. Yang Kai glanced at him and shouted, Why haven't you scrammed yet? Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, Chang Tai felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly grabbed his space ring and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Chang Tai disappeared, Yang Kai leisurely landed not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus. Looking at the black spirit grass in his hand, he muttered to himself, With this black flood dragon, I only lack 3 raw materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, and I already have most of the materials, but these 3 are a bit difficult to obtain. I wonder if anyone else has them. While muttering to himself, Yang Kai looked around. At this moment, he was actually hoping that someone would be attracted by the appearance of this extraordinary treasure lotus so he could collect the raw materials to refine the pill. If he used the extraordinary treasure lotus as the main material, he could refine a heaven-defying spirit pill called the extraordinary treasure pill. This spirit pill had all the effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus and was even more powerful. An extraordinary treasure pill was enough to increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm by 1/10. If possible, Yang Kai hoped to refine this extraordinary treasure lotus into a pill when it matured. This way, not only would it be preserved for a long time, but it would also be able to fully display the precious functions of the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, such thoughts were just thoughts, and they were not easy to accomplish, especially since he had yet to gather all the necessary materials. Chapter 2180. At the top of the mountain, clouds rose and wind surged as a vision appeared, illuminating half the sky with a multicolored glow. This was the culmination of a novel. The extraordinary treasure lotus slowly bloomed into a pure white and flawless flower bud, its unique aura spreading throughout the world as a strange fragrance filled the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged not far from the spirit flower, his mind empty as he closed his eyes and meditated, like a guardian, not moving an inch. 300 miles away, somewhere, several figures were looking in the direction of the mountain as they rapidly approached. The sight of the heavenly anomaly made everyone extremely surprised. They did not know what was going on over there. However, this group of people seemed to belong to different forces, but at this moment, because of the obvious heavenly vision, they were all attracted to the same place. The strength of this group was also mixed, ranging from the first-order Tao Source realm to the third-order Tao Source realm. While flying, one of them suddenly turned his head and asked, "Brother Jing, can you see what's going on up ahead?" The person he asked was Jing Li, the benevolent martial sect disciple Yang Kai had met outside the Flowing Time Temple before. Although this person's cultivation was in the third-order Tao Source realm, he had behaved very humbly when facing Wu Chong, but at this moment he had regained his confidence. Hearing this, Jing Li pondered for a moment before saying, "This kind of heavenly vision is either the birth of a rare treasure or the maturation of a spirit flower. Judging from the fragrance coming from this place, it probably belongs to the latter." "Oh?" The person who asked the question lit up and asked happily, "Does Brother Jing also think so?" What he meant was that he had also speculated so and just wanted to find someone to confirm it. So he continued, "I wonder if Brother Jing can see what kind of spirit flower this is?" "How would I know?" Jing Li rolled his eyes. "There are countless natural spirit medicines out there, so anything that can cause such a big commotion must be of extraordinary value." Hehehe. Suddenly, another person next to him laughed softly. Licking his lips, he said, "Perhaps the opportunity I've been waiting for is coming." As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Jing Li quickly said, "Now that this opportunity is here, it all depends on luck. If this opportunity is obtained by this Jing, don't be jealous." Ha 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 ha. He let out a long laugh, as if he had already obtained the opportunity. "Bah! You think you're worthy of this opportunity?" A disdainful voice came from the crowd. "Brother Zhou Huai seems to have a problem with me?" Jing Li coldly looked in the direction of the person who spoke with a provocative expression. It was true that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Anitya Helgard. After all, Anitya Helgard was notorious for his ferocity. However, he was still a powerhouse of the third-order Tao Source realm. How could he not be a little arrogant? "I don't have any objections to anyone obtaining this opportunity, but not you." Zhou Huai was not willing to be outdone. There seemed to be some kind of grudge between the two of them. Therefore, they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Jing Li's expression sank, and just as he was about to say something, someone suddenly shouted, "Look! Someone has arrived first." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of everyone sank as they looked over. Sure enough, they saw a figure silently sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Not far behind him, there was a pure white flower bud. It was exuding a dense light that pulsed with a strange rhythm, giving off a mysterious aura. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk no one dared to hesitate and quickly sped up, arriving not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus in the blink of an eye. All of them stared greedily at the spirit flower. Jingli took a moment to glance over at Yang Kai, secretly feeling that this person was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but after noticing the other party's cultivation, he couldn't help curling his lips. A piece of trash from the First Order Dao Source Realm. I was wondering who it was. After saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai. The same was probably true for everyone else. Noticing that someone had arrived at the place where the spirit flower was located before them, they were a little flustered, but when they saw that Yang Kai's cultivation was so low, they immediately calmed down. After these people arrived, their eyes swept past Yang Kai and stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement, all of them wearing excited expressions. Although they didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was. For it to produce such a heavenly manifestation before it even matured, its preciousness could be imagined. Brother Pang Hai, if this Jing remembers correctly, you're also an alchemist? Jing Li suddenly turned his head and looked at a fat man in the crowd. Hearing this, the fat man smiled slightly and said, "This Pang has indeed studied the alchemic way a little, but his alchemy skills are low, only at the Origin King grade, not worth mentioning." Although he said this, there was an extremely proud expression on his face. That expression seemed to say that this was not something that was not worth mentioning, but was extremely proud of it. He had the capital to be proud. There were very few alchemists, and high-grade alchemists were even rarer. Their status was noble, and as a cultivator, being able to raise his alchemy skills to the Origin King grade while cultivating was a testament to his talent. Generally, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation was secondary. While improving their alchemy skills, they often lost time in cultivation, so the cultivation of alchemists was generally not high. Not surprisingly, most of the Origin King grade alchemists were Origin returning realm masters, with very few Origin Kings among them. But this Pang Hai was a second-order Dao Source Realm master. He had made great achievements in both the martial Dao and the alchemic way territory, and was even better than most cultivator and alchemist, so naturally he was very proud. Origin King grade. Jingli was also a knowledgeable person, and after hearing this, he exclaimed, a look of sincere admiration appearing on his face as he said, "Brother Pang Hai is really amazing. This Jing admires you greatly." Although the others didn't speak, they also showed shocked expressions. Pang Hai was obviously very pleased with this. His fat cheeks filled with smiles as he waved his hand hypocritically and said, "It's nothing. Brother Jing is too serious." In fact, if it weren't for the alchemic way delaying my cultivation, this Pang would have already broken through to the third-order Dao source realm. In other words, his aptitude in the martial Dao was no worse than anyone else's. He was just distracted by alchemy. If it weren't for this, he would have even competed with Xiaoshang, Wuchang, and the others. Brother Pang Hai, since you are an Origin King grade alchemist, do you recognize what the spirit flower is? Jing Li changed the topic and asked. Everyone else also looked at Pang Hai, waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Pang Hai's expression became serious as he turned his eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, pondering for a long time before saying, "If this Pang is not mistaken, this should be the legendary." He paused here maliciously, whetting everyone's appetite. Yang Kai also opened his eyes curiously, wanting to hear the opinion of this fellow alchemist. Pang Hai said with certainty, "Profound Frost Sacred Lotus." Pooh! Yang Kai couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. Pang Hai immediately glared at him fiercely. On the contrary, Jing Li and the others' eyes lit up and they shouted, "This is the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus? The Profound Frost Sacred Lotus that is rumored to cleanse one's knowledge sea, purify one's soul, and greatly enhance one's spiritual energy?" Jing Li had obviously also heard of the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus, and at this moment, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The reactions of the others were similar, almost like the word greed was written on their foreheads. And Pang Hai nodded heavily. "This is definitely the Profound Frost Sacred Lotus. I trust Brother Pang Hai. Jing Li swallowed hard. It's not that I don't trust Brother Pang Hai. It's just that looking at this little brat's demeanor, he seems to know something. Zhou Huai looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. And he was the first to arrive here? Why don't you ask him? Although he said so, he didn't ask for the opinion of the others and instead directly shouted at Yang Kai. You brat, this Zhou wants to ask you something if you know. Answer obediently, otherwise, humph. Zhou Huai's expression was full of malice. Ask away. Yang Kai nodded at him indifferently. How long have you been here? Zhou Huai asked. About an hour, Yang Kai replied. So, this heavenly manifestation has been here since an hour ago? Zhou Huai's complexion changed as he looked around vigilantly, muttering to himself suspiciously. Then why hasn't anyone else come here? Although he felt strange, he didn't continue to investigate, thinking that others were too far away and hadn't discovered this heavenly manifestation or were on their way here. He then asked, when Brother Pang Hai said this was the profound frost sacred lotus, you had a look of disapproval on your face. Could it be? You know what kind of spirit flower this is? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle. You don't know and yet you still put on such an expression. How ridiculous. Pang Hai coldly snorted and said sarcastically. Yang Kai shook his head and said, although I don't know what this is, I know that this is definitely not the profound frost sacred lotus. Speaking up to here, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he earnestly explained. The profound frost sacred lotus grows in an extremely cold place with 7 petals, deep roots and long stems, and a delicate and enchanting fragrance. It doesn't match the spirit flower in front of you at all. Most importantly, his tone suddenly became low as his lips curled into an evil grin. When the profound frost sacred lotus blooms, no one can approach within a 100-kilometer radius. The fragrance is enough to affect the divine sense of the Emperor Realm's masters, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from the hallucinations and fall into an illusion forever. If no one comes to rescue them, they will likely die from exhaustion. He spread his hands and said, none of you are affected at all at this moment, nor are you hallucinating. So how could this be the profound frost sacred lotus? Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded while Pang Hai's face turned red. In fact, he didn't recognize what kind of spirit flower this was, but he didn't think anyone else would either. So he casually said the words profound frost sacred lotus. In any case, no one could prove it, so he could seize the opportunity for himself. Because of this, he could weave some words to his advantage, making it easier for him to take action later. But in the blink of an eye, he was exposed by Yang Kai, and the other party's words were so convincing that he couldn't refute them, so he couldn't help feeling a bit angry. This friend, what you say makes sense. Zhou Huai's eyes lit up as he turned to Pang Hai and said, Brother Pang Hai, what do you think? I think your whole family's 18 generations of ancestors. Pang Hai couldn't help cursing in his heart. Chapter 2181. At this point, Pang Hai would never admit what Yang Kai said. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. In front of so many people, how could he back down? As such, he could only viciously shout, Brat, there should be a limit to what you can say. What do you know? This Pang is an origin king-grade alchemist. If I say this is the profound frost sacred lotus, then it is. As soon as this statement came out, everyone regained some confidence in Pang Hai. After all, they didn't know Yang Kai well, so how could they know whether what he said was true or false? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm also a Dao source-grade alchemist. He was telling the truth, but unfortunately, no one believed him. Everyone, as you can see, this little brat is spouting nonsense and can't be trusted at all. Pang Hai took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Everyone nodded lightly. Good. At this time, Kai Yang suddenly patted his butt and stood up. Stretching his neck, he crossed his arms and straightened them. As his bones moved, a crackling sound could be heard. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, not knowing what he was trying to do by suddenly assuming such a posture of preparing to do something big. Enough with the idle chatter. Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, and any cultivator who met his gaze involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. Since you're here, do me a favor. Yang Kai grinned and quickly said, hand over your space rings. Huh? Everyone was startled, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. But soon, several people flew into a rage. Bastard, what do you want to do? Friend, are you trying to defy the heavens? A trivial first-order Dao source realm dares to rob us? Ha ha ha. What a joke. This brat is really crazy. Since you say so, then hand over your space rings. Hand over your space ring and we'll spare your life. Several people began to speak, either angry, sarcastic, or preparing to rob them. In any case, no one cared about what Yang Kai said, nor did they think he had the ability to do so. He only felt that this person had lost his mind and was simply unreasonable. Yang Kai had a grin on his face as he looked at Chao Huai and said, earlier, this friend asked why no one came to investigate even though the heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared for such a long time. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate. It's just that everyone who came was chased away by me. You? Zhou Huai couldn't help but sneer. Are you joking? Yang Kai shook his head. There were also people who overestimated themselves and wanted to make a move against me, but the outcome was like that. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed below. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a headless corpse lying among the rocks in the mountains. Fresh blood covered the ground. Another woman seemed to have fallen from a high altitude and was smashed to pieces. These two are from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Jing Li observed for a moment. He suddenly cried out in alarm. Yes, they claim to be from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai nodded. You actually killed them. Jing Li looked at Yang Kai in shock. You actually killed them. No wonder there was always a smell of blood. So that's why. Zhou Huai frowned. The smell of blood was covered by this strange fragrance. Damn it, I didn't even notice it. So what if you really killed these two people? Pang Hai suddenly stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in an icy tone, these two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect aren't too strong and there aren't many of them. Do you want to make a move against the five of us? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt relieved, thinking that this was right. The other party was just one person, so even if he had some strange means, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. AI! Yang Kai let out a long sigh. If possible, I don't want to make a move against you. I just want to find a few herbs. But if you don't cooperate, then... As he spoke, his figure suddenly flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. In an instant, the expressions of the five people changed greatly, and they all released their divine senses to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. However, wherever their divine senses covered, they found nothing. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared from this world. This strange situation made the faces of the five people turn ashen, and a feeling of uneasiness surged from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, a large hand was placed on Jing Li's shoulder. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared behind Jing Li and his ghostly voice came from behind. I can do it myself, but you must not resist. Otherwise, if I am not careful, I may accidentally kill you. Jing Li felt as if he had been struck by lightning, cold sweat dripping down his back as he stood stiffly in place, not daring to move. He could feel that the large hand on his shoulder secretly contained a vigorous power, like an ocean that could engulf him at any time. That power was so strong that he simply couldn't resist. Asterisk show show show. Asterisk the other four people's figures flickered almost at the same time as they scattered, distancing themselves from Jing Li, all of them circulating their source chi as they vigilantly stared at Yang Kai. Before Kai Yang opened his mouth to speak, none of them knew how this person had appeared behind Jing Li. All of them were thinking if he had attacked them, would they have been able to avoid it? The answer was obviously no. Thinking so, everyone began to break out in cold sweat. Friend! Jing Li gulped, large drops of sweat sliding down his forehead as he struggled to speak. There is no grievance between you and me, and this Jing has never... Enough, enough. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish before interrupting. I don't want to take your life. Although it would be easy for me, since there is no grievance between us, I have no reason to kill you, right? Yes, yes, yes. Jingli nodded repeatedly, squeezing out a smile. It's good that friend understands. As I said just now, I just want to find a few herbs. As Yang Kai spoke, he reached out and grabbed Jing Li's space ring. Effortlessly, Yang Kai took the other party's space ring, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he frowned and tossed it back to Jing Li. You can go now. Yang Kai smiled and patted Jing Li on the shoulder. Jing Li's body shrank and he almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, he had a strong will and managed to suppress his fear as he released his divine sense and swept his space ring. The next moment, he let out a cry of surprise and looked up at Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai frowned and said, There is nothing in your ring that I want. So that's how it is. Jing Li suddenly understood and cupped his fists ecstatically. Many thanks. After saying so, he hurriedly used his movement skill and fled into the distance. Although he had been frightened for no reason, he was fine and his things were all intact. This was already a result he could not hope for, so how could Jing Li be dissatisfied? Naturally, it was best to leave first. Next, Yang Kai looked at the remaining 4 people and grinned. Take the initiative. Don't force me to attack you. However, you can rest assured that if you don't have what I want, I won't take it casually, but if you do, then you can only blame your bad luck. The 4 people looked at each other, their faces pale, but none of them dared to leave without permission. Judging from the movement skill Yang Kai displayed just now, none of them had the confidence to escape and would likely be caught if they made the slightest move. This friend, what are you looking for? If you don't mind, please tell me. If this Zhou has something, I won't hide it. Zhou Huai thought for a while before speaking. The others also nodded vigorously and said, Yes, if we have something, we will definitely give it to you. Although from Jing Li's reaction just now, Yang Kai did not seem to have taken anything from his space ring. Everyone had their own secrets, and these secrets were often stored in their space rings. No one was willing to hand over their space ring to others for inspection. Don't bother. I'll look for it myself. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I'll count to 3. Those who don't hand over their space rings will have to bear the consequences. Murderous intent filled his face and he didn't seem to be joking, directly beginning to count. Ha! Seeing this, Zhou Huai could only sigh and not make any unnecessary attempts, quickly taking off his space ring and tossing it to Yang Kai with a wry smile. I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai didn't say a word, catching the space ring and inspecting it, but after a while he tossed it back without taking anything. Zhou Huai gladly caught it, not even bothering to say any polite words, and directly fled. Among these 5 people, the 2 strongest had fallen to such a fate, so how could the remaining 3 have the courage to resist? After exchanging a glance with each other, they all took off their space rings and handed them to Yang Kai. After a round of inspection, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, because he didn't see anything he needed. Whether it was the 3 herbs he needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill or the tribulation fruit he needed. If he couldn't collect the required herbs, he wouldn't be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If that was the case, he could only wait until this extraordinary treasure lotus matured and swallow it directly. But doing so would greatly waste the medicinal efficacies of the spirit flower. So Yang Kai wasn't willing to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. After dispersing the remaining 3, Yang Kai continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the next person to take the bait. He'd already planned in his heart that he had to gather the things he needed as much as possible before those true experts arrived. Otherwise, a fierce battle would be unavoidable once those people arrived. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai guarded the extraordinary treasure lotus, not leaving it at all. Many cultivators were attracted by this heavenly manifestation, but whether it was by luck or by necessity, none of them were the ones Yang Kai feared, only some of the weaker cultivators. These people's fates were naturally the same as Jing Li and the others, coming in high spirits but leaving in disgrace. Those who were tactful obediently handed over their space rings so that Yang Kai could inspect them and leave safely. Those who didn't, Yang Kai naturally subdued them, snatched their space rings, and inspected them himself. Chapter 2182. Although Yang Kai's approach would offend a lot of people, he didn't take things too far. He didn't rashly kill people, nor did he really rob them, so the situation wasn't too serious. If he really robbed everyone he met, it would be completely over. As soon as he left the Four Seasons realm, he would become the target of all the major sects. At that time, unless he joined Azure Sun Temple or Gao Shueting was willing to shelter him, he would inevitably be punished by the masters of other sects. But by doing this, he not only ensured that he wouldn't offend anyone, but also guaranteed a harvest. 2 days later, Kai Yang had already collected 2 of the 3 herbs he was missing. Only the last one was missing. According to his observation, this extraordinary treasure lotus would fully mature in a day at most, and if he couldn't find the last auxiliary herb by then, he would have to swallow it. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed. Yang Kai was quite anxious, because if he guessed correctly, those few true powerhouses should already be rushing towards the exit, and they should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he looked in a certain direction. After a while, he curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, "They're here already. It seems a bit early." In the sky over there, a dazzling light was rushing over. Inside this light, there were many auras, obviously more than one person. One of them gave Yang Kai an unusual feeling, as if he was much stronger than the others. This person was obviously one of the Tao Source Realm Masters who were strong enough to make Yang Kai take them seriously. But before they could get close, Yang Kai didn't know who they were. Just as he was observing, the light had approached the top of the mountain and soon stopped in front of Yang Kai. The light dissipated, revealing several figures. As soon as these people appeared, a man in his 30s pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brother Zhuang, it was this bastard who robbed me and junior sister Su earlier and stole our space rings." As he spoke, a beautiful, fair-skinned woman in the crowd also nodded. She glared at Yang Kai with a look of deep hatred, as if she had a deep grudge against him. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that the man who spoke and the woman who nodded looked familiar. He had seen them yesterday, however. The fate of these 2 people was the same as the others who came here. They were all subdued by Yang Kai's superb means. He snatched the space ring and inspected it. "Oh, so the 2 of you are from the Orthodoxy Palace. My apologies for not recognizing you." Yang Kai smiled at the man who spoke and cupped his fists. He had not inquired about the origins of these 2 before, but now that he saw them together with Zhuang Bufan, he naturally understood. The Orthodoxy Palace was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As the elite disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace, they were naturally very proud. He was robbed for no reason. How could he swallow such a grievance? Most likely, after they left yesterday, they had tried to contact their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan, hoping that he would help them vent their anger. Of course, the most important thing was the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Zhuang Bufan came here, not only would he be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance, he might even be able to snatch this precious world spirit flower. Bah! The man who spoke heard these words and spat towards Yang Kai's direction, coldly snorting, "Boy, don't try to act like that. It's not too late for you to admit your wrongs. If you obediently kneel down and kowtow a few times and slap yourself a few times, Senior Martial Brother Zhuang may not necessarily not spare you. Senior Martial Brother has always been benevolent and righteous, and he has never killed innocent people. However, if you want to stubbornly resist, the meaning of his words was self-evident. Compared to the submissive attitude he had displayed yesterday after being intimidated by Yang Kai, at this moment, he felt like he had someone backing him up, causing him to become extremely arrogant. "Friend, what are you saying? I don't understand," Yang Kai responded casually. "Don't pretend to be confused." The man shouted angrily, "You know what you've done." "Haha." Yang Kai chuckled before turning his eyes to Zhuang Bufan and asking, "Brother Zhuang, what do you say?" Since arriving here, Zhuang Bufan had not spoken. his eyes shifting back and forth between the extraordinary treasure lotus and Yang Kai from time to time, the look of doubt on his face growing stronger and stronger. He had two doubts. The first was about the extraordinary treasure lotus. He was the chief Tao Source Realm Master of Orthodoxy Temple, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. He could vaguely tell what kind of extraordinary treasure lotus it was, but he could not be certain, causing him to feel somewhat suspicious. The second was about Yang Kai. No matter how he observed him, the other party seemed to only be a first-order Tao Source Realm Master. With this kind of cultivation, he had easily subdued his junior brother and junior sister. If it were not for his junior brother and junior sister speaking with such certainty, he would not have believed it. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhuang Bufan frowned and cupped his fists. "May I ask your excellency's name?" Although he had come here to avenge his junior brother and junior sister, he still showed a courteous look and did not rush to attack Yang Kai, showing that his temperament was quite good. "Yang Kai." Yang Kai cupped his fists and replied, "This Zhuang remembers. Brother Yang came here with the people from Azure Sun Temple, right?" The doubt on Zhuang Bufan's face became even stronger. "But why did I never know that Azure Sun Temple had a brother Yang?" Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and praised, "Brother Zhuang has good eyesight and a good memory. I really did come here with the people from Azure Sun Temple." This was the first guy who remembered that he came with the people from Azure Sun Temple. At that time, there were hundreds of people gathered in the Nameless Valley, and it was not easy to remember Yang Kai's whereabouts in the vast sea of people. The reason why Brother Zhuang did not know is because this Yang is not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It was only because of some reasons that this Yang traveled with Elder Gao. So that's how it is. Zhuang Bufan nodded slightly and did not ask anything more. In his opinion, Yang Kai probably had some relationship with a high-level member of Azure Sun Temple, which was why he could come to the Nameless Valley with Gao Xueting and enter the Four Seasons realm. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Originally, this Zhuang's two junior brother and junior sister suffered a little under Brother Yang's hands, and it was their fault for not being good enough. This Zhuang should not have come here and put on a posture to denounce him. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me for this." He did not have the slightest intention of underestimating Yang Kai because of his low cultivation. Instead, he deliberately explained, and there was a hint of disappointment in his words, which made the man and woman blush and feel quite ashamed. I understand. Yang Kai chuckled and felt that this Zhuang Bufan's character was not bad. "But, as a brother, you have to act like a brother." Zhuang Bufan changed the topic and his face became solemn as he said calmly, "Junior brother and junior sister have a request, and this Zhuang cannot pretend that he did not hear it. As a brother, you have to protect your junior brother and junior sister." As soon as these words came out, the people gathered around him showed a moved expression and all of them looked at his back, as if they were staring at a mountain that could withstand a storm, making them feel safe. "Brother Yang, tell us how to solve this matter." Zhuang Bufan looked at Yang Kai lightly and said, he didn't seem to want to use his strength to bully the weak, so he directly handed the initiative to Kai Yang. His words were filled with incomparable confidence, as if no matter what Kai Yang said, he would be able to resist. Yang Kai grinned and said, "The whole story. Brother Zhuang must have heard about it?" Zhuang Bufan nodded and said, "Yes, they said very clearly that Brother Yang subdued them and then robbed them." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "If they say I subdued them, I won't deny it. But if they say I robbed them, haha, I can't agree." "What's wrong?" Zhuang Bufan frowned and said with some displeasure, "Brother Yang did this, but you don't dare admit it." "It's not that I don't dare admit it, but how can I admit something I didn't do? Isn't this just throwing a bucket of *T on my head?" Yang Kai wore an extremely wronged expression as he stared at the man and woman and said, "You say I robbed you, so why don't you tell me what you lost?" The man heard this and was suddenly at a loss for words. He really hadn't lost anything. Yang Kai had only snatched their space rings at the time and returned them after checking them. He hadn't explained this matter clearly to Zhuang Bufan, Seeing the expression on his face, Yang Kai immediately understood and laughed. "Brother Zhuang, you don't seem to understand the whole situation." Zhuang Bufan's face sank slightly as he turned to look at the man and asked, "What happened?" The man nodded submissively, his eyes drifting, not knowing how to explain. Zhuang Bufan then turned to the other woman and asked, "Junior Sister Su, did they steal anything from you?" The woman surnamed Su bit her red lips lightly and shook her head. "No, we didn't." "So that's it." Yang Kai directly interrupted her, turning to Zhuang Bufan and saying, "They didn't lose anything, so how could they have robbed them? As for fighting, and how can there be no conflict when a cultivator cultivates? Just because these two are my friends from Orthodoxy Temple doesn't mean I can't touch them." After saying so, Yang Kai's voice sank and his expression became cold. "Besides, there was a reason why I fought with them. Because of the spirit flower behind you?" Zhuang Bufan was also a smart person and immediately understood the key point. "Yes," Yang Kai sternly said. "With Brother Zhuang's eyesight, you can probably see that this spirit flower has not yet matured, so rashly picking it will only greatly damage its medicinal properties. That's why I've been guarding this place, lest anyone who doesn't know what's good for them takes advantage of this heaven's gift. I've also sent away many people these past few days and yesterday when your junior brother and junior sister came here. And you don't need to say anything. I can probably guess what happened next." Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. It was none other than these two from Orthodoxy Temple seeing how precious the spirit flower was and how weak Yang Kai's cultivation was. So they wanted to drive Yang Kai away, but they didn't expect to fail so miserably and fall into Yang Kai's hands. As a result, in a fit of anger, they went to find Zhuang Bufan to vent their anger. Chapter 2183. It's good that Brother Zhuang understands. Yang Kai laughed when he saw Zhuang Bufan being so easygoing. "There's no need to say anything else. Brother Yang, let's fight." Zhuang Bufan's expression suddenly became serious as he spoke. "Ah!" Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before shouting, "I explained so much just now for nothing? Brother Zhuang, did you not understand?" Zhuang Bufan shook his head and said, "I understand everything from the beginning to the end. This battle is not for my junior brother and junior sister, nor is there any grudge between us. It is simply for that world spirit herb." As he spoke, he pushed his source chi, causing his clothes and black hair to flutter without any wind, causing his aura to rise steadily. He continued, "Although this world spirit herb was discovered by Brother Yang first and has been guarding it all this time, since it has not been harvested, it is without an owner. This Zhuang does not want to miss out on such a precious treasure. So, we can only fight." Yang Kai stared at him in a daze, and after a long time, he let out a bitter laugh and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, Brother Zhuang really is an open and above-board person. Speaking openly about your intentions is much better than those sanctimonious people who speak righteous words but have a belly full of evil tricks. This is very admirable, but I still want to ask, do we really have to fight? Is there no other way to solve this? Brother Yang, if you feel that you cannot win, you can leave now. This Zhuang does not want to bully the weak." Zhuang Bufan frowned and replied, "Fine." Yang Kai sighed helplessly. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." Saying so, Yang Kai's body trembled as a sea of source chi surged out from his body, creating a violent storm that swept out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan's eyes shrank. He shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Yang is indeed extraordinary. My two junior brothers and junior sisters didn't die unjustly by your hands. Ha ha! Brother Zhuang, be careful. Don't let the same thing happen again." While Yang Kai was laughing, he had already swung his fist forward. Dazzling energy wrapped around his fist, as if he wanted to smash open the heavens and earth, directly landing on Zhuang Bufan's head, came crashing down like a mountain. "All of you step back. No one is allowed to interfere." At the same time, Zhuang Bufan let out a low shout, and at the same time, he turned his palm upwards, and a gust of wind and clouds surged out from his palm, transforming into a torrent of energy that rushed towards Yang Kai to counterattack. At the same time, he chanted, "Flying Cloud Palm, Imperial 4 Extremes." The energy visible to the naked eye burst out from his palm and transformed into a flood dragon. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed into the clouds and directly swallowed Yang Kai. Zhuang Bufan did not have the slightest bit of joy after succeeding. Instead, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face, because he found that Yang Kai didn't try to dodge his attack, but instead took it head-on. It was falling towards him at an even faster speed. "Brother Zhuang." Yang Kai's shout came from behind. Amidst the raging energy around him, Yang Kai appeared to be a little unstable. "This Yang wants to end this quickly. After all, I am your only enemy while I have many. This Yang does not have the time or energy to fight with you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhuang Bufan, turned his fist into a palm, and directly pressed it against Zhuang Bufan's palm. Kong. The moment the two palms collided, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a halo visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Zhuang Bufan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body suddenly sank down and a huge crater appeared where he was standing, and countless cracks appeared in the ground around him. A competition of source qi? Zhuang Bufan's expression changed greatly as he instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. This opponent, who only had a cultivation base in the first-order Dao source realm, had given up all opportunities to compete with secret techniques and artifacts, and instead chose to fight in such a fierce and direct manner, forcing Zhuang Bufan to compete with him in terms of source qi. It was undeniable that this kind of battle would result in a very short time because no one could dodge or retreat. The side with more source qi would win in the shortest amount of time. Is he really that confident? With a trivial cultivation base in the first-order Dao source realm, he wants to compete with me in source qi. Zhuang Bufan's mind flashed with distracting thoughts as a trace of anger appeared on his face after being underestimated. While his palm was still in contact with Yang Kai's palm, Zhuang Bufan spun around and raised his other hand as he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Reversal." Although Zhuang Bufan was the strongest Dao Source Realm Master in Orthodoxy Temple, he was different from Xiaoshang and Wuchang in that he had a unique advantage. Although it had never been proven, the disciples and elders of the great sects all knew that Xiaoshang had a special physique. But as for what this special physique was, no one knew except for the elders of Azure Sun Temple. As for Wuchang, needless to say, his yin and yang dual body allowed him to be much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm from birth. However, as a pillar of his sect's Dao Source Realm Master, Zhuang Bufan did not have such conditions. His physique was extremely ordinary, but he was still able to compete with Xiaoshang and Wuchang. He had even fought Wuchang several times without falling into a disadvantage. What supported him to achieve this was his solid foundation and vigorous source qi. He was the kind of person who worked extremely hard and cultivated diligently, so while he put in more effort, he also made up for the congenital deficiency of Wuchang and Xiaoshang. Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu once said that if Zhuang Bufan had a physique like Wuchang or Xiaoshang's, his achievements would definitely be far greater than what he currently had. The words of a third-order Emperor Realm Master were highly credible and also reflected Zhuang Bufan's hard work in his cultivation. What Zhuang Bufan was most proud of was his pure and vigorous source qi. His origin energy was just like his entire being. It was as immovable as a mountain, like an abyss. He felt that this was his greatest asset, his foundation that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoshang and Wuchang. But now, someone wanted to compete with him in what he was best at, and that person was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if Zhuang Bufan had a good temper, at this moment he was a little angry. Without hesitation, he directly used his most powerful secret art, the Heaven and Earth Inverting Phantom Secret Art. "Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish." Moreover, he was going to face this competition in his strongest state. The moment the second palm reached out, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because what he saw was not a palm, but a vast ocean, a bottomless abyss, pouncing towards him, wanting to swallow him up and tear him to shreds. With a roar, His entire body seemed to swell up in an instant as popping sounds rang out from his body. Along with the popping sounds, the dozen drops of pure golden blood he had stored in his body instantly burst open, all of them transforming into pure source chi that filled his limbs, causing his entire body to glow with a dazzling golden light. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk a gust of wind, like a sword cutting through the air, howled. The few cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple who had followed Zhuang Bufan here were all dumbfounded. What they saw was Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan's palms facing each other, one hanging upside down while the other stood still, staring at each other, sparks flying as their eyes met. The place where the two of them stood had become the source of the energy frenzy, the golden and white light blooming there, intertwining and clashing constantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. He can actually compete with Brother Zhuang in Source Chi? Is this person really from the First Order Dao Source Realm? Could it be a Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He's just trying to be brave. Brother Zhuang will soon deal with him. While the cultivators from Orthodoxy Temple were dazzled, they did not forget to mutter a few words. However, things did not develop as they had imagined, and Zhuang Bufan did not manage to repel Yang Kai in a short period of time. Instead, the two of them maintained the same posture, pushing their source chi madly to suppress each other. As time passed, Zhuang Bufan's expression became more and more dignified while Yang Kai's eyes became crazier and more ferocious. It was not until this moment that Zhuang Bufan suddenly realized that the reason Yang Kai had explained so much to him before was not because he was afraid of him, but because he did not want to fight with him. As he said, Zhuang Bufan's only enemy was him, but Yang Kai had many enemies. As long as he wanted to protect the immature spirit herb, he would inevitably become enemies with the masters who came here. These masters included Wu Chong, Shao Chun, and Lan Sun. It was for this reason that Yang Kai chose to use Source Chi to quickly determine the winner. This method was not opportunistic in the slightest. All the secret techniques and artifacts he had cultivated were useless. All he could rely on was his own confidence and the strength he had obtained through cultivation. Looking at the crazed look in Yang Kai's eyes, Zhuang Bufan knew that, in a sense, he had already lost, because this guy who was competing with him in Source Chi had a cultivation 2 minor realms lower than him. If he had suppressed his strength to the same level as Yang Kai's, there would have been no need to fight at all to determine the winner. In this world, there was actually such a freak. Zhuang Bufan was shocked. At a certain moment, the balance was suddenly broken, and the golden and white light that filled the world suddenly showed a difference in strength. Under the watchful eyes of the Orthodoxy Temple disciples, the golden light was actually suppressed. How is this possible? Brother Zhuang is being suppressed. Where the hell did this little brat come from? No way, it must be Brother Zhuang showing mercy. Big Brother is a benevolent and righteous person. Yes, that must be it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, none of them could believe that Zhuang Bufan had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a battle of Source Chi. The impact of this scene set off a storm in everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. But even so, none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to help and simply watched from afar. Firstly, in such a battle, outsiders would not be able to help at all. If they rashly interfered, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Secondly, Zhuang Bufan had previously said that they should retreat to the side and not interfere. Big Brother's words had always been dignified, so no one dared to disobey them. Brother Zhuang, please stop. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, and along with his words, the dazzling golden light suddenly grew stronger, suppressing Zhuang Bufan's white light even further. Yang Kai quickly said, "If you don't stop now, you'll be injured." Chapter 2184. Facing Yang Kai's persuasion, Zhuang Bufan turned a deaf ear to it, a trace of madness flashing across his usually calm face as he shouted, "In this Zhuang's world, there is no such thing as retreating." Good. Yang Kai roared as the dazzling golden light around him grew even brighter. At the same time, his body shook violently as the source chi in his body surged outwards. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk accompanied by a loud bang. The golden light completely suppressed the white light and gradually swallowed it whole. A huge crater had appeared where Zhuang Bufan was standing. Above the mountain, sand and pebbles were sent flying, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! Amidst the dazzling light, a figure suddenly shot out and stood in midair, gasping for breath and covered in blood. The people from Orthodoxy Temple glanced over and were greatly shocked. Although he couldn't see clearly who was standing in the void, inferring from the posture of competing source Qi just now, this person should be Yang Kai without a doubt. Turning their gazes towards the giant crater, they saw Zhuang Bufan kneeling on one knee, his clothes tattered and his hair disheveled. His body was also covered in blood, giving him a miserable appearance. Brother Zhuang, the people from Orthodoxy Temple shouted. Zhuang Bufan did not seem to have the strength to respond to them and could only maintain his posture, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a long time, he struggled to stand up and looked up in the direction of Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly said. Zhuang Bufan did not answer and instead sat down cross-legged on the ground, reached out from his space ring, took out some healing pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and began to meditate. Seeing this, the people from Orthodoxy Temple immediately glared at Yang Kai, but in addition to anger, there was also a strong sense of fear and shock, because just a moment ago, right before their eyes, Yang Kai, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm, had defeated Zhuang Bufan in a competition of Source Qi. Although the final result seemed to be a lose-lose situation, a victory was still a victory. Was this guy really capable of such a feat? In the territory of origin energy, Brother Zhuang lost to him? Even Xiaoshang and Wu Chang might not be able to do it. All sorts of distracting thoughts flashed through their hearts like bolts of lightning, and they didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. In their eyes, Yang Kai was shockingly an existence that could be compared to Zhuang Bufan. In fact, he was even more terrifying than his eldest brother, because he was currently only in the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he were to cultivate to the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which Dao Source Realm cultivator in this world would be his opponent? This person was perhaps another bright star in the star boundary. One day in the future, it would definitely blossom with extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky of the star boundary. On the other side, Yang Kai also slowly descended and sat down cross-legged, taking out a large number of pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth. His condition seemed to be much better than Zhuang Bufan, and his recovery ability was also very strong. However, after this battle, his strength was no longer at its peak. He needed to recover in the shortest time possible to cope with the various troubles that might arise next. As for Zhuang Bufan, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't come to compete for anything. This person was very open and above board, so since he had been defeated by Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't covet the extraordinary treasure lotus. Regarding this, Yang Kai was quite relieved. Yo! Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere, and a figure suddenly appeared not far behind them, casually glancing around. Smiling casually, he said, I was wondering who was making such a big noise here. It turns out it was you too. Oh? Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes again, showed a smile and said slowly, The second one to come here is you, Brother Xia. He didn't need to look back to know that the person who had come must be Xiaoshang. In an instant, Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing. He was really afraid that Wu Chang would suddenly come here at this time. After all, he urgently needed to restore himself at this moment. If Wu Chang were to come here, it would be a bit troublesome, but Xiaoshang was different. He was acquainted with Yang Kai, so he shouldn't act rashly. That's me. Xiaoshang smiled lightly. Xiaoshang smiled faintly and said, Seeing that the entrance was about to close, this Xia originally wanted to go over there and wait for my fellow junior brothers and junior sisters so that we could return together. However, I didn't expect to see the heavenly anomaly and the sounds of people fighting here, so I came over to join in the fun. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly said, It looks like the battle between the two of you was quite intense. His tone was inevitably a little shocked, because he had never expected that Yang Kai's strength could be compared to Zhuang Bufan's. Before this, although he felt that Yang Kai was extraordinary, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and a character like himself. There were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and one of them was Zhuang Bufan. But now, Yang Kai being able to fight Zhuang Bufan to the point where both of them were injured was a big indication of their strength. Although Xiaoshang didn't know who had the upper hand in the battle just now, everything he observed now was enough for him to infer Yang Kai's strength. He had clearly underestimated him before. Saying so, his eyes turned to the extraordinary treasure lotus again, and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Hua! This is really a good thing. Xiao Bai, do you recognize what this is?" His last sentence was directed to Xiao Bai, who had followed closely behind. He didn't know when the two of them had met up, but Murong Xiao was also with them. "I don't know. I've never seen it before." Xiao Bai stood not far from Xiaoshang and said concisely, "I don't know either." Before Xiaoshang could ask, Murong Xiao took the initiative to answer. Xiaoshang shrugged helplessly as his eyes swept between Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan, suddenly showing a sly grin as he said, "If you don't know, then I'll just swallow it. And I wonder which one of you discovered this thing first?" Yang Kai didn't speak, but Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered a bit of strength at this moment, said, "When this Zhuang came here, Brother Yang was already here and sent away a lot of people. Brother Yang discovered it first?" Xiaoshang raised his brow and muttered softly, "That's difficult. If Brother Yang discovered it first, he would have just snatched it. But since it was Brother Yang who discovered it first, although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, he still came here with me. If I were to snatch it, wouldn't that be unjust?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Brother Xia, I heard everything you said." Xiaoshang was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. "It's okay. It's okay. It's not something you can't hear anyway. Brother Yang, let's make a deal. Isn't it too much to split heaven and earth treasures in half?" "It's too much," Yang Kai replied solemnly. "Then I'll have to snatch it," Xiaoshang replied solemnly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Brother Xia, please." "You?" Xiaoshang looked at him helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Are you sure I won't do that?" Yang Kai grinned and was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked around. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? In his perception, there were actually many cultivators continuously flying over from all directions. Obviously, they were all attracted by the heavenly phenomenon here. He said with a strange expression, "Isn't there still 2 days before the entrance closes? Why are they all back?" "There's something you don't know." Xiaoshang shook his head and explained, "This is an unwritten rule every time the 4 Seasons realm opens. All the disciples of the various sects and families will return to the entrance about 2 days in advance, and then everyone will exchange what they don't need for what they need. Counting the days, it's almost time for everyone to return." "Is that so?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "Why else do you think we came here so early?" Xiao Bai glanced at Yang Kai faintly and said, "You're in big trouble now." Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and nodded. Indeed, he thought that there were still 2 days before the entrance closed. So even if the heavenly vision appeared here, it wouldn't attract many people. When the extraordinary treasure lotus matured tomorrow, the heavenly vision would naturally disappear. But how could he have known that his plan couldn't keep up with the changes? Now that so many people had come, once there was a conflict, the situation would be out of control. Even though Yang Kai was very confident in his strength, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. While the 3 of them were talking, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, one cultivator after another appeared, all of them staring towards the extraordinary treasure lotus in amazement and greed. However, at this moment, with Zhuang Bufan and Xiaoshang here, no one dared to act rashly, but each of them seemed to be scheming something, their eyes exuding complex emotions. Seeing this, Xiao Bai sneered. Suddenly, Xiaoshang put his hand over his eyes and made a sweeping gesture, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he quickly said, "Brother Yang, you'd better be mentally prepared. There's a ruthless, Before he finished speaking, a familiar roar rang out from the distant horizon, one that Yang Kai was familiar with. "Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you taste all the torture in this world." This voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent, causing many people who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines. "Wu Chang!" Someone cried out in a low voice. Everyone recognized the owner of the voice. When this cry came out, many cultivators revealed fearful expressions, their expressions anxious and uneasy. It was obvious that the heavens chosen of the Southern Territory had left an indelible fear in the hearts of countless people. However, Wu Chang's words were somewhat puzzling. It was unknown who he was chasing, causing him to be so angry, and from what he said, it seemed that he had been chasing for a long time without success. Chapter 2185. Ha ha ha, idiot, you'll just eat the dust behind your father's butt. With your garbage skills, you'll never catch up to me. Another voice called out, this one extremely arrogant, not putting Wu Chang in his eyes at all. Not only that, he even called himself father and constantly mocked Wu Chang. The group of people was shocked and turned their heads dumbfounded in the direction of this voice, only to see two streams of light chasing after them from the horizon, arriving in the blink of an eye. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that the guy running away in front of him was none other than Array Master Gong Wenshan. In an instant, Yang Kai had a rough guess about the scene in front of him. Before the flowing time temple, Gong Wenshan and Wu Chang had a grudge, because after Gong Wenshan cracked the barrier at the entrance, he actually used it to prevent Wu Chang from entering, ruining his opportunity. Wu Chang was extremely decisive at that time, realizing that he couldn't enter the flowing time temple, so he left directly. However, Yang Kai didn't know if Wu Chang had been lurking in the Two Seasons mountain range waiting for Gong Wenshan to come out, or if he had accidentally encountered him later. In any case, judging from the previous incident, Wu Chang naturally wouldn't let Gong Wenshan off, so the two obviously had a grudge. But for some reason, even someone as strong as Wu Chang couldn't do anything to Gong Wenshan and had chased him all the way here. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Gong Wenshan had already passed over everyone's heads and landed in an open space nearby. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he reached out and took out a few jade tokens from his space ring, muttered some incantations, and pushed his source chi. The jade tablet then turned into streaks of light. They shot out in all directions and then disappeared. At the same time, the place where Gong Wenshan stood seemed to have become somewhat different, and everyone felt a threatening aura emanating from him. "Array plate!" someone in the crowd shouted. Although no one knew what array plate Gong Wenshan had just used, he didn't even blink. The fact that he could take out 3 or 4 of them at once showed that he had a lot of resources. It should be said that he was worthy of being a disciple of an aristocratic family that specialized in formations. What others wanted but couldn't get, he had so many that he couldn't use them all. After summoning the array plate, Gong Wenshan didn't move, simply standing in place, gasping for breath as he took out a few pills from his space ring and swallowed them. From the looks of it, he had probably been pursued by a Hellguard for quite some time. He had consumed an enormous amount of energy, and he actually planned to use the protection of the array plate to recover a little boom. Wu Chang followed closely behind and landed a few dozen meters in front of Gong Wenshan, his eyes spitting fire as he stared forward. His origin energy was about to go berserk. His entire body was filled with an incomparably ruthless aura, causing others to not dare to approach him. The cultivator with a lower cultivation base was even more frightened when he felt this violent aura, his face turning pale. "Come out!" Although Wu Chang was furious, he wasn't a fool. Gong Wenshan had summoned so many array plates in front of him and stood in place calmly, so he obviously had full confidence in them, so he didn't dare to rush over. All he could do was shout from a distance, "Come in!" Gong Wenshan had a sloppy look on his face as he beckoned to Wu Chang, like a brothel keeper trying to attract customers. "If you have the guts, come out!" Wu Chang shouted. "If you have the guts, come in!" Gong Wenshan responded. "Come out! Come in! Everyone! Wah!" Wu Chang almost went mad with anger and couldn't help roaring. His enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and this was in front of so many people. How could someone as strong as him endure such humiliation? Along with his roar, two beams of light, one red and one white, suddenly shot up from his body, like two dragons that intertwined with each other, broke through the clouds, and immediately descended like meteors towards where Gong Wenshan stood. Wu Chang had obviously lost the patience to argue with Gong Wenshan, so in a moment of anger, he attacked. Seeing this, Gong Wenshan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he showed a strange smile as he formed a seal with one hand and condensed a thick light curtain 10 meters away from him. Hong long long. The red and white energies slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to cave inwards, but it quickly bounced back. Not only that, but it also bounced back Wu Chang's violent attack. In an instant, the violent energy waves scattered in all directions. Gong Wenshan, you piece of shit. I'll fuck your mother. Are you crazy? A group of onlookers shouted one after another as they saw the fierce energy wave hurtling towards them, cursing loudly as they tried to avoid it. They didn't dare to curse Wu Chang, but they didn't hesitate to curse Gong Wenshan. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also became cold. Ignoring his wounds, he stood up and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a dark black hole appeared in the void in front of him, like the maw of a great beast, swallowing all of the scattered energy beams. Brother Gong, be careful. Yang Kai looked at Gong Wenshan coldly. If he hadn't taken action just now, the energy beams that bounced back would have hit the extraordinary treasure lotus and destroyed it. He didn't know whether Gong Wenshan was doing this intentionally or not, but this approach obviously made Yang Kai very unhappy. You dare stop me? Suddenly, Wu Chang shouted, turning his head around coldly before finally fixing his eyes on Yang Kai, a murderous look filling his face. Yang Kai frowned and said, Brother Wu Chang, are you crazy? Didn't you see what happened just now? Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Chang was trying to do all of a sudden. Perhaps it was because he couldn't do anything to Gong Wenshan, so he took this opportunity to attack others to regain some face, or perhaps he just wanted to vent his anger. In any case, after everyone blocked the energy beams that bounced back, Wu Chang's expression became gloomy. I don't care. Whoever dares to resist, I'll take their life. Wu Chang replied overbearingly, If you don't want to get hurt, scram. As soon as this statement came out, some people really retreated a great distance in fear. Wu Chang. Xia Sheng suddenly grinned and looked at him mockingly. If you want the spirit medicine, just say it. Why do you have to put on such a tiring act? Do you think that if you say that, the others will leave and let you get closer to them? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank, but after carefully observing Wu Chang, he found that although this guy's face was full of anger, his eyes were extremely calm. Perhaps it was just as Xia Sheng said. The reason why he was suddenly acting so unreasonable was simply to play hard to get in order to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. This guy's schemes are quite deep. Most likely, when he arrived here, he had already shifted his attention to the extraordinary treasure lotus. After all, he could take revenge at any time, but with such an extremely precious spirit flower in front of him, no one would want to miss it. Wu Chang's furious expression calmed down in an instant as he glanced over at Xiaxing faintly and said, Do you think you're so smart? Xiaxing sneered. It's better than someone pretending to be crazy. Humph, since you've pointed it out, there's no need for me to waste any more effort. The spirit flower is mine. Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered as he prepared to rush towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. But at that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, Brother Wu Chang, please wait. You can't touch that spirit flower. After hearing this voice, Wu Chang actually stopped in place and no longer made any movements. Yang Kai, who had been circulating his source qi, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to fight Wu Chang, but there was no other way. Now, with just a few words from this person, Wu Chang had temporarily calmed down, something he was quite happy to see. Wu Chang was an arrogant and unruly person, and basically no one could make him obedient. In the entire Four Seasons realm, if there was anyone he needed to give face to, it was only one person, the Pearl of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, Princess Lan Xun. So when Lan Xun said this, Wu Chang didn't make a move, instead turning his head towards the source of the voice and quickly saying, "Your Highness had best give me a reasonable explanation." The implication was that if the explanation couldn't satisfy him, he wouldn't give the princess any face. Humph, daring to talk to the princess like that, you court death. Wherever Lan Xun appeared, Xiao Chun would always follow her like a shadow, and this time was no exception. Accompanied by a low shout, a man and a woman descended from the sky. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her face was stunning while the man had an imposing appearance. Who else could it be but these two from Star Soul Palace? Lan Xun was as bright as the moon. Not to mention her status, her appearance alone was enough to drive any man crazy. So wherever she went, she would be the focus of attention. At this moment it was the same. Countless cultivators' eyes were fixed on her, flashing with admiration. Lan Xun seemed to have long been accustomed to this and did not show the slightest restraint. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he looked around, using an oppressive aura to force the other cultivator to withdraw their gazes. If Brother Wu Chang wants to explain, naturally. Lan Xun first glanced at the extraordinary treasure lotus before turning to Wu Chang. "Speak," Wu Chang said coldly. Lan Xun didn't care, pursed her lips, and smiled. "Is there anyone here who can recognize the spirit medicine?" Xiaxing shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't." Most people also shook their heads, giving Lan Xun enough face. Zhuangbu Fan, who was recuperating, suddenly spoke. "This Zhuang has some guesses in his heart, but I'm not sure. However, since your Highness has said so, you must have some understanding of this spirit flower. This Zhuang won't show off his slight skill in front of an expert, so I hope your Highness can explain one or two things." Yes, your Highness, if you know something, please tell us." "Your Highness is so knowledgeable that it's really admirable. Your Highness is as beautiful as a flower, has a gentle temperament, and is neither arrogant nor impatient. This is a blessing for my southern territory." Before Lan Xun could reveal the answer, a series of flattery rolled over. Chapter 2186. "Everyone, you're flattering me too much. I just happen to have some understanding of it." Lan Xun responded modestly, without the slightest arrogance or complacency from being flattered. Her tone was neither fast nor slow as her beautiful eyes fixed on the extraordinary treasure lotus. Her expression solemn as she quickly said, "This spirit flower is the extraordinary treasure lotus." Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and could not help secretly praising Lan Xun's extraordinary background and knowledge. If he had not obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip, it would have been impossible for him to recognize the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this world, there were not many people who could recognize the spirit flower and its effects. Sure enough, Zhuang Bufan gently nodded to the side. It seemed that he had guessed the same before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Lan Xun's words, he immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Among the onlookers, after hearing the words extraordinary treasure lotus, most of them still wore blank expressions and didn't show much of a change in expression. Only a few of them wore solemn expressions, apparently having some idea of what was going on. "Princess, what is this extraordinary treasure lotus? Can it be eaten?" Xiaxing suddenly asked with a grin. "You idiot!" To the side, Xiaobai held his forehead and shook his head, looking ashamed to be associated with Xiaxing as he muttered, "If you don't know anything, don't open your mouth. The temple's face has been lost because of you." Morong Xiao Xiao also blushed and nodded vigorously, looking at Xiaxing with a look of disgust. The performance of Xiaxing, the temple's first brother, really made the two of them feel a little ashamed. "Xiao Bai, do you know?" Xiaxing immediately turned his head and looked at Xiao Bai. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, "That's right. In the temple, you're the only one who has read so many books. Maybe you really know something. Quickly tell me, This extraordinary treasure lotus? What is its use? Xiao Baiyi's face became sullen as he glared at him, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. Slowly explaining, the extraordinary treasure lotus is born from the world's luck, formed from the essence of the sun and moon. It is a peerless treasure, a supreme medicine. The environment and conditions it grows in are impossible to predict, and the places it appears are also strange. In this world, regardless of whether there is world energy or not, the extraordinary treasure lotus can be found. However, the extraordinary treasure lotus is unique in this world, and under the premise that there is only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it is impossible for a second one to appear. Hearing this, Xiaoshang could not help but whistle. He said in surprise, "This is really too precious." Xiao Baiyi ignored him. He continued, "And its function, to a cultivator like me, is tantamount to a great blessing. It can increase the probability of us ascending to the Emperor realm, and it's an absolute increase. In other words, if you, Wu Chang or Brother Zhuang, were to take this extraordinary treasure lotus, you would be able to reach the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. If it were me, it might take 10 years or even longer. There's still me." Xiao Chun was ignored by Xiao Baiyi and immediately shouted with an unhappy expression. Xiaoshang grinned and said, "Even without this thing, I can still break through to the Emperor realm." "In that case, it's not too precious. What do you know?" Xiao Baiyi glanced at him coldly. "Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses like you who thought that breaking through to the Emperor realm was as easy as blowing off dust. But in the end, they were all stuck at the final juncture, unable to take another step forward for the rest of their lives. In this world, no one dares to claim that they can absolutely break through to the Emperor realm, and those who dare to think so often end up failing. There are some who don't have the best aptitude, but who are determined enough to succeed. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a kind of guarantee, a guarantee for those who break through to the Emperor realm." When Xiaoshang heard what Xiao Baiyi said, he suddenly fell silent, frowning as he stood in place and pondered. On the contrary, the onlookers, after hearing Xiao Baiyi's explanation, all showed a fiery look as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus. What they saw was not just a spirit flower, but a broad road leading to the Emperor realm. All the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were Dao Source realm cultivators, with many of them being third order. These cultivators were only one or a few steps away from the Emperor realm, so with such a huge opportunity in front of them, how could they not be tempted? If it weren't for the masters from the top sects guarding this place, it was likely that someone would not be able to restrain themselves and try to snatch it. At that time, the summit of this mountain would definitely be filled with blood and swords. In front of such a spirit flower, it was likely that no one would be able to maintain their rationality. Once their eyes went red, even if their brothers and sisters stood in their way, they would kill their way out. I understand the preciousness and uses of the extraordinary treasure lotus, but what does this have to do with Your Highness obstructing me from taking it?" Wu Chang suddenly said coldly. It seemed that he still cared about Lan Xun stopping him from snatching the spirit flower and wanted an explanation from her. Lan Xun smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai has already said a lot, so let this junior sister explain." On the other side, the corners of Xiao Baiyi's mouth twitched as he felt extremely sad in his heart. He felt that he would never be able to erase the title of Xiao Bai for the rest of his life. Even someone like Lan Xun had called him this more than once, causing him to suddenly reveal a sad expression as tears flowed down his cheeks. On the other side, Lan Xun continued, "Although the extraordinary treasure lotus is extremely precious, in the end, it is just a spirit flower and is extremely fragile. Before it matures, its medicinal efficacies are naturally not at their peak. If Brother Wu Chang had rashly picked it just now, its medicinal efficacies would have been greatly damaged and it would no longer have such heaven-defying effects. I think Brother Wu Chang would not want to see that happen, right?" She asked this last sentence while looking at Wu Chang with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, "Since Your Highness has said so, I will wait a little longer. However, how long will it take for this extraordinary treasure lotus to fully mature?" Lan Xun was silent for a while, observing the extraordinary treasure lotus for a moment before saying, "About a day or so, just before the exit closes." Wu Chang muttered to himself before immediately shouting, "Good. Then I will wait until then. Before then, if anyone dares to have any ideas about this extraordinary treasure lotus, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around, his red and white eyes exuding a strange light that caused those who looked at him to shudder. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Wu Chang acted as if he wanted to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, there would definitely be no waves until the spirit medicine matured. Once it did, everyone would have to compete for it using their own means. Little sister would also like to ask everyone to wait a little longer until this extraordinary treasure lotus matures, Lan Xun said seriously. But there is one thing I must say. After the extraordinary treasure lotus matures, if it is not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours, its medicinal efficacies will fade away. Is there such a thing? Wu Chang frowned. The extraordinary treasure lotus is a heaven-defying treasure after all. So with its heaven-defying effects, the world principles will naturally create some shackles to restrain it. Lan Xun smiled slightly. Then it's simple, when it matures we'll just eat it. Xia Sheng grinned. Xiao Baiyi turned his head and glanced at him coldly. Why do you only know how to eat it today? Xia Sheng scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lan Xun suddenly sighed again and said, if possible, it would be best to refine it into an extraordinary treasure pill. There is only one spirit flower, and when the time comes to compete for it, swords have no eyes and fists are ruthless. She was, after all, the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon realm. Many times she did not consider things from her own perspective, but from the interests of the entire Southern Territory, just like how she had only taken the pseudo-emperor artifact from the Flowing Time Temple. At this moment, although she was happy that an extraordinary treasure lotus had appeared in the Four Seasons realm, she was also worried about the possibility of a great battle. Everyone present was an elite of the Southern Territory's Dao Source Realm Masters, so if they suffered heavy casualties because of a single spirit flower, it would definitely be a loss to the Southern Territory. Princess must be joking. If you want to refine this kind of world spirit flower into a pill, I'm afraid only an emperor-grade alchemist can do it. According to Princess, this spirit flower must be taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matures. How can we find an emperor-grade alchemist in such a short time? Wu Chang coldly snorted. Lan Xun shook her head and said, we don't need an emperor-grade alchemist, just a Dao Source-grade alchemist. It's just that we all focus on the martial Dao, so how can we have time to study alchemy? It's not easy to find a Dao Source-grade alchemist. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, secretly feeling a headache coming on. She felt that there was no way to resolve this crisis and that she had missed a great opportunity. There was only one spirit flower, and if it was taken, only one person could obtain it, but if it was refined into a pill, it would be a different story. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded, if your highness trusts me, why don't you let me try? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked startled and turned to look in the direction of the source of the voice. Lan Xun also hurriedly looked over, and after seeing who the speaker was, a strange expression appeared on her face as she muttered, Brother Yang. You? Xiao Chun also looked at Yang Kai with a very interesting expression, but after a while, he couldn't help but sneer. Do you know what you're saying? What your highness just said. Didn't you hear it clearly? Naturally, I heard it clearly. Yang Kai smiled lightly, still wearing a calm expression under everyone's gazes. Zhuang Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, also looked at Yang Kai at this moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Xia Sheng suddenly stretched out his hand and tugged at Yang Kai's sleeve, whispering, Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extraordinary treasure lotus, you should think of another way. Pretending to be a Dao Source-grade alchemist will soon be exposed. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some ulterior motive for saying this, so he quietly tried to persuade him so as not to lose face and become the target of public criticism. If that really happened, no one would be able to save him. Chapter 2187. Although Xiaosheng's words were light, everyone present had sharp ears and naturally heard them clearly. For a moment, everyone glared at Yang Kai, feeling that this guy was simply too despicable and shameless, daring to scheme like this. "I'm not pretending." Yang Kai smiled confidently and said proudly, "I am a Dao Source Grade alchemist." As soon as this statement came out, everyone stopped talking and just stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. As the wind blew, the summit of the mountain fell silent. Ha ha ha. After a long time, a burst of laughter rang out as Xiao Chun pointed to Yang Kai and said contemptuously, "You think you're a Dao Source Grade alchemist? What do you think alchemists are? You think you can just grab a handful of them off the street? Boy, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Disaster comes from the mouth." At the end of his words, he no longer concealed the disdain in his eyes as he spoke viciously. "Does Brother Xiao know me well?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun coldly snorted and said, "If it weren't for this trip to the Four Seasons realm, this Xiao wouldn't have known a nobody like you, so how could I know you?" He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. "That's right." Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Since Brother Xiao doesn't know me, why are you so sure I'm not a Dao Source Grade alchemist? Your logic is quite strange." This, Xiao Chun frowned, unable to refute, but he still stubbornly said, "In any case, it's impossible for someone like you to be a Dao Source Grade alchemist. If you just want to fish in troubled waters, this Xiao advises you to give up on that idea as soon as possible, otherwise, humph." As soon as his voice fell, Zhuang Bufan suddenly spoke up, "Brother Yang, you've been guarding this place all this time, not letting anyone get close to this extraordinary treasure lotus. Is it because you already knew everything about it?" Just now, he had a great battle with Yang Kai. Although he lost at the last moment, it didn't affect his good impression of Yang Kai. Just like how Yang Kai felt that Zhuang Bufan was a good person, Zhuang Bufan also felt that Yang Kai was a good person. Therefore, at this time, Zhuang Bufan wanted to help him. "Oh," Zhuang Bufan said. Lan Xun raised her brow and looked at him in surprise. "What Brother Zhuang means is that this place has always been guarded by Brother Yang. And when I arrived here, there was only Brother Yang here. When this extraordinary treasure lotus appeared, he was the first to arrive." Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. "Brother Yang, what Brother Zhuang said." Lan Xun looked at Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded. "When the extraordinary treasure lotus first appeared, I came here. I also knew what it was and what its purpose was, so I decided to guard it. I sent away a lot of people who didn't know what it was and wanted to guard it. I wanted to wait until it matured before picking it. But I didn't expect everyone to return early. And then the situation became like this." Speaking of this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Are you really an alchemist?" Lan Xun's eyes flashed. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he accurately identify a world spirit treasure like the extraordinary treasure lotus? Even a character like Zhuang Bufan could only speculate and not be certain. Only a skilled and knowledgeable alchemist would have a great chance of identifying the extraordinary treasure lotus. If Lan Xun still had some doubts about Yang Kai's words before, thinking that he was just pretending to be an alchemist to fish in troubled waters as Xiaosheng said, now she was certain. But now Lan Xun was more or less confident. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Are you also a Dao Source Grade alchemist?" Lan Xun's expression brightened. "I said I was, but unfortunately, some people don't believe me." Yang Kai spread his hands as his eyes swept over Xiao Chun intentionally or unintentionally. The latter couldn't help saying with a straight face, "It's just a random rumor. Anyone can believe it." This Xiao also said he was an Emperor-grade alchemist. Would you believe it? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. Lan Xun pursed her lips and smiled. Whether it's true or not, we can verify it with our own eyes. As long as Brother Yang can refine a furnace of Dao Source-grade pills on the spot, this problem can be solved. It's still early, enough time for Brother Yang to refine pills. I wonder if Brother Yang thinks. Before Yang Kai could speak, Xiao Chun cut in. How could he have such courage? If he really did that, wouldn't he be undermining himself? Lan Xun couldn't help glaring at Xiao Chun, stopping him from talking. Yang Kai frowned and said with a look of embarrassment, "Must he do this?" Lan Xun smiled and said, "Does Brother Yang not have confidence in himself? Although I also feel that Brother Yang is unlikely to tell such a lie. But this is a matter of great importance. If Brother Yang doesn't have the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, it would be better not to act rashly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of heaven's precious gifts." What Princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan also nodded. Although refining pills will give more people a chance, if the spirit herbs are damaged, the gains will not be worth the losses. At worst, when the spirit herbs mature, everyone will compete for them. Brother Yang, you should think about it carefully. He also intended to give Yang Kai a way out, which was why he said this. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before saying, "There's nothing wrong with proving it. After all, no one trusts me." "You really are a Dao source-grade alchemist." Xiaoshang was shocked and looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster. Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan also had dumbfounded expressions, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Only the two of them knew how strong Yang Kai was. Of these two, one had fought with Yang Kai on the Dao discussion stage, while the other had just competed with Yang Kai in Source Qi. But Yang Kai had defeated both of them with his first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. Being able to achieve such a feat with such a cultivation was obviously the result of his daily accumulation. It was not hard to imagine how hard Yang Kai usually cultivated. How could such a person have the time to study alchemy? On top of that, he had become a Dao source-grade alchemist. Even if someone started cultivating in their mother's womb, it was impossible to reach such a level. But Yang Kai's tone and demeanor showed that he was indeed a Dao source-grade alchemist. This shocked Xiao Baiyi and Zhuang Bufan greatly. "But even if I prove that I am a Dao source-grade alchemist, I still can't refine the extraordinary treasure pill." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Lan Xun asked in surprise. "Alchemy requires materials, right?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "The extraordinary treasure pill recipe requires a total of 19 kinds of herbs. Before this, I deliberately collected the materials needed for alchemy, but unfortunately, I only managed to collect 18 kinds of herbs, one of which is missing." It turns out that he was looking for materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill by checking other people's space rings. Zhuang Bufan's heart flashed as he suddenly understood why Yang Kai had made such a puzzling move before. If it was a robbery, he had only checked the space rings of his junior brother and junior sister but had returned them without taking anything. If it was not a robbery, what did his actions mean? Only at this moment did Zhuang Bufan suddenly understand. Understanding this point, Zhuang Bufan no longer had any doubts about Yang Kai claiming to be a Dao source-grade alchemist. If he had not been preparing to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, how could Yang Kai have used such a method to collect materials? He had probably been forced into a corner. After all, this was the Four Seasons realm, and the extraordinary treasure lotus was about to mature, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to others. This guy? Zhuang Bufan was shocked in his heart, but he suppressed it on the surface, not showing the slightest trace of it. "I wonder, what other materials does Brother Yang lack? If you don't mind, let's hear it. There are so many people here, perhaps one of them will have it." Lan Xun asked with a smile, but after speaking, she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Wait a moment, the materials needed for alchemy are extremely precious. Even if someone has it, they may not be willing to contribute it willingly." "And what Princess says is correct." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "If anyone doesn't contribute, I'll just rob them." Xiao Chun coldly snorted. Wu Chang sneered. "Idiot, if others don't say they have it, how are you going to rob them? Are you going to check everyone's space rings one by one?" "Why not?" Xiao Chun replied. "Oh, in that case, if I wanted to check your space ring, would you be willing to do so? If I have the materials, I won't hide them, so there's no need for you to check them." Xiao Chun replied solemnly. "Enough, enough." Lan Sun frowned and waved her hand to interrupt him. After pondering for a while, she said seriously, I have a proposal. How about this? If anyone has something that Brother Yang needs and takes the initiative to contribute it, when the extraordinary treasure pill is refined, he can take one directly. Princess's words. Are they really allowed? Yang Kai was shocked. The faces of the others also changed. None of them having expected Lan Sun's proposal to be so shocking. After all, even if Yang Kai was really a Dao source-grade alchemist and successfully refined a furnace, how many pills could he refine? One of the pills had already been divided in advance, so anyone would feel a little reluctant in their heart. Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, In front of opportunity, everyone is equal. Don't you men like to gamble? Why is it that all of you are shrinking back now? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd one by one. Brother Yang hasn't said what kind of spirit herb he needs yet, so what are you all afraid of? Maybe that spirit herb is in your space ring. When the time comes, you just need to contribute it, and you can get an extraordinary treasure pill. What a good deal. It's also possible that we won't get anything. Xiao Bai muttered. If Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would indeed get nothing. However, this Zhuang has a question. Zhuang Bufan said. Please ask, Brother Zhuang. Lan Sun looked at him with a smile. If the last material Brother Yang needs is in the possession of 2 or more people at the same time, how can this be resolved? Chapter 2188. That's a possibility. I was careless. Lan Sun heard this and was startled for a moment before smiling. That's easy to handle. If such a situation really occurs, then we'll compare the medicinal age of the herbs. Whoever offers the highest medicinal age will be the one Brother Yang will use. Good idea. Zhuang Bufan nodded. The higher the medicinal age, the more potent the medicinal effect will be. It will also have a chance of improving one's alchemy. If everyone agrees, then... Lan Sun looked at the crowd with a smile, waiting for a reply. I have no objection. It's a matter of luck. Everyone's the same. Finally, someone was the first to express their opinion. To everyone's surprise, it was Wu Chang, who seemed to be very interested in this proposal. Well, I like this proposal, I have no objection. Xiaxing shrugged. Then we'll do as Her Highness says. Zhuang Bufan also spoke. With these 3 saying they had no objection, even if the others had any, they didn't dare to voice it. What's more, this proposal was made by Lan Sun, so refuting it at this time was tantamount to disrespecting Lan Sun. The princess was gentle, but Xiao Chun was not so easy to get along with. Suddenly, everyone's opinions were unified, and they all expressed their approval of Lan Sun's proposal. Many thanks for giving me face. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lan Sun smiled and turned to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, now you can tell me what the last herb you need is. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent and looked towards Yang Kai, many of them showing looks of anticipation and nervousness. After all, this was an opportunity that depended entirely on luck. Once Yang Kai reported the herbs they had, they would have a great chance of obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill. That was a spirit pill that basically gave one emperor pressure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Dong dong, dong dong dong. Many people even felt their hearts beating fiercely. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and declared, I need a jade blood mushroom that is at least 5,000 years old. Jade blood mushroom, a rare herb. Lan Sun heard this and raised her eyebrows. She raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips into a smile. She looked around and said, I wonder if anyone has something that Brother Yang needs? If you can provide it, it will be the same as obtaining an extraordinary treasure pill, a rare opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. From her words, it seemed that she had great confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that as long as she gathered the herbs, Yang Kai would definitely be able to successfully refine it. He didn't know where her confidence came from. Her voice fell. Many people immediately looked disappointed. Obviously, there was no jade blood mushroom. A few cultivators, on the other hand, were immersed in their minds as they rummaged through their spatial rings. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a man with a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation. His face was filled with excitement. Seeing everyone looking at him, he was startled and quickly restrained his smile. The expression on his face became extremely interesting. Has this friend found something? Lan Xun looked at the man with a smile. The man quickly jumped out from where he was standing, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and replied with a serious expression. Thanks to your highness' blessing, this one does have a jade blood mushroom here. Oh? Lan Xun raised her brow and said with some joy, please take it out and let me have a look. The man hesitated slightly, but Lan Xun understood. Lan Xun immediately said, you can rest assured that what I say is true. If you really have the herbs Brother Yang needs, you will definitely be able to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. Many thanks, Your Highness. The man had been waiting for Lan Xun to say this, and after hearing this, he did not hesitate and immediately took out a spirit mushroom about 1/2 meter long from his space ring. This spirit mushroom was completely red in color, as if it was made of blood. It really is a jade blood mushroom. Yang Kai glanced over and knew that the other party was not lying, quickly saying, let me have a look. The man held the jade blood mushroom with both hands and could not help trembling slightly. It was as if he was not holding a spirit flower, but rather his own great future, for fear that he would accidentally drop it and shatter it. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he carefully handed the jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai before standing there with a nervous look on his face. What dog shit luck! Why didn't such an opportunity fall into my lap? The heavens are jealous. Damned heavens! I refuse to accept this. All around, there was a cacophony of voices, some filled with jealousy, hatred, envy, and so on. And when the man heard these discussions, he could not help feeling a little smug, a smug expression appearing on his face. This is indeed a jade blood mushroom. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and said, but it's not mature enough. Only about 3,000 years old. What? When the man heard this, his expression changed greatly as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, shouting incoherently, You, what did you say, you? Look at it again. No need to look. As Yang Kai spoke, he returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party and said, every 1,000 years, a jade blood mushroom's color will change slightly. Although this one you took out is a mature jade blood mushroom, enough to refine most spirit medicines, it cannot be used to refine an extraordinary treasure pill. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Impossible. The man cried out involuntarily. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had thought that an extraordinary treasure pill would be within his grasp, but now that such a thing had happened at such a critical moment, how could he accept it? Look at it again carefully. He glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, if you don't trust me, you might as well find someone else to take a look at it. I think that among the people here, there should be someone who can also identify its medicinal age. As soon as his voice fell, Zhuang Bufan shouted, this friend. This one is Orthodoxy Temple's Zhuang Bufan. Although his understanding of medicine is not as good as Brother Yang's, he has at least dabbled in it. If you trust this Zhuang, why don't you let me take a look? I trust you, I trust you. The man heard this and immediately rushed over to Zhuang Bufan and handed the jade blood mushroom to him. Compared to Yang Kai, who was a nobody, Zhuang Bufan's name was naturally like thunder to this man's ears. The other party's words were also authoritative, so this man did not hesitate to pin his hopes on Zhuang Bufan, hoping that Zhuang Bufan could overturn Yang Kai's previous views. While he was waiting, Zhuang Bufan had already carefully observed the jade blood mushroom. Not only that, he also took a deep breath of the spirit medicine's medicinal aura while using his fingernail to pick up a little bit of powder and put it into his mouth to taste. His movements were methodical and extremely skillful. At a glance, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. After a while, Zhuang Bufan slowly shook his head and returned the jade blood mushroom to the other party, saying, Brother Yang's research on herbs is much more profound than this Zhuang's. Just by looking at it, you can tell its medicinal age. This Zhuang admires you greatly, friend. This jade blood mushroom of yours is indeed only 3,000 years old. How could this be? The man muttered to himself with a look of disappointment, not to mention how sad he was. When Yang Kai said that this jade blood mushroom was only 3,000 years old, he did not believe it, but since Zhuang Bufan said so, he had no choice but to believe it. Those martial artists who were previously envious and jealous of this person couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude at this moment. There are so many people here. Is there no other friend who has a jade blood mushroom? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before shouting loudly. No one responded. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Brother Yang, if you use that 3,000-year-old jade blood mushroom to refine, Lan Sun frowned at him. It would just be a waste. Yang Kai replied, Your Highness should know that the more precious a spirit pill is, the more stringent the requirements of the herbs needed to refine it. Not to mention the 2,000-year-old jade blood mushroom, even if it was a few hundred years old, it still wouldn't be able to be used as a medicine. Ha! Lan Sun sighed slightly. How could she not know what Yang Kai was talking about? She was just asking for a fluke. It's all fate. Xia Shang suddenly shook his head and said, The jade blood Ganoderma isn't a common spirit medicine. It's already not bad to have one here. How can there be a second one? It looks like we'll have to rely on our own methods to fight for it. Actually, Lan Sun looked embarrassed and said helplessly, I do have a jade blood mushroom that should meet Brother Yang's requirements. Huh? Xiao Chun was surprised when he heard this and asked, Then why didn't your Highness take it out? Yang Kai also looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a thoughtful expression flashing across his face, but soon, he grinned and cupped his fists. This Yang admires your Highness' righteousness. At this moment, Yang Kai understood why Lan Sun had not taken out her jade blood mushroom for so long. It wasn't that Lan Sun was reluctant. She was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Even if a spirit medicine was precious, why would she be reluctant to part with it? She probably didn't take it out because she wanted to give the opportunity to others, so she repeatedly confirmed it with others. But in the end, she had no choice but to stand up. Probably when she made the proposal before, she didn't expect that what Yang Kai needed would be in her possession. The people present were not fools. After listening to Yang Kai's words, they only needed a little thought to understand the whole story. For a time, they couldn't help casting admiring glances towards Lan Sun. Lan Sun's cheeks were slightly red, making her look even more stunning. How about this? I can take out the jade blood mushroom, but as for the extraordinary treasure pill, I don't want it. Lan Sun pursed her red lips and said, How can that be? Xiao Chun was the first to jump out and object. You shut up. Lan Sun frowned and scolded him. I have the right to deal with my own things. Xiao Chun opened his mouth, but he really did not dare to say anything. His face turned ashen as he felt depressed. Your Highness is mistaken. Xia Shang smiled and said. Xia Shang smiled faintly and said, Since we've already agreed on this matter, then what should be obtained by your Highness should naturally be given to you. If you insist on not accepting it, then wouldn't that be equivalent to making everyone who obtains the spirit medicine owe you a favor? After all, no one knows if the spirit medicine they obtain originally belonged to you or not. This is a very bad deal. This Xia won't do it. Chapter 2189. Humph, Xia Shang. Although your words sound like you're trying to act innocent, it's exactly what I wanted to say. I, Wu Chang, do not owe anything to the heavens or the earth, nor do I want to owe anyone a favor. Wu Chang also said. Zhuang Bufan smiled and said, Your Highness, what's yours is yours. There's no need to refuse. Lan Sun couldn't help feeling dumbfounded for a moment. Yang Kai wiped his cold sweat from the side and said, Listening to what you're saying, it seems my furnace of extraordinary treasure pills must be refined successfully. Otherwise, wouldn't I be letting down your highness' painstaking efforts? What's wrong? Are you not confident? Lan Xun raised her brow and asked. It's not that I'm not confident. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just, no alchemist can guarantee that they will succeed when refining a pill. Just in case, I'd like to ask. If the refinement fails, what will you do? I'll kill you. Wu Chong looked at him coldly. The pressure is so great. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Lan Xun smiled and said, just work hard. As she spoke, she handed over her jade blood mushroom to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and after inspecting it, nodded and said, Your Highness, this one is correct. Its medicinal age is at least 8,000 years, enough to be used for refining. And, judging from its color and traces of plucking, it doesn't seem to have been obtained from the Four Seasons realm. Yes, I brought it with me. It was in my space ring a few years ago, Lan Xun replied. Good. Now that the materials have been gathered, Yang Kai stuffed the jade blood mushroom into his space ring before looking around. Shouting loudly, he said, Do you still want me to refine another furnace of Dao source-grade spirit pills? Do you want me to prove my ability? He paused for a moment before continuing. Let me say this first, I can prove myself, but as you all know, alchemy is very energy-consuming. If the extraordinary treasure pill refinement fails because of this, I won't be responsible. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately frowned, because what Yang Kai said was indeed correct. If everyone wanted him to prove his ability, he would have to refine a furnace of Dao source-grade spirit pills. However, doing so was extremely taxing on his energy, and after a day, the extraordinary treasure lotus should mature. At that time, Yang Kai would have to refine another batch of spirit pills. In other words, he would have to refine 2 batches of spirit pills in 2 days. Any Dao source-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to handle it. Not being in peak condition definitely had an impact on refining the extraordinary treasure pill. In my opinion, there's no need for that. Lan Xun smiled slightly. The reason why I made that proposal before was because I wasn't sure if Brother Yang was a real alchemist or not. I think all of you should be able to confirm it now. If Brother Yang is not an alchemist, how could he know the pill recipe for the extraordinary treasure pill? And how could he identify the medicinal age of the jade blood mushroom in such a short time? What the princess says makes sense. Zhuang Bufan nodded. Just from the fact that Brother Yang had already started preparing the alchemy materials before we arrived, there is no doubt that he is a Dao source-grade alchemist. Brother Yang, you should rest well and wait until the extraordinary treasure lotus matures tomorrow before you begin refining. Since you say so, I'll take a good rest. Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the situation and said, without any explanation, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Although there were still some people who were suspicious, with Lan Xun and Zhuang Bufan's words before them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to voice them and could only wait until the next day when everything would become clear. The scene suddenly quieted down. The cultivator who came here also found a good place to sit cross-legged and meditate, trying to restore themselves to their peak condition. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if Yang Kai failed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, he would have to bear everyone's disappointment and anger, but if he succeeded, apart from the extraordinary treasure pill that had to be given to Lan Xun first, the rest of the spirit pills would be up for grabs. In front of such a huge opportunity, even if Wu Chong, Xia Shang, Zhuang Bufan, Xiao Chen, and the others stood in their way, no one would shrink back. If they missed this opportunity, many people would never be able to break through to the Emperor realm in their lifetime. However, if they could obtain this opportunity, many people would be able to break through ahead of time. The place where everyone rested seemed to be quite carefully chosen, invisibly surrounding the place where Yang Kai and the extraordinary treasure lotus were, seemingly preventing him from escaping. In particular, Wu Chong had no intention of resting at all, simply sitting cross-legged while staring at Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai made any strange movements, he would be able to react immediately. This was also the most important reason why everyone agreed to let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill instead of trying to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus. No one had the confidence to snatch it, not even the arrogant Wu Chang. Instead of fighting for it without any confidence, it was better to let Yang Kai refine the pill, which would greatly increase their chances of success. Yang Kai was just a trivial cultivator from the first-order Dao source realm, so with so many people eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for him to escape after refining the extraordinary treasure lotus. In this regard, everyone's hearts were as clear as a mirror, so they could only wait for the arrival of tomorrow and let Yang Kai refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Brother, the situation isn't good. While resting, Xiao Bai suddenly leaned over to Xia Shang and sent him a divine sense message. I know. Xia Shang responded calmly. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. After Brother Yang refine the extraordinary treasure lotus tomorrow, we can cooperate with him to open a bloody path and escape to the exit. Junior brother and junior sister are all waiting there to meet us. No wonder I didn't see anyone else coming. So they were all waiting at the exit? Xiao Bai asked with a look of realization. Xia Shang grinned and replied, how can a treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill fall into the hands of other sects? When the time comes, you can just ask Brother Yang to cooperate. What if he doesn't cooperate? Xiao Bai asked. Beat him. Knock him out and take him away, Xia Shang replied. Xiao Bai's mouth twitched as he said embarrassedly, I'm not his opponent. What? Xia Shang turned his head and stared at Xiao Bai in amazement. Xiao Bai, when did you become so unconfident? Brother Yang did beat Shui, which is amazing. If you and I were at his cultivation, we might not be able to do this, but after all, the gap between us is too big. There's one thing I'm ashamed to say. Xiao Bai suddenly looked solemn. What? In the flowing time temple, I fought with him, Xiao Bai said. And I lost. Are you kidding me? Xia Shang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could I joke about such a shameful thing? Xiao Bai said with a solemn expression. Moreover, in my opinion, not only was I not his opponent, even Zhuang Bufan was not. What do you mean? After Xia Shang asked, he immediately glanced towards the place where Zhuang Bufan was standing thoughtfully and asked in amazement. You mean, before we arrived here, the result of the battle between these two was Zhuang Bufan? In all likelihood. How is that possible? Xiao Bai sneered. Nothing is impossible. Why do you think Zhuang Bufan was speaking up for Yang Kai just now? Xia Shang frowned and said, You mean, Yang Kai showed mercy before? So Zhuang Bufan? Is there any other reason? Xiao Bai looked at him and asked. See. Xia Shang finally couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air and muttered. I know these two fought before, but I thought it was Yang Kai. He's only in the first-order Dao source realm. How could he have done such a thing? Who knows, he's a Dao source grade alchemist. Do you believe that? Xia Shang's mouth twitched and he no longer spoke. After a long time, his expression became serious and he said, Fine, I will negotiate with Brother Yang when the time comes. I believe he will cooperate. If he wants to live, he can only cooperate with us. I hope so. Xiao Bai responded with uncertainty. While the two from Azure Sun Temple were secretly communicating, most of the other cultivator were also having similar conversations. Those who were familiar with each other had secretly formed an offensive and defensive alliance to fight against these powerful enemies. As for what to do with the extraordinary treasure pills when the time came, that was not a problem they needed to consider at the moment. For most cultivator, what they needed to consider right now was how to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills from the hands of these powerful Dao Source Realm masters. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai raced against time to restore his strength. Refining the extraordinary treasure pills was also a test for him, so he had to face this matter in his peak state. If he made even the slightest mistake, he might really fail. Once the refinement failed, he would become the target of everyone's anger. At that time, even if he had great ability, he would not be able to face them head-on. The strange movements around him, the occasional divine sense communication, and even Wu Chang's constant gaze were not enough to affect him. His state of mind gradually calmed down and became ethereal. Under this great pressure, he entered a mysterious state. A medicinal fragrance filled the air and a halo of light flickered. The heavenly manifestation became more and more obvious, and the 5-colored clouds in the sky began to fade. The pure white flowers of the extraordinary treasure lotus also gradually bloomed. At a certain moment, the world began to tremble and the surrounding world energy began to tremble. All the heavenly manifestations converged into an extremely terrifying energy that poured down from the sky and into the extraordinary treasure lotus like a funnel. The fragile spirit flower, after withstanding such an influx of energy, remained unscathed and instead became even more mysterious. Runes the size of grains of rice suddenly appeared around the extraordinary treasure lotus, each of them containing a great deal of mystery. Between the heavens and earth, a faint heavenly music rang out, like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, shaking the spirits of those who heard it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the petals of the extraordinary treasure lotus finally bloomed completely. An even stronger fragrance wafted out, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed. The seductive fragrance made everyone feel like they could not wait to rush up and swallow the extraordinary treasure lotus into their stomachs to taste its beauty. As if being driven by an invisible string, many cultivators showed greedy eyes towards the extraordinary treasure lotus, a few of them even showing eager expressions. Chapter 2190. Whoever dares to move will die. Wuchang suddenly roared as he swept his eyes around with a ferocious expression. Murderous intent filled the air, so thick that it was almost tangible. Those who were about to make a move instantly quieted down. They clearly felt that if they acted rashly, they would be killed in the next moment. The aura of death was so strong that it was suffocating, causing their lips to go dry and their bodies to go cold at this moment. Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened as he shouted in a low voice, "Open the furnace!" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, causing the black jade furnace to appear. The black jade furnace was a Dao source-grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It was originally bought by Han Lang, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, at the auction in Maplewood City, but in the end, Han Lang died unexpectedly and it fell into Yang Kai's hands. Such an alchemy furnace was a rare treasure, especially for an alchemist. After all, only an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was better than it. But how could an emperor-grade alchemy furnace be so easy to obtain? Under normal circumstances, an emperor-grade alchemy furnace was more precious than an emperor artifact. When the black jade furnace opened, a fragrance different from that of the extraordinary treasure lotus instantly filled the air. Smelling this fragrance and seeing this alchemy furnace, many people were shocked and their confidence in Yang Kai immediately increased greatly. Because such an alchemy furnace was not something an ordinary alchemist was worthy of owning, only a Dao source-grade alchemist was qualified to use it. The medicinal fragrance wafting from this alchemy furnace was enough to prove that this alchemy furnace had refined many spirit medicines in the past. All of this indirectly confirmed the fact that Yang Kai was a Dao source-grade alchemist. The alchemy furnace opened. Yang Kai's divine sense surged. A scorching hot and invisible conflagrated spiritual energy poured into the furnace in an instant, causing the black jade furnace to hum loudly in the blink of an eye. "Lu Yen!" Yang Kai shouted again as he flicked his hand and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his palm. A loud and clear cry spread out in all directions. Under everyone's gaze, a strange-looking fiery bird phantom suddenly appeared and dove into the pill furnace. Artifact spirit. Lan Sun's eyes lit up. He could not help but exclaim softly. At that moment, although she did not see the true face of Lu Yen, she instinctively sensed that the stream of light was no small matter. Combined with the scene in front of her, she immediately deduced that it was definitely a fire attribute artifact spirit. A Dao source-grade high-rank alchemy furnace and a fire attribute artifact spirit. The combination of the two was already the dream of most alchemists in this world. With the help of these two, it would be much easier to refine any spirit pill. Lan Sun couldn't help smiling. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Yang can really refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Everyone just wait and see. Hearing her say this, many people's spirits were lifted, and an extremely expectant expression appeared on their faces. On the other side, Yang Kai had taken out the herbs needed to refine the extraordinary treasure pill one by one with a solemn expression. He methodically threw various rare herbs into the pill furnace one by one, his hands forming seals from time to time as his conflagrated knowledge surged. He began to inscribe spirit arrays inside the pill furnace. And as he did so, the heat inside the pill furnace seemed to fluctuate from time to time, making it difficult to grasp. Concocting pills required a calm mind, and the most important thing to avoid was to be too hasty. The most important thing was the control of the fire and the control of the timing of putting in the medicinal ingredients. This was not something that could be mastered overnight. It took a long time to accumulate experience and the advice of one's master. Yang Kai had never had anyone to guide him on the alchemic Tao. However, he seemed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent for this territory. In his early years, he had only relied on the true alchemic way left behind by great demon god to explore this path himself. Later, he obtained the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in Yangyan's Emperor Garden, and after coming to the star boundary, he obtained the jade slip left behind by Gongsun Mu. Yang Kai's alchemy technique was a combination of the strengths of these three forces, as well as his own insights and innovations. Yang Kai did not have a special constitution like Xianing Chong, who could perform alchemy as easily as eating and breathing, but he had his own unique intuition. When to throw in what herbs, when to control what kind of heat, these things had been engraved in his mind since birth and had become an instinct. If one had to investigate, it would undoubtedly be due to the grand alchemic Tao tone he triggered while refining the spirit pill. The grand alchemic Tao tone was the voice of the heavenly way. The heavenly way had taught him this knowledge and sublimated his alchemy skills. But even so, Yang Kai was going all out this time, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. There was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, so if he failed to refine it, he would have nothing left. At that time, he would have to bear the wrath of everyone present. Yang Kai was not afraid of these cultivators. He was only afraid of wasting these herbs. Under great pressure, his condition was unprecedentedly good. Gu Lulu. As time passed, the sound of boiling water bubbling came from inside the pill furnace. This was obviously a sign that the medicinal liquid was boiling, and a complex but pleasant aroma filled the air, giving everyone a refreshing feeling. Looking around, although Yang Kai's movements were not fast, there was a sense of calmness in his every movement, which gave everyone a lot of confidence in his alchemy. In particular, the way he manipulated his source qi with one hand to control the heat while forming a series of hand seals with the other to inscribe the spirit array inside the pill furnace made many people gasp in amazement. Laymen could only enjoy the show, but only insiders could see the knack for it. Although almost 90% of the cultivators here had never refined a spirit pill before, if they had never eaten pork, how could they not have seen a pig run? Yang Kai's repeated use of the illusionary spirit array confused everyone present, but at the same time, they couldn't help admiring him. This kind of perfect control was not something an ordinary person could achieve, so it must be a result of his usual accumulation of merits. Brother, do you think junior brother Yang will succeed in refining? Murong Xiao asked Xiao Bai softly. Before the results come out, no one dares to say, Xiao Bai replied. After speaking, he glanced at her again and said, Why are you worried that he will be beaten up if he fails? Murong Xiao nodded and said, In this situation, if junior brother Yang really fails, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Although he is not a disciple of my temple, he came here with us. Brother, you don't want anything to happen to him. He asked for it. Xiao Bai coldly snorted. I still don't understand why he is looking for trouble for himself. Indeed, if Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to stand up and say that he was a Tao Source grade alchemist, no one would have tried to stop him. But he had stood up and publicly admitted that he was a Tao Source grade alchemist, taking on the task of refining the extraordinary treasure pill. If this matter was done well and the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, he wouldn't necessarily gain many benefits because according to the current situation, once the extraordinary treasure pill was refined, it would inevitably be the result of everyone fighting over it. At that time, who would care if he, the alchemist, dared not hand over the spirit pills? They would beat him to death. But if this matter wasn't done well, there would only be one result. Yang Kai would be hunted down and killed by everyone. This kind of self-inflicted trouble was wrong no matter how one thought about it. Only a fool would do such a thing. That was why Xiao Baiyi had never understood why Yang Kai would do such a thing. Was it just because of an alchemist's love for rare spirit herbs? It was said that alchemists were a group of extremely eccentric people. Usually, when others asked them to perform alchemy, they would usually ignore them, but if there was a spirit herb they were interested in, they would deliver it to you and pester you to refine it for them without any compensation. The extraordinary treasure lotus was undoubtedly one of the most precious spirit herbs in the world because it was unparalleled. Under the premise that there was only one extraordinary treasure lotus, it was impossible for a second one to appear in this world. If Yang Kai insisted on refining the extraordinary treasure pill for this reason, it would make sense. But, no matter how Xiao Baiyi looked at it, he didn't feel that Yang Kai was a pedantic person. There was no reason for him to put himself in danger just because of a momentary interest. Or, did he have the capital to escape from the eyes of so many masters? Thinking of this, Xiao Baiyi couldn't help sneering, secretly feeling that he was overthinking things. It was undeniable that Yang Kai was indeed strong, but he was just one person, so how could he escape from under the noses of so many people? Wuchang alone would be enough to pin him down. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai had already begun taking action. A total of 19 auxiliary herbs had been thrown into the black jade furnace and turned into medicinal liquid. At that moment, though, Yang Kai suddenly stood up, rushed over to the extraordinary treasure lotus in a few steps, and used his finger like a knife to directly cut down the extraordinary treasure lotus's flower. This mature spirit herb was instantly picked by Yang Kai. In its place, a stem about half a meter long was left. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards the stem, a look of greed flashing across their faces. Although they didn't know why Yang Kai didn't pick the entire extraordinary treasure lotus, this stem was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Even if it wasn't refined into a pill, swallowing it would still have miraculous effects. In front of everyone's eyes, a milky white liquid oozed out from the top of this stem, one that was as white and flawless as milk, causing everyone's appetite to soar. It wasn't just the ordinary cultivators who were staring at the stalk. Even Wuchang, Xiaoshang, and the others were doing the same, but none of them acted rashly and instead turned inquisitive looks towards Yang Kai, wondering why he was doing this. On the other side, Yang Kai rushed back to the pill furnace and carefully continued to control the flame, waiting until it was about time to throw the extraordinary treasure lotus he had just collected into the pill furnace. It was just a few simple actions, but Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he was facing a great enemy. The moment the extraordinary treasure lotus entered the pill furnace, Yang Kai immediately changed his hand seals to stabilize the situation inside. With a constant whirring sound, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not hesitated to expose Lu Yan's existence to summon her before this alchemy. The difficulty of refining the extraordinary treasure pill was beyond his imagination. At this moment, if not for Lu Yan's assistance, he might not have been able to persist until the end. Chapter 2191. At this moment, even with Lu Yan's help, whether or not this furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could be refined was still uncertain. However, if it could really be refined, it would definitely greatly improve his alchemic Tao. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, all the herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace, so all that was left was for him to control the flame and adjust the spirit array so he could condense the pills. It was only at this moment that he took the time to quickly say, "I advise everyone not to have any ideas about that route." Although he had been busy performing alchemy just now, he had not given up on observing his surroundings. He clearly saw that many people showed interest in the route, but because he didn't know if he still needed it, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Oh, why is that?" Zhuang Bufan heard this and asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he explained. This root is the origin of the extraordinary treasure lotus. If this root is left behind, perhaps within 100 years, another extraordinary treasure lotus will appear in the star boundary and be obtained by a fated person. But if it is picked within 10,000 years, this spirit flower will no longer exist, and who knows when it will be born again. Is there such a thing? Lan Xun's eyes flashed brilliantly. Even with her knowledge and experience, she had never heard of such a rumor. Just trust me, Yang Kai quickly said. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Chang suddenly shouted. 10,000 years from now. Let the people 10,000 years from now deal with it. Since you don't need this root anymore, I'll take it away. You dare. Yang Kai shouted, turning his head and glaring at Wu Chang before stretching out his hand and placing it on top of the black jade furnace. When he did this, all the cultivators' complexions changed greatly as they stared at him nervously. They didn't know what he wanted to do. If you dare to touch it, I will destroy this cauldron of pills right now. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, his face extremely calm. Hey, hey! Xia Shang's mouth twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Brother Yang, do you really need to? It's just a root. If Brother Wu Chang wants to take it, just let him. There's no need to threaten us with these extraordinary treasure pills. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Why would he do something like this? Threatening Wu Chang with the extraordinary treasure pill. After all, his actions were not only a threat to Wu Chang, but also to everyone else present. The slightest mistake would incur the wrath of the masses. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and said, Who dares to come within 10 meters of that root? I destroyed the solution at once. I'm not joking. As soon as he said this, Wu Chang didn't dare to move anymore. Although this root also looked extraordinary, it was definitely not as good as the extraordinary treasure pill. If he angered Yang Kai because of this, the gains would not make up for the losses. Wu Chang calmed down. Xiao Chun was also taken aback and quickly shouted to Wu Chang. Wu Chang paused in place, stared coldly at Yang Kai, and spat out, You dare threaten me? I'm not threatening you. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said leisurely, I just want to leave some hope for future generations. To the side. Lan Xun pursed her lips and smiled. I heard that when most alchemists collect rare spirit herbs, they don't kill them all. Instead, they leave a glimmer of hope for those spirit herbs. They never collect those spirit herbs that are not mature. I had some doubts about this at first, but now it seems that this is true. Yang Kai nodded. Predecessors plant trees while future generations enjoy the shade. For us to be able to encounter this extraordinary treasure lotus today, who knows if it was not an opportunity left behind by some powerful master 100 years ago. Others have left us hope, so we can't be too ruthless, otherwise, it will damage the cycle of the heavenly way. As soon as this statement came out, Lan Xun's beautiful eyes lit up as a thoughtful look appeared on her face. Besides, Yang Kai continued, this root doesn't have the magical effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus. It only has the ability to temper one's source chi and spiritual energy. All the essence of the extraordinary treasure lotus is now in the pill furnace. Brother Wu Chang, are you sure you want this root and not the extraordinary treasure pill? Wu Chang's face went pale. In fact, when he heard Yang Kai say that this root was not of much use, he had no intention of picking it up, but in front of everyone's eyes, he had no way to back down, so he could only stand there with a sullen expression on his face. Just as they were talking, the root suddenly trembled and turned into a colorful light. It disappeared from everyone's sight as if it had never appeared in the first place. This, Xiao Chun was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and said, Good. Now that this root is gone, let's see who can find it. After a pause, he added, Right. If this root was picked before the spirit flower matured, the extraordinary treasure lotus would also end up like this. Hearing this, many people suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, secretly rejoicing that there was someone here who knew what was good for them. Otherwise, if they had tried to pick it before it matured, it would have been like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Turning his head, Yang Kai continued to focus on controlling the flame and inscribing the spirit array. Wuchang stood in place awkwardly for a while before coldly snorting, a fierce look appearing on his face, as if he was thinking of something. Gulyalu. The black jade furnace continued to rumble. As time passed, more and more people became anxious. As their gazes drifted and intersected with each other, a strange and complicated atmosphere gradually spread out on the peak of the mountain. It seemed that everyone was waiting for the moment when the extraordinary treasure pill matured, and once that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. Yang Kai was also well aware of this, but he still remained calm and focused on alchemy. At a certain moment, his expression turned solemn as he poured all of his source qi into the black jade cauldron. At the same time, he stood up and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Energy visible to the naked eye turned into clear runes and disappeared into the black jade cauldron. It's time to collect the pills. It was unknown who called out in a low voice, but the scene suddenly became dignified as everyone's breathing became louder and more excited. This was the final step of alchemy. If it was handled well, this furnace of spirit pills would be considered a success. But if it wasn't, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Yang Kai's hands danced like butterflies, his expression solemn as large drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. It was as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes completely soaked and his face slightly pale, as if he had consumed a great deal of energy. But even so, his movements were orderly and steady to the extreme. This pill condensing technique is actually so amazing? Lan Xun's eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai's movements. Although this was the first time she had seen the Nine Heavens profound pill method, it still did not prevent her from prying into a different kind of information from this pill condensing technique. This set of techniques seemed to be used to condense pills, but every movement and seal contained a profound mystery that coincided with the heavenly way, dazzling everyone who saw it. With Yang Kai's movements, a faint aura of the heavenly way spread out, making everyone feel heavy. The Nine Heavens profound pill method was, after all, a technique that the grand alchemic Dao Tone poured into Yang Kai's mind. It was born from the heavens and earth itself, so it was natural for Lan Xun to find it mysterious. If Lan Xun, with her cultivation in the first-order Dao source realm, could see this, it was only natural that so many cultivators from the third-order Dao source realm present could do the same. For some reason, as Yang Kai displayed the pill condensing technique, many cultivators could not help but be immersed in the mysteries of this technique, and the tension and anticipation that had surged up before had unknowingly dissipated. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly roared, "Condense!" As if he had exhausted all his strength. He slammed his palms together and his body swayed slightly. Along with his movements, a soft tinkling sound suddenly rang out from inside the pill furnace. At the same time, a light burst out from the black jade furnace. The pills were complete. At this moment, everyone realized that the extraordinary treasure pills had been refined. At this moment, everyone urged their source qi, wanting to rush towards Yang Kai and snatch the unparalleled pills that could lead them directly to the Emperor's realm. It was also at this moment that the heavens and earth began to hum as a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out from above everyone's heads. An astonishing pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and their bodies stiffen. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky above them had at some point been covered by dark clouds while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The vast heavenly might made everyone feel small and insignificant. "Pill tribulation," Lan Xun exclaimed, a look of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes for the first time. "They really came," Yang Kai muttered in a low voice. Before the extraordinary treasure pills were refined, Yang Kai had already faintly guessed that this refinement would trigger a pill tribulation. The effects of the extraordinary treasure pills were simply too heaven-defying and could not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Once they were born, the omnipresent world principles would naturally find a way to destroy them. And judging from the ferocity of this pill tribulation, it was likely even more ferocious than when a cultivator from the third-order Dao source realm ascended to the Emperor realm. How could a few trivial spirit pills resist it? A single blow would be enough to reduce them to ashes. Even with Yang Kai's full protection, whether or not he could block this pill tribulation was uncertain. When the time came, all of Yang Kai's efforts and expectations would turn into bubbles. At the critical moment, though, Yang Kai patted the pill furnace and sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot out of the black jade furnace before being directly taken into Yang Kai's sealed world bead. Without anyone noticing, Lu Yen took away all the extraordinary treasure pills in the pill furnace. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation. So who would notice Lu Yan's actions? Even if they saw Yang Kai's artifact spirit return, no one would have thought that she had taken away all the extraordinary treasure pills. Very soon, something that shocked everyone happened. In the sky, the pill tribulation that was gradually forming gradually dissipated for some reason. The rolling dark clouds dispersed in all directions, and the frightening thunder and lightning also slowly disappeared. After 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal, leaving behind a group of cultivators looking at each other with lingering fear. Chapter 2192. What's going on? Wu Chang frowned, a blank look on his face. He couldn't understand why this pill tribulation gave off a feeling of being all bark and no bite. A moment ago, it had been filled with heavenly might, but in the next moment, it had calmed down and all the thunderclouds had disappeared. No one could understand. Scram! Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly let out an angry roar. Accompanied by this roar, a surge of source chi surged out and an astonishing pressure spread out. Asterisk pung 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 pung. Asterisk he was actually fighting someone. Hearing this noise, everyone's expression changed, and they quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. What they saw was Yang Kai standing in place, one hand on top of the alchemy furnace while the other hand condensed into countless afterimages that shot out in all directions. Beside him, a figure was moving at high speed, constantly drifting away from Yang Kai, seemingly trying to break through his attacks and grab the freshly refined spirit pills. But no matter how hard this person tried, he couldn't get within 3 meters of Yang Kai. Every time he tried, Yang Kai would stop him. Luo Yuan. Lan Sun frowned and called out softly. She naturally recognized that the person who was fighting with Yang Kai was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Lan Sun didn't know where he had been hiding before, but when everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, he had suddenly attacked and tried to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills. Unfortunately, at the last moment he had been blocked by Yang Kai. He had underestimated Yang Kai too much, thinking that the other party was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. After another arduous refinement, Luo Yuan had to go through another arduous refinement. He wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. But it wasn't until they started fighting that Luo Yuan realized how wrong he was. Yang Kai stood in place and seemed to be in a passive position, but in reality, he was waiting for an exhausted enemy. On top of that, his source chi was extremely dense and pure, and his defenses were watertight, making it impossible for Luo Yuan to break through in a short time. I miscalculated. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, knowing that he had missed a good opportunity. His original intention had been to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills and leave. But now, not only had he failed, but he had also been pinned down by Yang Kai. Everyone else had already recovered. If he didn't withdraw now, he would likely be besieged by everyone's face. Realizing this, Luo Yuan made a feint and retreated several dozen meters before glaring at Yang Kai gloomily, seemingly blaming him for ruining his good fortune's plans. Although Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, he still grinned at him and joked, "Brother Luo Yuan's calculation is quite good. You've been here for a long time, right?" "Humph." Luo Yuan coldly snorted but did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, instead saying, "You're a bit strange." What he meant to say was, Kai Yang's true strength did not match his cultivation at all. Yang Kai, however, Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai saw everyone staring at his black jade furnace with fiery eyes, eager to take action. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he shouted, "Everyone, please wait." As soon as this statement came out, everyone stood in place, not moving. Even Wu Chang didn't rush to attack Yang Kai. When Yang Kai and Luo Yuan fought just now, although it had only been a short while, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that. Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with, and no one present had the ability to take him down in an instant. Once they couldn't subdue him in an instant, others would arrive and the situation would become chaotic and out of control. This was a result no one wanted to see. As you can see, this Yang did not disappoint. The extraordinary treasure pills have been refined, Yang Kai said as he took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Everyone could clearly see that these spirit pills were clearly used to restore one's source chi. Since they've been refined, there's nothing else for you to do. Hand over the spirit pills, Wu Chang said in a matter-of-fact tone. Haha. This Yang was just about to talk about this. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly, paused for a few breaths, and then continued. Although the spirit pills have been refined, I will not hand them over. What did you say? Wu Chang's face suddenly became cold. Boy, you court death. You want to take this heaven-defying spirit pill for yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Obediently hand over the spirit pill. Otherwise, everyone will attack together and tear you to shreds. You're alone, and you won't be able to withstand the attack of so many people. As soon as Kai Yang's words left his mouth, the crowd instantly exploded into a cacophony of curses, threats, and persuasion, all of which drifted into Kai Yang's ears from all directions. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this, and his expression became cold as he swept his eyes around. What nonsense are you all spouting? This extraordinary treasure lotus was first discovered by this Yang, and this extraordinary treasure pill was refined by this Yang alone. Even the herbs needed to refine this spirit pill were basically all made by this Yang. You all just stood here and watched the show. Yet you want to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill for free? In your dreams. Boy, you've got guts. Heh heh. This little brat probably hasn't woken up yet, daring to boast so shamelessly. I don't think he'll live past today. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him together and snatch that spirit pill. Although Yang Kai had just shown a little bit of his strength, making many people feel that he wasn't easy to deal with at this moment, there were so many people around them that they naturally didn't put Yang Kai in their eyes. In everyone's opinion, Yang Kai's approach was tantamount to seeking his own death. As everyone clamored, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent as they stared at Yang Kai. It looks like this was your plan from the very beginning? Wu Chang stared at Yang Kai coldly and said sarcastically, Yes. Yang Kai turned to look at him. From the very beginning, I never intended to give this extraordinary treasure pill to you people. Otherwise, when I found the extraordinary treasure lotus, I could have swallowed it directly. Although that would have wasted its medicinal efficacies, it would still have some effect. It's better than letting others benefit from it. You've got guts. Wu Chang was so angry that he let out an angry laugh, his aura suddenly rising as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step. With every step he took, his aura soared, making him seem like a great demon who had just emerged from the abyss of purgatory, causing those who saw him to shudder. Although your idea is good, it requires the corresponding strength to implement. Do you think you have such ability? If I didn't, Yang Kai grinned at him and said, I wouldn't have thought so. If he didn't have this confidence, how could he have brought trouble to himself? Not only did he admit that he was a Tao Source-grade alchemist in front of everyone, but he also went to great lengths to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a stupid thing to make someone else's wedding dress for him. Not hesitating to expose his identity as a Tao Source-grade alchemist to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward and shouted, Break! Accompanied by this shout, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. At the same time, with Yang Kai as the center, the space within a 300-meter radius cracked like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground. These cracks were long, narrow, and erratic, but they gave off a deadly sense of threat. Strange energy fluctuations, unfathomable power of laws, leisurely filled the air. Wuchang suddenly stopped and stared at the space in front of him, seemingly feeling something as his expression changed several times. Void cracks. Space principles. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell one after another. Their faces were covered in shock and disbelief, and their eyes were filled with despair and astonishment. Space principles. The scene in front of them and the strange principle strength all around them were undoubtedly space principles, otherwise it would be impossible to cause such a big change in space. The space within a 300-meter radius had been shattered, and anyone who entered would have to be mentally prepared to be torn apart by the void cracks. You actually comprehended this kind of principle strength. Wuchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression filled with unwillingness and anger, as if Yang Kai had insulted him. Space principles could be said to be one of the most mysterious and elusive principles in the world, yet Yang Kai had actually comprehended them. Wuchang was naturally filled with unwillingness. In this world, there is actually someone who can use space principles to such an extent with such a low cultivation. Lan Xun's beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Because of the interference of space principles, the fluctuations of space principles made it seem as if Yang Kai's distance from her was constantly fluctuating, sometimes close and sometimes far. Under the interference of this kind of power, it was impossible for others to attack him. Maybe he just used some kind of artifact, Xiao Chan said with a look of dissatisfaction. Right? Doesn't he have an emperor artifact in his hand? This guy has some kind of background, so he should have some kind of space artifact. Lan Xun frowned, too lazy to respond to him. Although it was indeed possible for a space artifact to achieve this level, Yang Kai had not shown any signs of using an artifact before he attacked just now. Lan Xun had clearly seen him raise his hand and let the space principles envelop the surrounding space. This was definitely his own power. This little brat. On the other side, Xia Shang, who had been on edge all this time, could only smile bitterly. After Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pills, Xia Shang began to send him secret divine sense transmissions, asking him to cooperate with him. How could he have known that Yang Kai would completely ignore him and act like this in the blink of an eye? It looks like he doesn't need our help, Xiao Baiyi said thoughtfully, and Xia Shang frowned. Since he is proficient in the Tao of space, he can definitely do that. With this kind of skill, he really doesn't need to fear others, but what? Xiao Baiyi looked at Xia Shang in amazement. But what does he want to do? Xia Shang looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Can't he just take the extraordinary treasure pills and run away? Instead, he stayed behind to ridicule everyone around him. Is he tired of living too freely? Hearing what he said, Xiao Baiyi was also at a loss, having no idea what Yang Kai was trying to do. On the other side, Wu Chang's face was extremely pale as he silently observed Yang Kai for a moment before asking, "Do you think you'll be safe just by hiding there?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Does Brother Wu Chang want to try?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," Wu Chang shouted. Chapter 2193. Accompanied by Wu Chang's roar, a figure shot out leisurely. It was not Wu Chang who moved, but Luo Yuan. He took an extremely profound step, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the area affected by the spatial laws. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. After that, he raised his hands up high, clenched them into fists, and then clasped them together before smashing them down fiercely. Violent energy began to surge. Behind Luo Yuan, a figure several dozen meters tall suddenly appeared. This figure had a humanoid form, but it was extremely shocking, like a giant god, raising its two giant hands and mimicking Luo Yuan's actions. Asterisk Hong, asterisk after a breath. A loud bang rang out as the huge fist shadow smashed into the territory affected by the space principles. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly. The surrounding spatial cracks instantly collapsed, and the spatial domain that he had created was violently broken apart at this moment. Before he could react, though, Wu Chang suddenly jumped out from behind Luo Yuan. Out of Yang Kai's blind spot, holding a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. The saber was a fiery red while the sword was a flawless white. As the saber and sword met, a dazzling brilliance filled the air. Wuchang just crossed his saber and sword, and a layer of dense light suddenly burst out. At the same time, he shouted, "Saber and sword prison. Seal the four extremes. Asterisk chi 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 chi." Asterisk the light from the swords and sabers could be seen with the naked eye. They filled the vast space and formed an invisible force that completely sealed off the space. Everyone gasped in amazement and was flabbergasted. Wu Chong and Luo Yuan had not seen eye to eye with each other before. There had even been a little friction between the elites of the Southern Territory. But at this moment, their cooperation was flawless. First, Luo Yuan broke Yang Kai's space blockade with a single blow, and then Wu Chong used a secret technique to block Yang Kai's movements. As a result, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he was bound to become a turtle in a jar. The timing of these two's attacks was simply perfect. Even brother and sister from the same sect might not be able to achieve this level of cooperation. However, the two cultivators with different backgrounds had done it, relying only on their own judgment and combat instincts. "It's bad." Xia Sheng's expression changed as he shouted. On the other side, Wu Chong sneered, "Let's see how you die now." As he spoke, the sword and saber in his hand stirred again. A storm of red and white, filled with saber light and sword light, suddenly attacked Yang Kai. He did not show any mercy. Obviously, he had already planned to kill Yang Kai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the storm directly swallowed Yang Kai and shredded his body into pieces. Even the black jade cauldron beside him was shredded into pieces. Many people couldn't help but make a fuss when they saw this, and an extremely pained expression appeared on their faces. Although Yang Kai's death had nothing to do with them, they didn't care either. But if the extraordinary treasure pills were destroyed, that would be unacceptable to everyone. At that time, Wu Chong would become a sinner who would take the blame for Yang Kai. Over on the other side, Wu Chong did not show the slightest joy after his attack and instead frowned solemnly. The same was true for Luo Yuan. He looked around, seemingly searching for something, the huge phantom behind him gradually disappearing. "My patience is limited," a voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, unscathed. Holding the alchemy furnace in his hand, Yang Kai swept his eyes around with a gloomy expression and declared loudly, "Just now, I can consider it a test to see if I have the qualifications to talk to you. Now that the result is out, if there is still someone who doesn't know what's good for them and attacks me, then I'll eat all the extraordinary treasure pills in this furnace." Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is a lunatic. "Brother, please don't. Eating so many pills isn't good for you. How about you share one with me?" Wu Chong frowned and whispered, "Sure enough, he can teleport." Wu Chong had speculated before that since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could certainly use a secret technique similar to teleportation, so Wu Chong had wanted to seal off the area around Yang Kai in order to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Wu Chong was confident that his cooperation with Luo Yuan was perfect, but he still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He didn't even notice when Yang Kai teleported away. Based on this point alone, Wu Chong knew that he and the others couldn't do anything to Yang Kai at all. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space had a unique advantage in escaping and tracking. This rumor was not false. If one wanted to kill or capture a character like Yang Kai, there were only a few ways to do so. One was to invite a cultivator whose strength was far inferior to his and crush him with absolute strength, giving him no chance to use his Tao of space. It was either to lure him into a small independent space where he could not escape, or to create something similar to a barrier to trap him. In the Four Seasons realm, no one could do such a thing. In this place, Kai Yang was simply lawless. "Brother Yang, you mean you want to negotiate with us?" Lan Xun raised her brow and asked. She had heard a different message from Yang Kai's words just now. "Your Highness is right." Yang Kai grinned. "But the princess is only half right. I'd like to hear the details." Lan Xun smiled. "I want to negotiate with them, not with you, princess. As Yang Kai spoke, he reached into his alchemy furnace and took out a rolling longan-sized, pearl-like spirit pill. A refreshing aroma immediately filled the air. An extraordinary treasure pill. In the crowd, exclamations rang out as everyone stared at the spirit pill with fiery eyes. Everyone knew that this was the legendary pills that could lead one directly to the Emperor realm. One of the herbs required to refine the extraordinary treasure pill was provided by Your Highness, so this Yang will present the spirit pill to the princess according to our previous agreement. I hope Your Highness will kindly accept it. Yang Kai pinched the spirit pill and gestured to Lan Xun. Oh, Brother Yang is willing to fulfill the agreement? Lan Xun looked at him with some surprise. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't do this again, but things were a little different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai sternly said, "Naturally, the extraordinary treasure pill was successfully refined thanks to the jade blood mushroom provided by Your Highness. Without that jade blood mushroom, there would be no extraordinary treasure pill at this moment, so Your Highness will naturally receive one. As for the others, they didn't contribute anything, just stood by and watched. Do they think they can get a pill?" He spat mercilessly. "In their dreams. Brother Yang's actions are fair." Lan Xun nodded lightly and said, "Since that's the case, this little sister won't be polite." Saying so, she walked over to Yang Kai. Not long after, she arrived at Yang Kai's side, took the spirit pill he handed over, and whispered, "Thank you. Princess is too polite." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "If possible, Your Highness can take the spirit pill now. The extraordinary treasure pill is different from other spirit pills in that it does not need to be taken at the critical juncture of one's breakthrough. On the contrary, the earlier one takes it, the better its effects will be and the more complete the medicinal efficacies will be. On the day Your Highness ascends to the Emperor realm, the extraordinary treasure pill's effects will be maximized." "Then, I'll take it now," Lan Xun said, stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk the sound did not come from Lan Xun, but from the onlookers below. Watching Lan Xun swallow the spirit pill, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Your Highness' talent is peerless, and with this spirit pill, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. This Yang wishes Your Highness here the best of luck and hopes Your Highness will soon reach the Emperor realm. Thank you for your auspicious words. Lan Xun smiled lightly. Are you done with your flattery? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two with a disgruntled look and stared coldly at Yang Kai. I think I understand what you want to do. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at Wu Chang. If Brother Wu Chang has guessed it, why don't you tell me? Humph. Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, The extraordinary treasure pill has been refined, and you are proficient in the Tao of space, so you can leave this place at any time, but instead of leaving, you stay here and talk endlessly, deliberately taking out the extraordinary treasure pill to tempt everyone. What you want is nothing more than to use the extraordinary treasure pill to exchange for something from the people here. After a pause, he continued, You are a smart person. You know that even if you leave the Four Seasons realm with the extraordinary treasure pill, you may not be able to protect yourself. Because as long as the cultivator here brings the news out, the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They won't go as far as to bully the weak and rob you, but they will definitely ask you to hand over the extraordinary treasure pill and then give you some compensation. However, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it is better to take the initiative and try to obtain the greatest benefits. He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at Wu Chang in amazement, seemingly dumbfounded. After a while, he clapped his hands and praised, I really didn't expect Brother Wu Chang to be such a clever person. His words undoubtedly confirmed what Wu Chang had said. In fact, Yang Kai really did think so. The extraordinary treasure pill was indeed extremely precious. If possible, Yang Kai really wanted to take it away and find an opportunity to exchange it for some other precious items that would be useful to him in the future. He believed that no one, no sect, would be willing to refuse the extraordinary treasure pill, not even Star Soul Palace. However, as Wu Chang said, Even if he took the extraordinary treasure pill out of the Four Seasons realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it away. How could the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit allow him to do so? The most ideal ending was nothing more than for the people from the Emperor realm to divide up his extraordinary treasure pills and then compensate him with some benefits. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. His own things should be his own. Even if he suffered a loss, he could not let others interfere. Chapter 2194. So that's what he was planning. Xia Sheng showed a look of sudden realization. Before this, he had been puzzled by Yang Kai's self-seeking approach. But now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't looking for trouble at all. He had clearly planned this all along, so he stood up to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and then took it all for himself, using it as a bargaining chip to exchange for something with everyone else. All of this was part of his plan. And the implementation of this plan required extremely harsh conditions. First, one needed to have great confidence in their own alchemy skills and be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If one didn't have this confidence and failed, how could there be any future developments? Second, one needed to have great confidence in one's own strength. One didn't need to be able to defeat everyone here, as long as one had the ability to escape and survive. And now, it seemed that Yang Kai had obviously fulfilled both requirements, proving that his plan was flawless. He had the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and the ability to escape under the watchful eyes of so many masters. All the initiative was in his hands. On the contrary, those who originally had unrealistic fantasies about the extraordinary treasure pill had been toyed with by Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was concentrating on alchemy, no one would have thought that things would turn out like this, right? If they could predict the future, no one would have waited for Yang Kai to continue with his alchemy and would have already rushed to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. This fellow. The things he did were simply infuriating to both man and God. However, it made people admire his courage and boldness. This kind of action. It was the same as making an enemy of everyone. If one wasn't careful, the result would be eternal damnation. Without courage and boldness, who would do something like this? Considering all this, Xia Shang's face changed again as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so cunning. After he refined the extraordinary treasure pill, he first gave one to Lan Sun, ostensibly because Lan Sun had provided him with a jade blood mushroom. They had an agreement before, but in reality, he probably didn't want to be enemies with Lan Sun, right? After all, Lan Sun's identity was very special, and no one wanted to have any conflict with her. At that time, even if there was no jade blood mushroom, Yang Kai would have thought of another way to get Lan Sun to accept the spirit pill, such as testing the quality and effects of this extraordinary treasure pill. Once Lan Sun took the extraordinary treasure pill, it was impossible for her to embarrass him again. She had to put in a few good words for him if it was within her power. This was equivalent to giving himself a layer of protection. In an instant, the words "cunning old fox" flashed across Xia Sheng's mind. Enough idle chatter. Wu Chang spoke again, his tone cold. What do you want in exchange? Just state it. What do I want to exchange for? Yang Kai laughed but didn't say anything. That despicable expression and tone made people want to go up and beat him up to vent the anger in their hearts. I'm very curious about another thing. Zhuang Bufan, who had recovered from the aftermath of competing with Yang Kai in Source Qi, stood up with a ruddy complexion, looked at Yang Kai, and asked, Brother Yang, that extraordinary treasure pill, how many are left? As soon as this question came out, Xiao Chun couldn't help shouting. And this Xiao was also asking, how many extraordinary treasure pills are left? There was a limit to the total number of spirit pills a furnace could produce, even with the Star Boundaries alchemy techniques. Even if an emperor-grade alchemist refined a spirit pill, there would only be a maximum of 9 spirit pills. Because 9 was the limit, any more than that was impossible. In other words, that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could only produce a maximum of 9, and this was the ideal situation. In fact, depending on the grade of an alchemist, the state they were in when refining the pill condensing technique, and the age of the herbs, it was basically impossible for an alchemist to produce 9 spirit pills in a single furnace. No matter how good an alchemist was, it was rare for them to achieve such a perfect state. The grade of extraordinary treasure pills was not low, and Yongkai's alchemist level was not high, so in any case, it was impossible for there to be 9 extraordinary treasure pills in a single furnace. It was very likely that there would only be 4, 3, or even 2 before exchanging with Yongkai. At the very least, one should inquire about the number of items to be exchanged. This was the most basic principle. But when Yongkai heard this, he grinned and said, "How many are there?" Heh heh. Zhuang Bufan's face darkened as he stammered, "Brother Yang, don't make trouble. I'm asking you a serious question." Yongkai glanced at him and said, "Then I'll count." "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Zhuang Bufan nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yongkai really opened the alchemy furnace and looked down. The moment he opened the pill furnace, countless divine senses shrouded him from all directions, wanting to see what was inside. But before these people could see clearly, Yongkai closed the alchemy furnace, glanced around with a displeased expression, and coldly snorted. "Originally, telling you how many spirit pills there are isn't a big deal, but your sneaky attempts to peep really disgust this Yang. So this Yang has decided." Yongkai paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. "I won't tell you," Yongkai declared loudly. "Bastard! Little brat, you're playing with us. I didn't go peeping. Brother Yang, can you tell me quietly?" Yongkai's pair of cold eyes swept around as he pointed in several directions and said, "Those who scolded me just now can scram. No matter how generous your conditions are, I won't exchange the extraordinary treasure pills with you." As soon as these words came out, the faces of several cultivators turned ugly as they hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. Kai Yang snorted from his nostrils, and under everyone's gaze, he did something that made everyone turn pale with fright. Yongkai reached into the alchemy furnace, grabbed it, and pulled it out, revealing an extraordinary treasure pill in his hand. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one he had given to Lan Xun before, seemingly indistinguishable. Then, Yongkai opened his mouth and threw the extraordinary treasure pill directly into it. Asterisk crunch crunch. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Yongkai chewed on the extraordinary treasure pill like he was eating candy. At the same time, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he shook his head from side to side. The beauty of this scene was not something that could be described to outsiders. Everyone was shocked, and they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Asterisk gudong. Asterisk after a while, accompanied by the sound of swallowing, Yongkai breathed a long sigh of relief, patted his belly, and said with a satisfied look, "Comfortable." Only then did he look at the crowd again, the corners of his mouth rising into a subtle arc as he said, "No matter how many extraordinary treasure pills there were before, now that one is gone, there aren't many left. If any of you want an extraordinary treasure pill, please come forward and exchange with this Yang. First come, first served, last come, last come." Yongkai's demeanor and tone were like that of a street vendor, his tone full of strong provocation and bewitchment. At the end, he added, "As for the exchange, and let's use what you obtained in the Four Seasons realm. If this Yang takes a fancy to it, he will exchange with you. If not, it's useless to force it. This trade is voluntary, so please do as you please." Yongkai stretched out his hand and patted his alchemy furnace, slowly descending from midair and pushing his space principles, forming a special broken world 300 meters around him. Void cracks loomed and lingered around, causing the power of the void to fluctuate erratically. Any cultivator who tried to break into this broken world would inevitably be strangled by the space principles. Of course, one could also forcibly break through like Luo Yuan, but in that case, Yongkai would definitely escape. With this lesson in mind, no one was interested in attacking Yongkai again. "I'll do it. I'll do it. Damn. Let me go first. If any of you dare snatch from me, this father will kill your entire family. This old lady is a woman you want to squeeze? Who touched my butt? If you have the guts to stand up, this old lady promises not to beat you to death. In an instant, the scene became chaotic as everyone swarmed over, pushing and shoving each other, creating a lively scene. On the contrary, those masters who had been famous for a long time and were confident in their status all stood quietly in place, not joining in the fun. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with Yang Kai, but mainly because rushing forward at this time would damage their image too much. However, looking at their expressions, all of them were clearly anxious. After all, they didn't know how many extraordinary treasure pills Yang Kai still had in his hands, let alone what Yang Kai wanted to exchange for. If they were too late, they would be left with nothing. Come one by one. If anyone dares to break in, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he sat in the middle of the broken world. As soon as these words fell, a clear gap appeared in the world filled with space principles, allowing one person to pass through at a time. When the cultivator standing at the front saw this situation, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He took the lead and rushed in. After he entered, the gap immediately closed again, blocking the others outside. The hubbub suddenly stopped as everyone stared at the cultivator, who was the first to enter, their faces filled with uneasiness. After this person entered the broken world, he looked around and determined that the drifting void cracks around him would not cause him any harm before straightening his clothes and striding towards Yang Kai. When he arrived, he squeezed out a smile on his face, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. This one is from the Qi province's Chang family. I'm not interested in where you're from or what your name is. Yang Kai rudely interrupted him and said with a blank expression, "Take out your harvest in the Four Seasons realm and let me see if there's anything that will make my eyes light up." Yes, yes, yes. The man surnamed Chang nodded repeatedly, not caring about Yang Kai's rudeness. While speaking, he quickly took out a few items from his space ring and presented them to Yang Kai, then waited nervously without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at them for a moment before looking up at him and asking, "Is this all you got this time?" Chapter 21:95. The man surnamed Chang heard this and said, "That's right. It's all here. Okay, you can pack up your things and go out." Yang Kai waved at him. "Ah!" The man surnamed Chang's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, can you be more careful? Get out!" Yang Kai waved his hand again without any explanation, sending out a surge of space force. He directly teleported this person outside and shouted, "Next!" After that person came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing far away from Yang Kai and could not help but feel annoyed. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, secretly hating himself for not taking advantage of this great opportunity and hating Yang Kai for being so heartless. On the contrary, the others all showed a gloating look at him. Not to mention the reactions of these people, Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and the others had extremely solemn expressions, because they could tell from the move Yang Kai just showed that Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had reached an incredible level. Not only could he teleport himself, but he could also teleport others away. Of course, the premise was that the other person had to be in the special world he created, but even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Just how did someone from the First Order Tao Source Realm cultivate to be able to grasp the mysteries of space to such an extent? With such a divine technique, who in the Tao Source Realm could kill him? Just as everyone's expressions changed, another person passed through the crack and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai. This person was a woman, and it was unknown which sect she came from. She was enchanting and charming. She was also dressed very generously, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed. Her chest rose and fell fiercely, making people dizzy. She walked in front of Yang Kai and smiled charmingly, not in a hurry to take out something to exchange with Yang Kai. Instead, she said sweetly, "Little brother, I didn't have much to gain here, what should I do?" Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at her, a pair of lustful eyes staring at her chest as he grinned meaningfully. "Then what do you want to do?" "I don't know, that's why I asked you," she responded in a coquettish voice as she slowly squatted down, exposing the scenery of her chest even more thoroughly. "Girl, you're trying to seduce me." Yang Kai gulped as he reached out and touched the woman's soft little hand. Hateful. The woman glared at Yang Kai coquettishly. She was not in a hurry to retract her hand. Instead, she revealed a bashful expression, which made people's hearts flutter and their appetites whet. At the same time, a faint fragrance was emitted from this woman's delicate body. It was very faint, but it seemed to have a magical effect. It was able to make a man's blood boil and cause traces of ripples and endless thoughts to surge out from the depths of his heart. Shameless. Lan Sun spat in disdain from far away. Shameless. Murong Xiao Xiao also spat. What a disgrace. Xia Shang gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, Simply enviable. Little brother. The woman seemed to want to display some of her unique skills, but as soon as these words left her mouth, her expression changed drastically. She stood up and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly and angrily. What she saw was Yang Kai holding a space ring in his hand. He was releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents. When the woman lowered her head, her pretty face became even uglier because she found that the space ring she was wearing on her hand had disappeared at some point. She didn't know how Yang Kai had taken it off without her noticing. Sure enough, there's nothing good here, Yang Kai muttered before throwing the space ring to the woman. The woman caught it, her breasts heaving up and down in a spectacular display as she ground her teeth. But that set of underwear is quite unique. It seems there's something mysterious about it. Everyone should find some time to sit down and study it. Yang Kai looked at the woman with a lecherous expression and said with a smile, Who wants to study it with you? You rogue? Scum. Scum. The woman's face turned red with anger as she stomped her foot, turned around, and rushed out. Under everyone's mocking gazes, she didn't want to stay here a moment longer and flew directly towards the exit. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, If you don't want to study it, then forget it. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai put on an innocent expression, but soon, his expression became serious again and he shouted, Next! Immediately, another person rushed in. Time flew by, and soon half an hour passed. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, there were already more than 30 cultivators who wanted to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with him. But until now, no one had achieved what they wanted. Originally, everyone was worried that they would be disappointed if they arrived too late, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this at all because what Yang Kai needed was definitely extremely rare, otherwise at least one of the 30 or so cultivators would have been able to meet his requirements. After realizing this, the remaining cultivators were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they were secretly calculating what they should take out to satisfy Yang Kai's appetite in exchange for extraordinary treasure pills. Although Yang Kai had said before that he wanted everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm, everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator. So which one of them didn't have good things in their space rings? As for where those things came from, Yang Kai couldn't tell. As such, the later cultivators not only took out all their gains from the Four Seasons realm, but also selectively took out precious items from their space rings, hoping to catch Yang Kai's eye. The value of these items was not low, and some of them even made Yang Kai's eyes light up, but he still resisted the urge to exchange for them. Because there were not many extraordinary treasure pills, he had to exchange them for what he needed the most, the tribulation fruit. What he needed the most was this. Since he made up his mind to take the extraordinary treasure pills for himself, Yang Kai was ready to exchange them for the tribulation fruit. Otherwise, he would not have made such a strange request, asking everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm with him. Previously, in the Winter Territory, although he had found the tribulation fruit tree, someone had already taken the spirit fruit. Now, all the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were basically gathered here, so if there were no accidents, the tribulation fruit must be in the hands of someone here. In order to exchange for the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, it was absolutely impossible for that person to keep it for themselves. In other words, the tribulation fruit would appear in front of Yang Kai sooner or later, so all he needed to do was wait patiently. Big brother, take a look at these things and see if there's anything you want. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating, a woman walked up to him, stood in front of him, and then took out some things from her space ring and placed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, his eyes moving over these things. He had done this kind of thing many times before, and it had always ended in disappointment, but this time. HM? Yang Kai raised his brow and stared straight at one of the things, his heart throbbing. This thing was not the tribulation fruit, but something else that he cared about very much. After seeing this thing, one of his previous speculations seemed to have come true. Yang Kai was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, quickly turning his eyes away and beginning to examine the other things the woman took out. There were more than a dozen spirit herbs, although rare, they weren't too rare. There were 7 or 8 monster cores, all of good quality but not very high grade. There was also a red stone that had an ordinary surface, but if one used their divine sense to examine it, they would be able to feel the heat it contained. Yang Kai immediately had an idea, looked at the red stone, and exclaimed, "Fire spirit stone!" The woman was startled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps before stabilizing herself and looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Do you need this thing?" She had originally come here with a tentative mentality to exchange with Yang Kai and didn't have high expectations. After all, before her, more than 30 people had come here in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Before she knew what Yang Kai needed, the initiative of this exchange was completely in Yang Kai's hands. Whether others could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill or not would depend on their luck. But what she hadn't expected was that Yang Kai would show great interest in the stone she took out, giving her a glimmer of hope for an exchange. If that was the case, she had a chance to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill. On the other side, the onlooker's cultivator couldn't help looking shocked. After all, it was only now that Yang Kai showed such an expression. The people who had gone in to exchange with him before had only seen disappointment and impatience in front of him. For a time, everyone was curious, wanting to see what this woman had taken out that could arouse Yang Kai's interest. But they couldn't see, under the influence of space principles, the shattered world was filled with a large number of void cracks, and anyone who tried to pour their divine sense into it would be swallowed up by these void cracks and disappear. Yang Kai looked up at the woman and found that she was sweet and cute, with a round face and a petite figure. She was quite attractive, but her cultivation wasn't high, only a second-order Tao source realm. So Yang Kai didn't know which sect she came from. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had done very bad things to another woman before, making lewd remarks. So when this round-faced woman saw Yang Kai looking at her at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and wary. She hurriedly said, "I accidentally picked this up in the territory of the Summer family. This is a good thing." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I am indeed interested." "Really?" The round-faced woman showed a look of surprise. "Then can we—" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah." The round-faced woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. "Yang Kai, enough is enough." For some reason, Luo Yuan suddenly shouted from outside, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yang Kai. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "It's none of your business." Chapter 2196. After scolding Luo Yuan, Yang Kai turned back to the round-faced woman and asked seriously, "You know what an extraordinary treasure pill does, right?" The woman nodded and said, "I know." "Then I think you understand how precious it is." The woman nodded again. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then do you think a trivial piece of fire spirit stone can be exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill?" An awkward expression appeared on the woman's face as she pursed her red lips and whispered honestly, "I can't." "That's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I am somewhat interested in your fire spirit stone, this is obviously a losing trade." Yang Kai chattered for a while before finally shrugging. "Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right?" "Then do you want anything else?" "I can give you something else." the round-faced woman hurriedly said. The round-faced woman hurriedly said. She wasn't an idiot and naturally understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai had only said that such an exchange would be a loss, but he didn't say it was impossible. She immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to exchange for more items, so she grit her teeth and said, "I can give you all of these things." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a hesitant look, as if he was considering something. In all fairness, the value of the things this round-faced woman took out was not low, but it was still a bit difficult to exchange them for an extraordinary treasure pill. However, if the thing Yang Kai was interested in had the effect he guessed, that thing alone was enough to exchange for an extraordinary treasure pill. Is this still not enough? The woman seemed to be very eager to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, but seeing Yang Kai show a hesitant look, she couldn't help asking. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. If Miss can compensate me with some source crystals, then this transaction. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the round-faced woman reached out and touched her space ring. The next moment, a large pile of source crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai, piling up into a small hill. Roughly counting, there were at least a few 100,000 source crystals. "These are all the source crystals I have. I didn't leave a single piece behind," the woman said. "All right." Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately smiled and said, "Since young lady is so sincere, I'll exchange it for an extraordinary treasure pill." "Really?" The woman's voice trembled, and she almost cried tears of joy. She looked at Yang Kai with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness had come so suddenly. After all, so many people had failed before her, but she had succeeded in making the deal. Moreover, she did not have much hope before. This was truly an unexpected surprise. She was simply unable to control herself, and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand. Yang Kai had already reached into his alchemy furnace, took out an extraordinary treasure pill, and handed it to the woman. "If I say we'll exchange, naturally we'll exchange. Why would I lie to you?" Only then did the woman stretch out her small hands. Trembling, she took the round white spirit pill and held it in her palm, as if she was afraid it would melt, carefully examining it in front of her eyes. Yang Kai began to tidy up the various things and source crystals the woman had taken out, stuffing them all into his space ring. When he picked up a yellow bead, he quietly poured his source chi and divine sense into it, but found that it did not respond at all. Immediately, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quietly put away the bead. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the round-faced woman's back. Although they did not see what this woman had taken out to make a deal with Yang Kai, everyone saw that she had obtained an extraordinary treasure pill. They did not dare to have any ideas about the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, but this woman was only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, so she naturally became a target for those with ulterior motives. At this time, Yang Kai had also finished tidying up. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivator before glancing at the round-faced woman and suddenly sighing, "Young lady! And does this big brother have any other instructions?" The round-faced woman seemed to have just recovered from her joy and asked in amazement, "I just want to tell you one thing." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "What is it?" "An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin," Yang Kai said sternly. The woman was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Many thanks for the reminder." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since you understand, I advise you to take this extraordinary treasure pill now. As I said before, this extraordinary treasure pill has a wonderful effect and does not need to be taken at a critical moment to break through. On the contrary, the earlier you take it, the better its effect. You are only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator now, so this is the best time to take it. If young lady is not worried, this yang can stand guard for you for a while. It won't delay anything." "No need, no need." The round-faced woman quickly waved her hand and muttered, "This extraordinary treasure pill, I have other uses for it." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he nodded lightly. "Then please, young lady, Thank you for being willing to exchange this spirit pill with me. And you are a good man. The round-faced woman smiled sweetly at Yang Kai before turning around and walking out. Looking at her back, Yang Kai wore a helpless expression. He had already said what he needed to say, but the other party did not appreciate his kindness and instead insisted on taking the extraordinary treasure pill away, which would obviously cause some trouble. In fact, the best way was to directly take the extraordinary treasure pill after exchanging for it so that others wouldn't try to snatch it away. Or, if one had the ability of Wuchang, Shaochen, then no one would dare to have any ideas about them. Yang Kai seemed to have a premonition that this round-faced woman's future was bleak. Just as he had expected, before this woman had even walked out of the shattered world he had created, some cultivators had already set their eyes on her with ill intentions. Although it was disgraceful to bully the weak in front of so many people, this matter was related to the extraordinary treasure pill and the hope of ascending to the emperor realm in the future. So these heavens' prides from the various great sects and families temporarily put aside their pride and were prepared to attack this round-faced woman as soon as she came out. The round-faced woman also seemed to realize something, and her petite body suddenly filled with a kind of courage that seemed to be unafraid of death. With a flick of her hand, a ribbon-like artifact wrapped around her arm as she walked forward and shouted, "Brother, senior sister, little sister doesn't want to fight with you. If it's convenient, please make way, many thanks." Her words were sincere and her demeanor was awe-inspiring. There were indeed a few people who felt moved and showed sympathetic expressions, but most of them remained indifferent and continued to stare at her coldly. In the time it took for her to say these words, she had already walked out of the area covered by Yang Kai's space principles. In an instant, loud shouts rang out one after another. "Hand over the extraordinary treasure pill. Hand over the spirit pill and we'll spare your life. Little girl, cooperate with me obediently and you'll suffer less. Otherwise don't blame me for showing no mercy." Accompanied by these voices, at least a dozen cultivators rushed towards the round-faced woman in an instant. The moment these people moved, they summoned their artifacts and secret techniques and blasted them in all directions, intending to stop the others from advancing, while they themselves approached the round-faced woman at an extremely fast speed. A trace of panic flashed across the round-faced woman's pretty face, but at the critical moment, she pushed her source chi fiercely and the ribbons on her arm shook, condensing a 5-colored halo that wrapped around her body and transformed into a streak of light that shot out. She obviously didn't intend to fight with these people and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the best course of action. But she was obviously too naive. With so many people attacking her, how could she resist? Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after a series of muffled bangs, the round-faced woman's figure was directly revealed, and with a short groan, her petite body fell to the ground like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen streams of light chased after her, all of them showing greedy and excited looks on their faces. The round-faced woman suddenly showed a look of despair. A moment later, she fell to the ground, and although she wasn't seriously injured, she obviously wasn't in a good condition. After struggling a few times, she finally stood up, but it was already too late. A few guys with fast movements had already closed in on her. The fastest one among them was holding a sharp sword, which he ruthlessly slashed towards her right hand. This person's attack was extremely ruthless, without the slightest bit of mercy, as if he wanted to directly cut off the round-faced woman's hand that was holding the spirit pill. At the critical moment, the woman screamed as her face turned pale. With her second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to avoid this killer move, so losing an arm was inevitable. On the other hand, the person who attacked just now had a cruel grin on his face, as if he could already see the scene of him obtaining the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as he could obtain the extraordinary treasure pill, he would eat it immediately, cutting off any hope of others snatching it away. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he secretly pushed his space force, preparing to help the woman at the critical moment. But right at this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost before the round-faced woman. That figure was extremely heroic, and it was like a tall mountain that withstood all the violent storms that assaulted it. causing the round-faced woman who was hiding behind it to feel an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. It was like a harbor that protected her. Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at this figure with a look of surprise. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, this person would actually take action. Could it be? He was also eyeing the extraordinary treasure pill? Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, this person suddenly stretched out his hand. His movements were not fast, but they gave off a very strange feeling. The face of the cultivator holding the sword that was slashing towards the round-faced woman changed greatly, giving birth to the illusion that he was shrouded in death. He wanted to avoid this big hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. From the perspective of others, it was as if he was the one slamming into this big hand. Chapter 2197. After a short while, the big hand directly grabbed the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator, and under this man's horrified gaze, the owner of the big hand grinned fiercely as he exerted force with his fingers, causing a tsunami-like source chi fluctuation to surge out, rolling up a tide of death. Kacha. With a crisp sound. The neck of the sword-wielding cultivator was directly crushed and his head drooped softly. C. A series of gasps rang out as all the cultivators who were rushing towards the round-faced woman stopped in their tracks, staring at the owner of the giant hand in horror, their faces filled with shock. All of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators, but the owner of this big hand had just stretched out his hand and squeezed, ending the life of one of them. This kind of brutal and violent method of killing, coupled with absolute strength, was naturally shocking. Luo Yuan. Someone shouted loudly. If Luo Yuan from the octagonal door was not famous before, then after this experience in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation and prestige were enough to stand side by side with the heavens' prides of other top sects, and he indeed had the strength and capital to back it up. To a certain extent, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were the same kind of people, both cruel and violent, both of whom no one wanted to provoke. At this moment, seeing that it was Luo Yuan who stood in front of the round-faced woman and killed one of them as an example to others, how could the remaining cultivators dare to act rashly? The extraordinary treasure pill was precious, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Luo Yuan, you also want to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill? This was the question that almost everyone had in their hearts. If that was really the case, then, if this was true, then Luo Yuan would be the biggest enemy of these people. If they couldn't deal with Luo Yuan, they wouldn't be able to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill. This was also very likely. The extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that anyone would covet it, so it was reasonable for Luo Yuan to try to snatch it. Xiao Chun, Wu Chang, Xiaoshang, and the others did not make a move because they were concerned about the face of their sex and also because they disdained to do so. But Luo Yuan was different. The octagonal door he came from was not a great sect, so he did not have such scruples. He himself was not famous before, so it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. For a moment, everyone's expression turned gloomy as they cursed inwardly. However, the development of the situation shocked everyone. Luo, brother Luo, a weak voice sounded from behind Luo Yuan, belonging to the round-faced woman who was still in shock. Brother? Could it be? No way. At this moment, the cultivator who had attacked the round-faced woman earlier were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and a few of the more timid ones were even trembling. From the way the round-faced woman addressed Luo Yuan, everyone vaguely realized that these two seemed to be from the same sect. In other words, the round-faced woman was also a disciple of the octagonal door, bullying his junior sister in front of Luo Yuan. How could this matter be left at that? But in this way, everyone suddenly understood why Luo Yuan had taken action at the critical moment. Not only had he taken action, but he had also ruthlessly killed one of them. For a time, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator turned ugly as they looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Brother Luo, this one did not know that this girl was from the same sect as you. If this one has offended you, please forgive us. One of them squeezed out a smile. He cupped his fists and said to Luo Yuan, Brother Luo, this is a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Yes, yes, if we had known that this girl was related to Brother Luo, we would not have dared to attack her. The group of people began to clamor, fearing that Luo Yuan would settle accounts with them later. Luo Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd coldly as he shouted, Scram! A bunch of trash. Although these words were not pleasing, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled in dejection. Brother Luo, on the contrary, the round-faced woman did not show the slightest joy after being rescued. Instead, she stared at Luo Yuan's back uneasily and called out softly, Didn't I say so? Luo Yuan turned around and looked at her coldly. After entering the Four Seasons realm, I am me and you are you. Don't make trouble for me. Did you forget? No. The round-faced woman waved her hand quickly, as if she wanted to explain something. But when she met Luo Yuan's emotionless eyes, she could not help lowering her head and biting her red lips. I'm sorry. If there's a next time, you're on your own. Luo Yuan coldly snorted. I know. The round-faced woman still lowered her head, her small hands wringing the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. Humph, you're on your own. Luo Yuan coldly snorted and turned to leave. Wait. The round-faced woman quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Yuan's clothes. What else do you want? Luo Yuan frowned and shouted impatiently. This is for you. The round-faced woman raised her head, squeezed out a smile on her face, and handed the extraordinary treasure pill she had exchanged with Yang Kai to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's expression froze in an instant as he stared blankly at the round-faced woman. As a gentle breeze blew, the crowd on the top of the mountain fell silent. So it's a gift. Yang Kai looked at this scene and muttered in his heart. And it's a gift to Luo Yuan? When the woman exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill from him earlier, she said that she had other uses for it. Yang Kai did not know what she wanted to do at that time, but now it seemed that everything was clear. She had not exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill for herself, but for Luo Yuan. Moreover, from beginning to end, she had never expressed such an intention. Even when she was besieged by many people, she did not ask Luo Yuan for help, but after she was safe, she was willing to hand over the spirit pill, which all Dao Source Realm Masters coveted, directly to Luo Yuan without any reluctance or attachment. She looked at Luo Yuan with a soft gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with deep and clear love and worship. Her expression and demeanor told everyone that for Luo Yuan, she was willing to give up everything. What was an extraordinary treasure pill worth? At this moment, this round-faced woman seemed to burst into a dazzling light, one so dazzling that Luo Yuan could not open his eyes, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch constantly, making it impossible for him to look straight ahead. Another lost woman who is unable to extricate herself from the web of love. Who can save her? Xia Sheng lamented. Morong Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, was already moved, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Humph. There is nothing to worry about in this world, Xiao Bai muttered coldly. Big brother. Morong Xiao Xiao glared at him. Ha. On the other side, Lan Xun also seemed to feel something and pursed her lips into a smile. I really didn't expect someone like Luo Yuan would have so many admirers. She must have used some kind of disgraceful means, Xiao Chan said sourly as he looked at the round-faced woman regretfully. It's a pity that she fell in love with someone like Luo Yuan. This woman must be blind. What's wrong? Lan Xun turned her head and glanced at him. According to what you're saying, it's good that she fell in love with you? That's not what I meant, Your Highness. Don't you understand? Xiao Chun quickly looked at Lan Xun tenderly and solemnly said, If I can get the extraordinary treasure pill, I will definitely. I've already taken one. Lan Xun didn't wait for him to finish his cheap talk and interrupted him impatiently. Xiao Chan said awkwardly, I just wanted to express that. You, what do you mean? Under everyone's gaze, after a long silence, Luo Yuan shouted coldly, "No, nothing." The round-faced woman didn't know why Luo Yuan looked angry and couldn't help panicking as she tried to explain. "I just want to give this extraordinary treasure pill." "Give it to me," Luo Yuan sneered. The round-faced woman nodded heavily. "Ridiculous." Luo Yuan didn't show any gratitude at all and instead laughed. "What? Do you think that by giving me an extraordinary treasure pill here, you can restrain me?" Saying so, his face suddenly became stern as he shouted, "Remember, I, Luo Yuan, will not be restrained by anything or anyone. Not you, not the octagonal door, not anyone. I, Luo Yuan, will stand at the peak of this world, rule the world, and show disdain for all heroes." "That's not what I think." The round-faced woman was so anxious that tears began to well up in her eyes as she hurriedly said, "There's no need to explain anything. I won't accept this extraordinary treasure pill. Even without this spirit pill with my aptitude, I am more than enough to break through to the Emperor realm." Luo Yuan coldly snorted. "You'd better not have any crooked ideas. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our friendship." Hearing this, the round-faced woman finally burst into tears. Although she was silent, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Her beautiful eyes filled with innocence and heartache. "Bastard!" Xia Shang saw this and couldn't help cursing. The approach of this round-faced woman was simply tragic. After all, as a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the extraordinary treasure pill had a huge effect on her. If she took it here, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would definitely be greatly increased. This was a major event related to her future. However, she didn't think about taking it herself and instead wanted to give it to Luo Yuan directly after exchanging for the extraordinary treasure pill. Even before this, in order not to cause trouble for Luo Yuan, even if she was in danger, she didn't call for help. Putting herself in the other party's shoes like this woman's love for Luo Yuan was obvious. If it were an ordinary man, they would have already been moved to tears at this moment. Even if they were a block of wood, they would still be moved. However, Luo Yuan only had a fierce and nasty attitude, which naturally made Xia Shang extremely dissatisfied. Even if Luo Yuan didn't want the extraordinary treasure pill, there was no need for him to speak so decisively. "Scum!" Morong Xiao Xiao cast a contemptuous look at Luo Yuan without hesitation. "This plot is really full of ups and downs." Xiao Chun smiled slightly, seemingly taking pleasure in Luo Yuan's misfortune. This made him secretly anxious because he hadn't seen the tribulation fruit he wanted so far. He didn't know if it was because someone else had a great use for it and hadn't taken it out, or if the person who took the tribulation fruit hadn't come here yet. If he couldn't obtain the tribulation fruit on this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he really didn't know how to explain it to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Yu was still waiting for the tribulation fruit to save her life. Without this spirit fruit, the little girl would only live for a few more months at most. Should I directly ask to exchange the tribulation fruit for an extraordinary treasure pill? Yang Kai hesitated in his heart. If he really made such a request and the person who took the tribulation fruit was here, he probably wouldn't refuse. However, if no one was here and the news spread, it would be disadvantageous to him. At that time, someone would definitely make a big deal out of it and plot against him. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suppressed this idea and continued to trade with others calmly. After an hour, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Because all the cultivator who came here had already made a deal with him, but he still hadn't seen the shadow of the tribulation fruit. The ominous premonition had come true. The only ones who hadn't made a deal with him were the few people from Azure Sun Temple and the few famous masters who had been watching for a long time. They had been watching and didn't compete with others. At this time, Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer and shouted, "Who wants to go first? I won't hide it from you. there are only 4 extraordinary treasure pills in total. In other words, this Yang only has 1 left. Among them, he took 1 for himself, gave 1 to Lan Xun, and traded 1 to the round-faced woman. If there were really only 4 pills, there would only be 1 left. While speaking, Yang Kai picked up his black jade furnace and shook it slightly. In an instant, a crisp tinkling sound came from the black jade furnace. Inferring from the sound, there was indeed only 1 pill inside. After the pill was formed, all of Yang Kai's actions were under the eyes of everyone, so he had no opportunity or time to hide the spirit pill, so everyone believed his statement. Since there is only 1 left, this Xiao won't be polite. Xiao Chun had been waiting for this for a long time. Xiao Chun had been holding back for a long time, but now that it was finally his turn, he couldn't wait to jump out and strode towards Yang Kai. As he walked, a confident smile hung on his face, as if he was determined to obtain the last spirit pill. Not long after, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother Xiao, please." Xiao Chen sneered as he took out something from his space ring and whispered, "Boy, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Obediently take out whatever you want and then hand over the extraordinary treasure pills to this Xiao. That way, everyone will be happy." Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him. Xiao Chun put on a fake smile and continued, "The things this Xiao has taken out are not things that just anyone can see. There should be something you want." He had the capital to say such things. After all, not only did he come from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, but he was also an elite disciple and the son of Silver Star envoy Xiao Yuyang. How could he not have good things on hand? The things he took out were indeed rare treasures. Whether it was artifacts or pills, they were all rare treasures. There were even secret arts and secret books. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Yang Kai didn't even look at these things and simply looked at him and asked, "Brother Xiao, have you been to the Winter Territory since you came to the Four Seasons realm?" Xiao Chun was puzzled by this question and didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this. So he replied impatiently, "No, this Xiao has been accompanying Her Highness the entire time. The princess said that the environment in the Winter Territory was very harsh. If you haven't, you can pack up your things and leave." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and waved his hand. "What did you say?" Xiao Chen's face suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely, the threat in his voice self-evident. "Didn't you hear me clearly?" Yang Kai grinned, then stretched his neck, leaned in front of Xiao Chun, and shouted, "Brother Xiao, you can scram now." After saying that, he shrank back and smiled slightly. "If you still can't hear me clearly, then I can't do anything about it." Xiao Chen's expression changed in an instant, his face alternating between red and white as he shouted in a low voice, "Boy, have you thought about it clearly?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was yelled at by Yang Kai. Naturally, he lost a lot of face. The most important thing was that everyone knew that he didn't have what Yang Kai wanted. If he continued to pester him, everyone would know that he was bullying others. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any face at all. Scram! Yang Kai curled his lips unceremoniously and pushed his space principles towards Xiao Chun, trying to squeeze him out of this broken world. Yang Kai had used this move to directly teleport a Dao Source Realm cultivator out, but when it came to Xiao Chun, it was obstructed. An inexplicable principle strength lingered around Xiao Chun, colliding with the space principles, causing Xiao Chen's figure to flicker inexplicably. This situation lasted for 10 breaths of time before Xiao Chun had to take the initiative to withdraw. If he continued to stay, he would really have to fight with Yang Kai. In that strange world, Xiao Chun also felt a fatal threat, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Jumping 300 meters away, Xiao Chun stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, gnashing his teeth for a while. Ha! Seeing this scene, Lan Xun only felt ashamed and sighed before turning around and walking towards the exit. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's face changed and he turned to Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Boy, I'll remember you. You better pray you don't fall into my hands." Leaving behind these words, he chased after Lan Xun. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and instead looked at Xia Shang and the others with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, there really is only one spirit pill left, Don't you want to come and take a look? If possible, he wanted to trade the spirit pill to Xiaosheng. In any case, he wouldn't take it out no matter what. The only result of taking it out was that it would be snatched away by those from the Emperor realm and given some random compensation. As for giving it away for free, Yang Kai hadn't thought about it. Firstly, he and Xiaosheng weren't that close, and secondly, an extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that even if he gave it to Xiaosheng, Xiaosheng wouldn't accept it, let alone dare accept it. If he really accepted this extraordinary treasure pill, he would owe Xiaosheng a huge favor. Chapter 2199. Hearing this, Xiaosheng smiled and said, "The few of us don't need it." Yang Kai was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiaosheng said, "Brother Yang, you want that spirit fruit, don't you?" The thing he was referring to was naturally the tribulation fruit. It was no secret in Azure Sun Temple that Yang Kai had entered the Four Seasons realm in search of the tribulation fruit. Before they set off, Gao Shueting had told everyone that if anyone found the tribulation fruit, they should remember to leave it behind. Yang Kai was looking for it and could exchange it with him. With Gao Shueting's instructions and Yang Kai's emphasis on everyone taking out their harvest in the Four Seasons realm before the exchange, Xiaosheng naturally understood what he was looking for. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, Yang Kai did not get what he wanted. Yes, Yang Kai did not deny it and nodded slightly. "The few of us don't have it, so we won't join in the fun." Xiaosheng smiled and said, "Besides, if we really want to exchange it with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse. At that time, the meaning of the exchange will change. And Brother Yang, you should ask Wu Chang if he has it." Apart from Xiaosheng and the others, only Wu Chang was left here. Hearing this, Wu Chang also took the initiative to stand up and looked at Yang Kai. "What spirit fruit do you want?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. "The tribulation fruit." Wu Chang frowned and said, "I've never seen it. Even you don't have it." Yang Kai could not help showing a disappointed look. At this point, he did not know whether the tribulation fruit in the winter territory had been picked or not. And where was it taken? It seemed that the main purpose of this trip to the Four Seasons realm could not be achieved. Yang Kai suddenly had a headache. "Although I don't have what you want, I still want to make this deal with you," Wu Chang said in a deep voice. "You can't take that extraordinary treasure pill out, right?" "Of course not." Yang Kai calmed himself down and grinned. "If Brother Wu Chang wants to make this deal, it's not impossible. It's just that, I wonder what you can offer?" As Wu Chang spoke, he took out a jade bottle and threw it at Yang Kai. He didn't seem to be worried that Yang Kai would take his things and run away. He trusted him so much that he threw the items to Yang Kai first. Yang Kai was startled when he saw this and quickly dispersed the space principles that had been lingering around him. Grabbing the jade bottle, he glanced at Wu Chang suspiciously. "Open it and take a look. You'll naturally know." Impermanence said calmly. Yang Kai opened the lid of the bottle and peeked inside. Suddenly, his face changed slightly and he shouted, "Brother Wu Chang, you're so bold." Anitya sneered. "I'll ascend to the Emperor realm sooner or later, so this thing is dispensable to me. You, on the other hand, are only in the First Order Dao Source realm." He was still far from ascending to the Emperor realm. "This thing will be of great use to you. It can save your life at a critical moment." Brother Wu Chang is right. Yang Kai closed the jade bottle as he spoke. Xiaosheng and the others were confused. They didn't know what Wu Chang had given to Yang Kai that could move Yang Kai so much. Morong Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, suddenly seemed to think of something and whispered, "Could it be that?" "What?" Xiaosheng's curiosity was ignited, and he asked Morong Xiao Xiao in a low voice. Xiao Baiyi also showed an interested look and listened attentively. Morong Xiao Xiao whispered, "The Emperor Authority Bead." Hiss! Xiaosheng sucked in a breath of cold air. "That bastard Wu Chang actually has such a thing?" As he spoke, a look of lingering fear appeared on his face as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If that guy had used the Emperor Authority bead before, wouldn't I have died? The Emperor Authority bead contained the full power of the Emperor Realm's attack. Although Xiaoshang was strong, he wasn't confident that he could withstand such an attack and would either die or be seriously injured. After saying this, he asked with a puzzled look, "That's not right. Xiao, how did you know that Wu Chong had the Emperor Authority bead?" Before Murong Xiao could speak, Xiao Baiyi answered, "Because when Wu Chong obtained the Emperor Authority bead, Xiao was right next to him." Xiaoshang heard this and his expression changed slightly. Could it be that this Emperor Authority bead was obtained by Wu Chong in the Four Seasons realm? Murong Xiao nodded. "Didn't I tell you before that Brother Xiao and I entered the Flowing Time Temple? It was there that Wu Chong obtained the Emperor Authority bead at the end. Were there any other treasures?" Xiaoshang asked with great interest. "What did you get?" "I obtained a drop of supreme divine water." Murong Xiao smiled. "It was all thanks to junior brother Yang. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. As for the others, Princess Lan Xun took a pseudo-emperor artifact, and that Gong Wenshan obtained an emperor aura. The heavens are jealous of geniuses." Xiaoshang looked up to the sky in grief and indignation. "Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Xiao Bai squinted at him and said, "Humph. You were the one who took the initiative to explore the spring territory, saying that it would be a beautiful place with beautiful weather and beautiful flowers. I was wrong. Okay?" Xiaoshang drooped his head, looking dejected, but he immediately became energetic again and said, "That's not right. You said that Yang Kai helped you obtain supreme divine water. Then what about him? Didn't he take anything?" "Junior brother Yang seems to have obtained a red bead," Murong Xiao replied. Murong Xiao replied, "But we don't know what that bead is. Even Princess Lan Xun can't see its origin." "A red bead?" Xiaoshang heard this and frowned. While they were talking, Wu Chong impatiently urged, "Are you satisfied with this thing?" Yang Kai held the jade bottle containing the Emperor Authority bead and grinned. "Indeed, this thing is really precious. It's a life-saving trump card, so I'm very tempted." After all, this was an Emperor Authority bead. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was proficient in space principles, his cultivation was still too low. In the star boundary, there were countless masters and dangers lurking everywhere. Perhaps he would encounter an opponent he couldn't match, so this Emperor Authority bead could serve as a safeguard. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? This thing was probably one of the most precious items in the entire Four Seasons realm. Even the Emperor Aura obtained by Gong Wenshan couldn't compare with it. Emperor Aura was only used to refine Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai had several Emperor artifacts, so the effect of Emperor Aura on him was almost zero. "Are there any other conditions?" Wu Chong frowned, understanding the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. "Let's hear them. As long as they aren't too excessive, I can accept them." Brother Wu Chong is quite straightforward. Yang Kai laughed. In fact, people like Wu Chong and Luo Yuan, apart from their temperaments, cooperating with them was actually quite pleasant because it wasn't too tiring to talk to them. They understood how to read others' expressions and guessed their thoughts. Yang Kai said, "This thing is precious, but Brother Wu Chong also knows that it's just a consumable. It's gone after one use. Don't talk nonsense. I naturally know its benefits and drawbacks. Just tell me your conditions." Wu Chong interrupted Yang Kai before he could finish, directly cutting off Yang Kai's intention to raise the price. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. "Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I have a suggestion." "This Xia has a suggestion." Xiaoshang suddenly interjected. "What do you want to do now?" Wu Chong looked at him unhappily. Xiaoshang said innocently, "I'm just making a suggestion to Brother Yang. Whether he listens or not is his business. How can you blame me?" Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Brother Xia, if you have something to say, feel free to say it." Xiaoshang nodded, staring at Wu Chong with a burning gaze. Brother Wu Chong seems to have obtained a lot of star seals in the Four Seasons realm this time. Brother Yang can At this point, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, immediately understanding what Xiaoshang meant. Wu Chang frowned. Xiaoshang said, "Before coming here, Elder Gao said that all disciples who obtained extra star seals, after turning them in, they would be rewarded by the sect. The more you turn in, the greater the reward. Although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my temple, this sentence is also applicable. If you can obtain more star seals, it is not impossible to make a request to the temple and ask the temple master and the elders to help you find the tribulation fruit." Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea. During this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he had failed to complete the expected task, but he could not return to Maplewood City to report to Qin Chaoyang. If he could ask the upper echelons of Azure Sun Temple for help, he might be able to obtain the tribulation fruit. In short, Yang Kai was tempted. "Humph!" Wu Chang coldly snorted. "What? You want to use this method to reduce my Orthodoxy Temple's quota to enter the Shattered Star Sea? Does Brother Xia have so little confidence in his own sect?" No. Xiaoshang smiled and said, "I'm just thinking about Brother Yang. It's not like what you said. It doesn't matter. I don't care if the others from Orthodoxy Temple can enter the Shattered Star Sea, as long as I can enter." "Oh?" Xiaoshang raised his brow and said, "Brother Wu Chang, are you implying that you only need to leave a single star seal? That depends on his intentions." Wu Chang turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Let me ask first, Brother Wu Chang, how many star seals did you obtain this time?" "5. Quite a few." Yang Kai praised before saying, "Well, since Brother Wu Chang is so sincere, this Yang will make this deal with you, but I still have a question." "Speak." Wu Chang said concisely, "How are you going to give me your star seal?" "Use a secret technique to transfer it," Wu Chang replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then why did you cut off my arm when I saw you outside the Flowing Time Temple? Do you know this secret technique?" Wu Chang asked disdainfully. "I don't," Yang Kai replied honestly. "Then cut it off." Wu Chang coldly snorted. "That makes sense. I have nothing to say." Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat. "Enough nonsense. Let's complete the deal first." Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered and he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai, formed a seal with his hands, and surged with source qi. Chapter 2200. In the Nameless Valley, the scenery was still extremely bleak and the world energy was depleted. The oval-shaped light gate stood straight in the air, and from time to time, a cultivator would walk out from it, either beaming with joy, as if they had made great gains in the Four Seasons realm, or dejected, as if they were very dissatisfied with their gains. No matter what their previous expressions were, the moment they stepped through the light gate, everyone's expression changed greatly, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. There was no other reason because at this moment, there were 6 masters from the Emperor realm standing in a row, all of them staring at the exit. Every time someone walked out from it, 6 divine senses belonging to the Emperor realm would envelop them. Who could withstand this kind of pressure? Fortunately, the 6 masters from the Emperor realm had no intention of harming anyone and were simply investigating. So the pressure came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Many people didn't know what these 6 masters were doing, so after leaving the exit, they immediately hid to the side. But those who were more astute had already guessed why they were guarding the exit in such a manner. In this way, the 6 masters from the Emperor realm stared at the exit without blinking for most of the day. At a certain moment, a figure flashed out of the light gate that had been silent for a long time. The 6 masters from the Emperor realm immediately cast their gazes over. The figure was a little caught off guard, but his reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, he urged his source qi and spiritual energy to resist the huge pressure. But in the next moment, he frowned and showed a puzzled look, because he found that the pressure was coming from in front of him. It turned out to be the elders of the various sects. Good. Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple looked at Wu Chang, who walked out of the Four Seasons realm. He kept repeating the word, good, with a smile on his face and said, Wu Chang, you can go to the side. Wu Chang heard this, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes before he walked to the side and stood still. Following behind Wu Chang were three figures, Xiaoshang and the other two from Azure Sun Temple. As soon as he appeared, Xiaoshang said with a face full of sweat, Master, what are you doing? Don't tell me. He's here to welcome us? How could this brat? If you keep talking, this king will throw you back. Xiao Yuyang coldly snorted. Xiaoshang shrank his neck and didn't dare to make a sound, quickly leading Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to the side. After the three of them came out, about 10 breaths later, Yang Kai's figure appeared from the exit. Gao Shueting couldn't help but exhale softly and murmur, We're finally out. Is this the boy? Xiao Yuyang turned his head and asked Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting gently nodded. Very good. Xiao Yuyang laughed. This king has been waiting for so long. I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. While they were talking, he opened his hand and directly covered Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stabilize himself, he felt a huge binding force descend upon him. The strength of that force was so strong that he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In an instant, he was imprisoned in place. Immediately after, in the next moment, he was pulled directly in front of Xiao Yuyang. What's going on? Yang Kai exclaimed with a horrified look on his face. He thought he had been ambushed by someone. Looking over, Yang Kai found that the 6 Emperor Realm Masters in front of him were all staring at him with burning gazes. It was as if 6 perverts were staring at a naked girl. Even Gao Shueting was no exception. Yang Kai knew all 6 of these people. Needless to say, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yuyang, he knew the other 4. He had also seen them in Maplewood City. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he somewhat understood what was going on in front of him. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a little powerless at this moment. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yang Kai shouted. Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you. Gao Shueting comforted him. If you have something to say, let's talk it out. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't bully a poor young man. Yang Kai chattered endlessly. Boy, you're too noisy. Xiao Yuyang coldly snorted and reached out to grab Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could react, the space ring on his hand was snatched away. Robbing. Yang Kai was shocked and glared at Xiao Yuyang. Bullying the weak? Bullying the weak? Is there no law in this world? Xiao Yuyang's divine sense shuttled back and forth to investigate Yang Kai's space ring, but it didn't affect the operation of his thoughts. He just snorted disdainfully and caused Yang Kai's momentum to shrink. Xiao Yuyang sneered. Law? Here, this king is the law. Do you have an opinion? If master thinks so. Yang Kai shrugged and said helplessly, then I can't do anything about it. Very good. After Xiao Yuyang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on investigating. After a while, he frowned and threw the ring on his hand to Feng Ming, who was beside him. Feng Ming took it and did the same thing as well. At this time, Xiao Yuyang turned his gaze back to Yang Kai. His gaze was unfathomable, like a demonic abyss, causing people to shudder and not have the courage to look him in the eye. He seemed to want to look into Yang Kai's heart and dig out the secrets hidden in his heart. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, as if millions of ants had crawled into his body. It was extremely itchy. Fortunately, he had seen the aura of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master and had also fought against 3 1st-order Emperor Realm Masters, so Xiao Yuyang was a bit arrogant to think that he could suppress his will with just his gaze. Of course, Xiao Yuyang couldn't be blamed for this. How could an ordinary 1st-order Dao Source Realm Master think when stared at by him like this? Their consciousness would be in chaos and they would answer whatever was asked. However, Yang Kai had experienced great storms before. Boy, this king sees that you are a smart person, so you should know why I have been waiting here, right? Xiao Yuyang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I have some guesses. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer play dumb and could only say so. After saying so, he looked at Xiao Yuyang timidly and asked, "Is it for the extraordinary treasure pill?" "It's good that you know," Xiao Yuyang shouted. They had been waiting here for the extraordinary treasure pill. The cultivator who had come out of the Four Seasons realm earlier told them about the appearance of the extraordinary treasure lotus in the Four Seasons realm and how Yang Kai had refined it into a pill. After Xiao Yuyang and the others heard this news, they were naturally shocked. The extraordinary treasure pill was a heaven-defying spirit pill. If used well, an extraordinary treasure pill was enough to create a master in the Emperor realm. This matter was of great importance, so how could they not pay attention? If they weren't afraid of breaking the light door by entering the Four Seasons realm rashly, they would have already rushed in. How could they have given Yang Kai time to make a deal? After waiting here for so long and finally seeing Yang Kai, they naturally had to ask him clearly, "Where are the extraordinary treasure pills? Hand them over." Xiao Yuyang directly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai. "How could there be extra? They're all gone." Yang Kai shouted innocently. "HM?" Xiao Yuyang put on his dignified posture again and said coldly, "You should know that your strength is low. If you're lying, this king should be able to tell, right?" "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Wu Chang and Brother Xia." Yang Kai pointed. Wu Chang and Xia Shang's faces couldn't help twitching slightly. Although they were rising stars in the Dao Source realm and would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the future, there was still a big gap between them and a veteran master in the Emperor realm like Xiao Yuyang. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to shift the blame onto them, naturally putting them under a lot of pressure. "Good." Xiao Yuyang quickly said, "This king will ask you a question and you must answer honestly. If you dare to lie, I will send you back to the Four Seasons realm and make you stay there for the rest of your life." Saying so, he pointed to the light door that had not yet closed. Changing the topic, he revealed an amiable expression and said with a smile, "Of course, if you cooperate with me honestly, you'll enjoy great wealth and glory." Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Kai Yang replied, "Is this what it means to be beaten with a stick and given with a sweet jujube? Haha, Senior Xiao, please feel free to ask. This junior will tell you everything he knows." Xiao Yuyang showed a satisfied look and said, "Those extraordinary treasure pills were really refined by you. How could I lie in front of so many people?" Yang Kai said proudly, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Her Highness the Princess. She can testify for me." "I did. But this king still can't believe you are a Dao Source-grade alchemist," Xiao Yuyang said with some disbelief, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. How many extraordinary treasure pills were refined in total?" 4. Where did they go? Princess Lan Sun ate one. A female disciple from the octagonal door ate one. I ate one myself. And the last one was given to Wu Chang. Oh? Hearing this, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple raised his brow, showing a look of surprise as he turned to look at Wu Chang. Wu Chang nodded lightly to him. Feng Ming immediately grinned from ear to ear as he chuckled. "Senior Xiao, Wu Chang obtained an extraordinary treasure pill, which can be considered his own opportunity. I ask Senior Xiao to be magnanimous. Hehehe." Xiao Yuyang glanced at him but ignored him, instead turning to Yang Kai and asking, "According to what you said, not a single extraordinary treasure pill was refined." Yang Kai blushed with shame and said, "Master Xiao, refining that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills took me a lot of effort and I almost failed." Being able to refine 4 pills at the last moment was already a blessing from the heavens. What more do you want? After pondering for a moment, he continued, "After the refinement, the spirit pills were all stored in my pill furnace and the transaction was carried out in front of everyone's eyes. All the spirit pills have indeed been consumed. Master Xiao checked my space ring before but didn't find anything, right?" Xiao Yuyang gently nodded and said, "Good. To be able to refine 4 pills, you have done your best with your strength. Extraordinary treasure pills are things that even an emperor-grade alchemist may not be able to refine. Since the whereabouts of the spirit pills have been determined, then there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 2201. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression loosened. Xiao Yang sternly said, "I'll let you know that this king did not wait here to snatch your spirit pills. It's just that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. With your cultivation, if you have extraordinary treasure pills on you, I'm afraid you'll be in constant trouble in the future." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Understood. I'll have to trouble Master Xiao." He knew that although Xiao Yang's words were pleasant to hear, his real purpose was to rob him of his extraordinary treasure pills. Of course, robbing wasn't the right word, as Xiao Yang would definitely compensate him. However, Xiao Yang was right. If Yang Kai really had extraordinary treasure pills on him, he wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. He wasn't afraid of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but what about those from the Emperor Realm? The masters of the Emperor Realm didn't need extraordinary treasure pills, but which the Emperor Realm didn't have some junior disciples. The extraordinary treasure pill was just as attractive to them. At that time, there would be countless cultivators from the Emperor Realm who would come after him to intercept him. But now, Yang Kai's consumption of all the extraordinary treasure pills he had refined had been confirmed by Xiao Yang and the other 5 masters from the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai believed that no one would come to find trouble with Yang Kai in the future and try to obtain extraordinary treasure pills from him. From a certain standpoint, Yang Kai really should be grateful to Xiao Yang. At this point, Yang Kai's space ring had already been transferred to Gao Shueting's hand. The other 5 had also finished checking it but couldn't find anything. So Gao Shueting didn't waste any effort and directly returned the space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the space ring back on. Then, he looked at Xiao Yang and said, "Master Xiao, if there's nothing else, Junior will withdraw first." And Xiao Yang gently nodded. After saying so, he looked at him and said, "This king has a suggestion, but I don't know if you'd like to listen. I am honored that Master Xiao is able to give me some pointers." Yang Kai quickly said seriously. Seeing him so tactful, Xiao Yang's expression couldn't help calming down as he quickly said, "Biting off more than you can chew." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. With a thoughtful expression, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master, for your advice. I know what to do now." "That would be for the best. You can withdraw." Xiao Yang waved his hand. Yang Kai then went out and came to the place where the disciples of the Azure Sun Temple gathered and found a place to sit. At this moment, in the Nameless Valley, many cultivator groups were grouped into sects and families. He rested for a while. However, looking at the number of people, it was at least a third less than what it was 33 days ago. The cultivator who did not appear here had obviously encountered something unexpected in the Four Seasons realm. In this world, every mystic realm, every training ground, was accompanied by a corresponding risk. As for the cultivator's path of growth, it was always wandering between life and death. This was the fate that every cultivator had to face, a fate that every cultivator could not avoid. A cultivator's cultivation was like a big wave washing away the sand, filtering down layer by layer until the last one was the strongest. While Yang Kai was resting, Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu came over to say goodbye to him. This time, only the 2 of them from the Blue Feather sect came to the Four Seasons realm to train, but their luck was pretty good. Although they didn't get much opportunity or gain, the 2 of them finally returned safely. Now, the Four Seasons realm was about to close. The 2 of them naturally had to return to the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai chatted with them for a while before watching them leave. He didn't waste his time telling Bian Yuqing not to tell Wu Mengshan about him, because he knew that after Bian Yuqing returned, she would definitely tell Wu Mengshan everything that happened on this trip. When the time came, the information about him would definitely leak to Wu Mengshan. Yang Kai was quite afraid of this guy. He could only secretly make up his mind that before he became strong enough, he would never meet this old man, lest he be tricked by him. After another hour or so, accompanied by a humming sound, The light gate at the entrance to the nameless valley slowly disappeared. The Four Seasons realm was considered to be completely closed, and who knew when it would open again. At this time, the trip to the Four Seasons realm was completely over, and many cultivators from sects and families left one after another. After Gao Shueting said goodbye to Xiao Yuyang, she also summoned her ship and rushed back with the disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple didn't lose much this time. Except for Yang Kai, who was an outsider, they had 19 disciples when they came, and only 4 of them went back. Such a loss was within Gao Shueting's acceptable range, and it was much smaller than the losses of other sects. But in the end, people died, so on the way back, the disciples were not in a very good mood. They just sat quietly and rested, consolidating their gains in the Four Seasons realm. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard Gao Shueting's call. He quickly opened his eyes and looked over, only to see Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple standing on the deck of the ship with her back to him. Her long hair and clothes were fluttering, as if she was looking at the scenery in the distance. Her beautiful back added to the beauty of this world. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and quickly got up and walked towards her. When he stood not far behind Gao Shueting, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "What orders does Elder Gao have?" Gao Shueting didn't answer, but said leisurely, "Do you understand what Master Xiao said to you before?" Yang Kai pondered slightly and said, "Master Xiao probably means that I should choose between the martial Dao and the alchemy Dao." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded slightly, and her beautiful face turned around at this moment, staring at Yang Kai with shining eyes, and said, "Your aptitude in both the martial Dao and the alchemy Dao is extraordinary. In time, you will definitely achieve great things in one of these 2 territories, and perhaps reach heights that I can't reach. However, a person's energy is limited. When you choose the martial Dao, you will have to abandon the alchemy Dao and vice versa. You can't use your energy in both territory at the same time. Master Xiao has taken great pains. This junior understands." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "It's good that you understand. I have nothing else to say." "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai bowed slightly. He was very surprised that Gao Shueting had called him over just to say this. But in this way, he felt a little moved. He wasn't a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, but Gao Shueting still cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing to him. Yang Kai had just turned around when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Are the extraordinary treasure pills really gone?" Yang Kai quickly turned his head, but what he saw was Gao Shueting's back to him. She didn't move, as if she hadn't said those words. He stood in place and frowned for a while, but didn't dare to speak again. He could only return to his seat and continue to sit cross-legged. This woman couldn't have seen through me, right? A woman's intuition is really terrifying. Yang Kai thought to himself. A few days passed on this day. In the Azure Sun Mountain Range, a beautiful ship sped past. Many Dao Source Realm cultivators standing on the ship had just recovered from the sadness of losing their companions. They all stood up and looked at the familiar scenery below. "Wahahaha! I, Xiaosheng, am back." Xiaosheng put his hands on his waist, as if he was afraid that others didn't know, and laughed loudly. His voice followed the ship as it moved forward, rolling over the mountain range. The Azure Sun Temple disciples below were so shocked that they quickly looked up. "Can you be more mature?" Xiao Baiyi looked at him coldly with a look of disdain. "Xiao Bai, you should be happy when you're home. Come, shout with your big brother," Xiaosheng said as he walked over to Xiao Baiyi and put his arm around his shoulder. "Who wants to shout with you?" Xiao Baiyi's forehead bulged. "So embarrassing." Murong Xiao Zhao's face turned red. "Humph!" Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted and squinted at Xiaosheng. "Look at the big brother of other sects. Look at Wu Chang and Luo Yuan. Each and every one of them is cold and ruthless, making their junior brothers and junior sisters feel safe and reliable. But what about you? You're not serious at all. How can you be a big brother? So you want to be a cold brother?" At this moment, Xiaosheng's expression suddenly became solemn. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his cheeky smile disappeared in an instant. Instead, It was replaced with a condescending attitude, as if he was the only one in the world. At this moment, Xia Sheng's temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. If other sex brothers can do it, then this brother can naturally do it too, he said solemnly. Morong Xiao was stunned. Her small mouth formed a circle as she covered it with her small hands. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Do you feel very reliable and safe? Xia Sheng stared at her and asked in a powerful and low voice. Do you want to abandon everything and throw yourself into your big brother's broad chest and strong arms? Morong Xiao pursed her red lips and said timidly, Brother, your murderous aura is leaking. Don't make trouble. Gao Shueting glanced at Xia Sheng and said lightly, If the upper beam is not upright, the lower beam will be crooked. Don't learn from our temple master. Be careful that you won't be able to find a woman in the future. Is that so? Xia Sheng immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had received a huge blow. After thinking seriously for a moment, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he muttered in a low voice, That's right. Other sect masters and palace masters have groups of wives and concubines, and enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives, but our palace master is an old bachelor. His face turned pale, as if he had seen a very terrible scene. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Gao Shueting. Elder Gao, temple master is so pitiful. Have you ever thought, here it comes again? Before he could finish speaking, Gao Shueting suddenly flicked her sleeve and threw him off the ship. He let out a long scream as he was tossed far away. If you don't ask for it, you won't die. Xiao Baiyi didn't have the slightest sympathy for him and instead coldly snorted. Morong Xiao turned around worriedly. She wanted to plead for Xia Sheng, but when she met Gao Shueting's eyes, she was so scared that she swallowed her words. Chapter 2202. On Azure Sun Temple's main peak, Myriad Saints Peak, the ship slowly descended, stirring up monstrous waves. Below, Temple Master Wen Zishan, Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran, Elder Chan Qian, and the others who had already received the news were all waiting solemnly. Before the ship landed, several divine senses from the Emperor realm had already swept over the ship. In an instant, all the masters had a clear understanding of the losses of the disciples on this trip. Although several elite disciples were lost, fortunately, the people they had high hopes for had returned safely, so everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, their solemn expressions becoming slightly more relaxed. A moment later, the ship landed. The disciples jumped down from the ship as Gao Shueting made a hand seal and put away the ship. Ha ha ha, little Shueting. I haven't seen you for so many days. I've missed you so much. Come, let Uncle hug you first. When Zishan laughed as he opened his arms and strode towards Gao Shueting. Zeng. Sword Chi whistled as killing intent appeared. When Zishan stopped 3 feet in front of Gao Shueting with cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, a cherry blossom sword was pressed against his neck. Gao Shueting's face was frosty as she held the sword and looked at him coldly. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. When Zishan did not dare to move, sigh. Qiu Ren held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Temple Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I'm just kidding. When Zishan chuckled awkwardly as he leaped back and floated back to his previous position. His expression changed as he said solemnly, Then, this temple master congratulates all of you on your safe return. You are all future mainstays of the temple. You are all future pillars of the temple. You have all worked hard on this trip. The disciples did not speak and just looked at him quietly. Gao Shueting also slowly put away her sword. This temple master will remember all of your merits, and the deaths of several fellow disciples are not meaningless. Now, those of you who have extra star seals, follow this temple master. Everyone else can go back and rest. Yes. Once the order was given, everyone responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, only 4 or 5 of the dozen people left. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them. He found that, in addition to himself, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and another young cultivator who was a second-order Dao source realm but could not name. Although this cultivator was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai did not interact much with him on the way back, so he did not know him. But judging by this person's temperament and demeanor, he should not be difficult. Where's that kid Xiaosheng? After a while, when Zishan looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously, he didn't see Xiaosheng here, and his expression changed slightly. He thought that Xiaosheng had met with an accident in the Four Seasons realm. Even Qiu Ran had thought so. His face could not help but his face. Qiu he up. He got, of course, he and up read up saint. While they were talking, a figure flew over from far away, shouting as he flew, "Wait for me." After a while, Xiaosheng landed in front of everyone and looked at Gao Shueting with a sad face. He said pitifully, "Elder Gao, please let this disciple know before you make a move next time." This disciple was not mentally prepared at all. "Kid, what are you doing?" When Zishan reached out and hit Xiaosheng with his qi, Xiaosheng's neck shrank. "Temple Master, what are you doing?" Xiaosheng covered his head, feeling wronged. When Zishan snorted coldly, "Look at you, you've angered Elder Gao. Can't this Temple Master teach you a lesson?" Xiaosheng blinked and looked speechless. "All right, since you're here, then come with this Temple Master." When Zishan glanced at Yang Kai and said, "You come too." After a while, in the main hall of Myriad Saints Peak, many elders of Azure Sun Temple took their seats, while several disciples and Yang Kai stood in the middle. Directly above, when Zishan looked down with a smile and said, "Elder Gao, you're the leader of this trip to the Four Seasons realm, so you should know the details very well. So, please tell us, how many star seals did these people get?" Gao Shueting heard this and said calmly, "Although I haven't compared them with other sects, judging from the number of star seals these disciples obtained, this trip should be considered a good harvest." Speaking of this, she turned her pretty face and said, "Xiaosheng obtained 4 star seals, Xiao Baiyi obtained 2, Murong Xiao Xiao obtained 2, and Chen Muji obtained 2. Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the second-order Dao Source Realm young man was called Chen Muji. She paused for a moment and said, "There are 3 other disciples who obtained 1 each, but they are not here." When Zishan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Before they set off, Azure Sun Temple had said that any disciple who obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm would be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Therefore, the 3 disciples who only obtained 1 star seal kept their star seals and did not need to come here to turn them in. Those who came here were those who obtained extra star seals. What about this kid? When Zishan turned his gaze to Yang Kai, Gao Shueting's expression became a little complicated. After pondering for a while, she opened her red lips and said, 7. What? Did I hear wrong? So many? Even though everyone present was a master from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary mental fortitude, when they heard that Yang Kai had obtained 7 star seals, they couldn't help but be surprised. All of them looked at him in surprise, looking him up and down, as if they wanted to reevaluate him. After all, the eldest disciple of the temple, Xiaosheng, had only obtained 4 star seals, and that was with a powerful cultivation base in the third-order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order master, so how did he obtain 7? This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? Everyone thought so in their hearts, secretly thinking that Yang Kai's luck was heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain so many star seals. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai remained calm. 7 star seals were indeed all he had obtained in the Four Seasons realm. The first one was the diamond-shaped star seal obtained in the Two Seasons mountain range. At that time, a monster beast was chased by Wu Chong and the others, panicked and ran to Yang Kai, but was killed by him in one move. After that, Yang Kai never had a chance to obtain another star seal. It wasn't until he protected the extraordinary treasure lotus and killed 2 cultivator that he obtained 2 more. At the last moment, he made a deal with Wuchang and obtained 4 more from him. Being able to obtain so many star seals was partly due to luck, but strength was also a necessary guarantee. From a certain point of view, star seals were not easy to obtain because there were not many of them. If Yang Kai hadn't killed 2 cultivator and made a deal with Wuchang, he wouldn't have obtained so many star seals. Perhaps, when the exit of the 4 Seasons realm closed, he would only have obtained the first one. There are some reasons that I will explain to you later, but he did obtain 7 star seals alone. Gao Xueting said. The reason she was talking about was naturally related to the extraordinary treasure pill. When Zishan nodded lightly and nodded before smiling, "Good, good, good. When the shattered star sea opens, 19 people from my temple will be able to enter. How satisfying. If the experience in the 4 Seasons realm was just a small matter, then the shattered star sea was a place to test one's martial Tao and heavenly way. That kind of place was not a place that just anyone could enter. First of all, one must have a star seal as proof, and second, one must have the strength to pass through the entrance of the shattered star sea. In other words, even if one had a star seal, those without strength would still not be able to enter. Of the 19 spots in Azure Sun Temple, it was unknown how many would be able to enter. However, this number had indeed surpassed many sects and forces. When Zishan was naturally overjoyed. This is a sign of the prosperity of my temple. Qiu Ran muttered in a tone like a charlatan, reaching out and stroking his snow-white beard as he spoke, feeling very relieved. There's no time to lose, little Qian. Collect their extra star seals. When Zishan said as he cast a glance at Chen Qian. Chen Qian understood, got up slowly, and stretched out her hand, summoning an incense burner-shaped artifact. It was unknown what this artifact was used for, but its grade was not low. The runes on the surface of the incense burner were faintly discernible, making it look extremely mysterious. She strolled to the front of the crowd, stood in front of the disciple named Chen Muji, and said softly, "Just relax." "Yes." Chen Muji responded, took a deep breath, and his expression immediately calmed down. Seeing that he was ready, Chen Qian immediately held the incense burner with one hand and formed a seal with the other, poking Chen Muji a few times. Accompanied by a muffled groan, Chen Muji took a few steps back, his face slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. But at the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from his body. Chen Qian reacted quickly and stretched out her hand to beckon the stream of light, immediately binding it with an invisible force and dragging it into the incense burner. Yang Kai watched in amazement. At that time in the 4 Seasons realm, when he made a deal with Wuchang used a secret technique to force out his excess star seals, allowing Yang Kai to obtain them. But now, it seems that in addition to this method, there was also a way to forcibly strip star seals. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that he had to be more careful when he walked the star boundary in the future. Otherwise, if he encountered someone with ulterior motives, they might have ideas about his star seals which would cause him a lot of trouble. Next, Chen Qian did the same thing, stripping out the excess star seals of Xiaosheng, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Bai Yi one by one. Yang Kai could clearly see that no matter how strong these people were, once their star seals were stripped, they seemed to be injured. Even Xiaosheng could not help but tremble, his face slightly pale. It seemed that this method of forcibly stripping star seals should have some drawbacks. Not long after, Chen Qian arrived in front of Yang Kai. This elder Chen was not tall, her figure was very petite, and when she stood in front of Yang Kai, she was even shorter than him by a head. She looked up at Yang Kai and said lightly, "If you are ready, I will begin." Chapter 2203. Wait a minute, Yang Kai suddenly said. What's wrong? Chen Qian frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to do. The others also looked at him. Yang Kai looked calm as he turned to look at Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. This junior can turn in his star seals. After all, this is what we agreed on before. You only need to leave one for me, but before that, This junior has something to ask Temple Master Wen. Oh? When Zishan smiled and nodded. Tell me, what is it that this Temple Master needs to answer? Yang Kai said. Elder Gao said before that the extra star seals must be turned in to the temple. This junior's quota to enter the Four Seasons realm was provided by the temple, so there is nothing wrong with handing over the extra 6 star seals to the temple. After a pause, he continued, Elder Gao also said that after turning in the star seals, the temple will give a corresponding reward. So that's what it is. When Zishan smiled and said, You can rest assured. Although you are not a disciple of the temple, we will not bully you. We will give you whatever reward you deserve. Then can I make a request? Yang Kai asked. What request do you have? Let's hear it. When Zishan looked at him with interest. Temple Master, one should still remember why this junior entered the Four Seasons realm, right? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. When Zishan thought for a moment and said, For the tribulation fruit? By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Did you gain anything from this trip? Yang Kai shook his head. No. However, I found a tribulation fruit tree in the winter territory. There should have been a spirit fruit on it. Unfortunately, I don't know who got there first. That is indeed a pity. When Zishan also showed a regretful expression. This junior wants to make a request. I want to ask the temple to help me find that spirit fruit. If Temple Master one can agree, I will give you all 6 star seals. Yang Kai said solemnly. The experts from the Emperor realm couldn't help but frown when they heard this. It wasn't that Yang Kai's request was unreasonable, it was just that it was too difficult. At that time, there were so many sects and clans that had entered the Four Seasons realm, almost all of the southern territory. No one had seen who had picked the tribulation fruit in the winter territory. If the Azure Sun Temple were to search for it, it would take a lot of manpower and energy to find out. But even if they managed to find out, they might not be able to obtain it. The other party would definitely put forward some conditions in exchange. In other words, the Azure Sun Temple must pay a certain price to hope to get the tribulation fruit. If the disciples of some small sects or families obtained the tribulation fruit, it would be fine. The Azure Sun Temple only needed to exert a little pressure, and the other party would not comply. What he was afraid of was the Orthodoxy Palace and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Even if a disciple of a sect like Star Soul Palace obtained it, at that time, it would not just be a matter of a spirit fruit, but a matter between 2 great sections. If it was not handled well, they would owe a huge favor. There were all kinds of interpersonal relationships, the interests of the sects involved. Yang Kai might not have thought of it, but how could the higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple not think of it? So after Kai Yang made this request, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai did not urge them and just waited quietly in place. After a long time, when Zishan spoke, If I remember correctly, the tribulation fruit was not what you needed, but was entrusted by someone else, right? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Since you couldn't get it in the Four Seasons realm, you have tried your best. Why are you still begging? You can put forward a condition that is beneficial to you. For example, at this point, when Zishan suddenly showed a touch of strange danger, and his tone was full of strong temptation as he said in a low voice, Let this temple master take action and enlighten you and improve your cultivation by a lot. Yang Kai frowned and said, I was entrusted by someone, so I have to be honest. Temple Master, why are you testing me? Haha. When Zishan was exposed, but he was not embarrassed and just smiled and said heartily, Well, this Temple Master promises you that the temple will help you find the tribulation fruit. It must be found within 3 months. Yang Kai said solemnly, If it takes too long, I'm afraid that side won't be able to hold on. 3 months is enough. When Zishan smiled slightly and turned to look at Ran, Deputy Temple Master, you are in charge of this matter. You must bring the tribulation fruit to this boy surnamed Yang within 3 months. Ran stood up and cupped his fists. Subordinate obeys Temple Master. After speaking, he left the hall directly, as if he was about to send someone out to search for it. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of a powerful sect like the Azure Sun Temple, their chances of finding the spirit fruit would definitely increase greatly. If even the Azure Sun Temple could not find it, Yang Kai really had no other way. At that time, he could only go back to Maplewood City and inform Qin Chaoyang. Is this good? When Zishan looked at Yang Kai with a smile, Yang Kai gently nodded and turned his gaze to Chen Qian. Thank you, Elder Chen. Chen Qian did not say a word. Her divine sense swept over Yang Kai as she held the incense burner in one hand and made a few seals with the other, pointing at Yang Kai several times. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt a surge of heat in his body. His arm was hot as if something had shot out. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of discomfort rose in his heart. He could not help but groan as his body shook slightly. Ha! Seeing this, when Zishan could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Because everyone before Yang Kai, when their star seals were forcibly stripped from their bodies, their reactions were more or less a little uncomfortable. Morong Xiao Xiao, Xiao Baiyi, and Chun Muji even took a few steps back. Although Xia Shang did not retreat, his face was pale. Although Yang Kai was the same as Xia Shang, 6 star seals were stripped from him, and it was only with the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm, yet he was still standing straight in place. That was enough to make people wonder. The others obviously noticed this as well and couldn't help but look at him with interest. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk 6 rays of light soared into the sky, but they were directly bound by Chen Qian and dragged into the incense burner. After everything was done, Chen Qian said softly to Yang Kai, I left you a 5-pointed star seal. If you really enter the Shattered Star Sea, use it well. Many thanks, Elder Chen. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest. Among the 7 star seals he obtained, the highest grade was a 5-pointed star seal, which he had obtained from a trade with Wu Chang. Like the 6-pointed star, 7-pointed star, 8-pointed star that Lan Sun mentioned before, Yang Kai had never even seen one before, so he did not know if such a level of star seal really existed in this world. Anyway, overall, Yang Kai was still very satisfied with the final result. Chen Qian really thought about it for him and did not leave him a random one, but the highest level one. Yang Kai did not know the difference between the different levels of star seals for the time being, but now was not the time to ask. Anyway, he was going to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a while, so he was only going to find an opportunity to ask someone clearly. You guys have worked hard, go and rest. When Zishan waved to the few Dao Source Realms and said, as for the reward from the temple, let us discuss it and tell you another day. Yes. Xia Shang and others responded in unison, then bowed and left the hall. After everyone left, Elder Di Rong of Azure Sun Temple muttered, he's a good seedling. Although he said this without rhyme or reason, everyone present understood what he meant. The person he was referring to was naturally Yang Kai. It seems that you have also noticed, when Zishan smiled slightly, this boy surnamed Yang is a little different. I think Elder Gao and Elder Chun understand this point the best. At that time on Soaring Swallow Peak, when he fought with Shui Yi, both elders saw it from beginning to end. Chen Qian nodded. Yes. Shui Yi was not his opponent at all. He is not just a little different, he is 1 in a billion. Gao Xueting said in a deep voice. Oh, Elder Gao has such a high opinion of him? You're exaggerating. Di Rong turned to look at Gao Xueting and said disapprovingly. If you knew what he did in the 4 Seasons realm, you wouldn't think so. Gao Xueting replied lightly. When Zishan smiled and said, what do you mean by that? Did he do something earth-shattering in the 4 Seasons realm? He refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills. Does that count? Gao Xueting turned to look at him. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed. Extraordinary treasure pills. Di Rong shouted. The legendary pills that allow one to reach the Emperor realm after taking them? I don't know if the rumors are true or not, but he did refine the extraordinary treasure pills. So, the extraordinary treasure lotus was born in the 4 Seasons realm this time, when Zishan raised his brow. Yes. Gao Xueting nodded and told them everything she knew, including why Yang Kai had so many star seals. After listening, several people from the Emperor realm fell into silence. Although this boy's cultivation is only in the first order Dao source realm, not only is his strength amazing, but he's also a Dao source grade alchemist. Di Rong muttered with a brilliant expression. He's not an ordinary Dao source grade alchemist. Chan Qian whispered. He refined for pills in one furnace. To be able to do this, he has to be at least a Dao source grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Alchemists who have just entered the Dao source grade can't do this. Elder Gao said that he's 1 in a billion. It's quite accurate. When Zishan quickly said, among the rising stars of the Dao source realm, I'm afraid that no one in the entire star territory can compare to him except for the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Right? There may be people with better aptitude than him in the martial Dao, and there may be people with better aptitude than him in the alchemic Dao, but there is probably no one who has both. Temple Master, with such a good seedling, have you never thought of accepting him into the sect? This boy seems to have an unorthodox background, right? Di Rong suggested eagerly. Chapter 2204. When Zishan smiled when he heard this, it would be great if such a good seedling could join the temple, but it still depends on the other party's intentions. However, it's not impossible to give it a try. Having said that, he turned to look at Gao Shueting and said, Elder Gao, among us, you know him the best, so you'll be in charge of this matter. I don't know him well either, Gao Shueting replied calmly. But since the temple master has given the order, this subordinate will give it a try. When Zishan nodded slightly and changed the topic, then, let's discuss what kind of reward should be given to those disciples. On Azure Sun Temple's soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai returned to this place. The palace that was damaged in the battle with Shui last time had been repaired. After Yang Kai entered, he activated the barrier and rested for half a day before he began to check his gains from this trip to the Four Seasons realm. Although he did not obtain the tribulation fruit in this trip to the Four Seasons realm, his overall harvest was not small. Not to mention the monster beasts' monster cores of different grades, the spirit flowers and rare grasses transplanted into the small sealed world's medicine garden were already considered a great harvest. Most of these spirit flowers and rare grasses were of the ice attribute. After all, when Yang Kai was in the Four Seasons realm, he spent the most time in the winter territory, and Little Snowflake led the way there. It could be said that at least 1/10 of the treasures in the entire winter territory fell into his hands. These spirit flowers and rare grasses were all picked by Yang Kai at that time and immediately transplanted into the medicine garden. The medicine garden in the small sealed world had a special environment and excellent growth conditions. There was also a supreme treasure like the immortal tree that exuded amazing vitality. There was no need to worry about these flowers and rare grasses losing their vitality. On the contrary, their growth cycle in the medicine garden was greatly shortened. After planting in the medicine garden for a year, the medicinal age of these flowers and grasses would be at least 100 years. In addition to these, there was also the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. Although this thing was useless for martial arts cultivation, it had a miraculous effect in a certain aspect. If it could be refined into the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, it would definitely make countless cultivators scramble for it. Take one pill. To those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan, they could allow their body's condition to return to a few decades ago, or even a few hundred or 1,000 years ago. Especially women of all ages. Who wouldn't want to be younger? Although the effect of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill was not as good as the legendary youth-retaining pill that could make one's face look youthful forever, the two had different effects, and it was hard to compare which was better. If an old woman with a face full of wrinkles had to choose, she would definitely choose the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill over the face-preserving pill because the face-preserving pill had no effect on her face. However, the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill could restore her vitality and youth. If a young and beautiful woman had to choose, the face-preserving pill would undoubtedly be more attractive. Yang Kai secretly planned to find an opportunity to collect herbs after leaving Azure Sun Temple and refine the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Who knows, it might have some miraculous effect at a critical moment. In addition to these, it was just a bunch of messy stuff. These things included the spoils of war obtained by Yang Kai after killing people. There were also the spirit energy cores obtained from killing the puppets in the Flowing Time Temple, which were not of much use to him, so he could find an opportunity to exchange them for source crystals. After a short while, a jade bottle appeared in Yang Kai's hand. He opened the bottle cap, and a pill-like thing immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Emperor Authority Bead. It was the Emperor Authority Bead obtained from Wuchang. The Emperor Authority Bead contained the full power of a master from the Emperor realm. Its power was unimaginable, and the difficulty of refining it was immeasurable. Generally speaking, only second-order Emperor realm masters were qualified to refine such a thing, and it was usually used as a life-saving consumable for their juniors. Every time an Emperor Authority Bead was condensed, the master from the Emperor realm would be weakened for a period of time. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Emperor realm was not willing to refine such a thing. Even if they were willing to refine it, it was only occasionally and in small quantities. Therefore, even in the entire star boundary, Emperor Authority Beads were rare treasures. And this Emperor Authority Bead was obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. It was something left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperors. Although it was unknown when the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, its value and grade were definitely far beyond ordinary Emperor Authority Beads. Perhaps it contained the power of great emperors or even a third-order Emperor Realm Master. All in all, this was indeed a life-saving trump card. At a critical moment, even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, a master would be able to turn the situation around. Yang Kai carefully put it away in an easily accessible place in his space ring before turning his gaze to the other 3 beads in front of him. These 3 beads, regardless of size or shape, were exactly the same. The only difference was the color of each bead. One was fiery red, which Yang Kai obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, there were so many good things in the temple, and Lan Sun had basically identified all of them. But she could not see through the origin of this fiery red bead. She did not even know what it was used for. Yang Kai also remembered what Chongqi Divine Spirit had asked Zhang Ruoxi to tell him. If he could enter the deepest part of the temple, he had to take the most useless thing. At that time, among the few treasures, besides this fiery red bead, everything else was useful. Whether it was the Pseudo-Emperor Artifact, Supreme Divine Water, Emperor Aura, or Emperor Authority Bead, they were all rare treasures in the outside world. So, Yang Kai went straight for this bead. No one competed with him for it, allowing him to obtain it easily. The second bead was green in color, which Yang Kai obtained from the ice lake in the winter territory. The third bead was the one he exchanged from the round-faced woman at the octagonal door. At that time, if the round-faced woman had not taken out this bead, Yang Kai would not have exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill. This third bead was pale yellow in color, like the color of a withered leaf. It gave people the feeling that hundreds of flowers had withered and the autumn wind was rustling. 3 beads, 3 different colors, but no matter which one Yang Kai poured his source chi or divine sense into, there was no reaction. Their colors were distinct and clear at a glance. Combined with the 4 seasons realm, it was easy to associate them with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The emerald green color undoubtedly represented spring, which was full of vitality. The dazzling fiery red light obviously represented summer, and the bleak light yellow color obviously represented autumn. With one of the 4 seasons missing, only the bead of winter was missing. Yang Kai secretly estimated that if he could find the last bead of winter, he might be able to unlock the mysteries contained in these 4 beads, but now that the 4 seasons realm was closed, even if he wanted to go in and search for it, it would be impossible. After observing for a while, Yang Kai sighed and put away the 3 4 seasons beads. He didn't know what to call these beads, so he decided to give them the name 4 seasons beads in his heart. In this life, if he was fated, he might be able to find the last bead. but if he wasn't, he might never see it again. In the vast star boundary, how difficult was it to find a single bead of winter? Overall, Yang Kai's harvest this time wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. Not to mention the benefits brought by the tempering of the principles of time he obtained from the stairs of the flowing time great emperor and the emperor artifact Pink Cloud's phoenix robe obtained by Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai tidied up a little and threw all the things he didn't need into the small sealed world bead and gave them to his embodiment. These things included all kinds of spirit pills, minerals, and even artifacts he found in other people's space rings. In any case, the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques and supplemented with the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. As long as it had world energy, there was nothing it couldn't devour. Yang Kai estimated that with the current embodiment, even if he gave it an emperor artifact, it would be able to swallow it and absorb it into its body to become stronger. After a while, Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals and his figure flickered, directly entering the small sealed world bead. He swept the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and imprinted all the movements in his mind. The embodiment was cultivating without any suspense. The stone mongoose's body didn't know the meaning of fatigue, so it spared no effort in cultivating. The two living people in the small sealed world bead, Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi, each occupied a pavilion at the moment and sat cross-legged there. Perhaps it was because the sealed world bead had swallowed a lot of world energy from the spirit Qixi last time, but Yang Kai felt that the cultivation environment here was obviously better after coming in this time. It seemed that if there was a chance, he still needed to let the sealed world bead absorb a little more world energy from the outside world. At the very least, he would encounter a situation like the spirit Qixi last time. He moved his divine sense slightly and deliberately concentrated the world energy in the small sealed world bead in the direction of the pavilions. This way, Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi could cultivate more efficiently. Zhang Ruoxi had broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm in the Four Seasons Realm Spirit Qixi last time, so she was still consolidating her cultivation. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her because of her weak cultivation. This time, when Yang Kai brought Zhang Ruoxi into the Four Seasons realm, he saw a lot of incredible things. He clearly remembered that when Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm, a huge, valiant phantom suddenly appeared behind her. That phantom had the figure of a woman, and it was as if Zhang Ruoxi had been magnified countless times. That woman simply opened her mouth and absorbed the energy vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ruoxi successfully broke through without any hindrance. Then, in the flowing time temple, when Zhang Ruoxi was about to be unable to withstand the baptism of the principles of time, it was the divine spirit Chongqi who saved her life and gave her a Pink Cloud's phoenix robe. Yang Kai wouldn't believe that Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any secrets. Chongqi was a fierce beast. Even in ancient times, it was a famous existence. Any cultivator it encountered basically had no hope of survival. However, such a divine spirit was willing to save a cultivator like Zhang Ruoxi. Chapter 2205. Chongqi obviously saw something in Zhang Ruoxi that Yang Kai didn't know. Also, why did the space spirit jade only react to Zhang Ruoxi? What did the lightning-like images on the space spirit jade mean? It was just that Zhang Ruoxi didn't know much about her own situation, so Yang Kai couldn't ask her clearly. How could he underestimate someone who was so secretive that even Chongqi had to save him? Yang Kai now only hoped that she could grow up quickly. Maybe when she became stronger, she would be able to figure out the mysteries of her own body unknowingly. Zhang Ruoxi was cultivating, so Yang Kai didn't disturb her. Instead, his figure flickered and he went directly to the loft where Hua Qingxi was. When he appeared, there was no movement, but Hua Qingxi seemed to have sensed something, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly. After opening her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and say, "You should have told me when you came. You scared me to death. I didn't know you were so timid." Yang Kai grinned. "The Four Seasons realm is closed?" Hua Qingxi asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. "How was the harvest?" So. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but curl her lips. It's obvious you don't mean it. Did you get something good? Yang Kai smiled. A little. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and took out a white, flawless, rolling spirit pill, pinching it between his two fingers. This is... Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the spirit pill, revealing a blank look. Although she didn't recognize what the spirit pill was or what it was used for, she instinctively felt that this thing was something extraordinary. It was very likely to be some kind of rare treasure. Do you want it? Yang Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he asked. Based on our current relationship and the fact that you can kill me at any time, plus the color and aroma of this pill, this shouldn't be a poisonous pill or a pill that's harmful to me, because you don't have to do that. In other words, this is the case. Is this spirit pill very useful to me? Hua Qingxi didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she carefully analyzed the situation. I'm already at the third order Dao Source Realm, and I'm only one step away from the Emperor Realm. There aren't many elixirs in this world that are of great use to me, and I've never seen or even heard of the elixir you have. As she spoke, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes gradually lit up. Then the only explanation is that this spirit pill is one of those legendary items. She couldn't wait any longer. I want it, I want it. Give it to me. Yang Kai, however, didn't immediately give it to her. Instead, he looked at her with a teasing expression and said, Is it really okay for a woman to say such things? Go die. Hua Qingxi's face turned red from being teased. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Yang Kai and said, Are you going to give it to me or not? Yang Kai smiled slightly and stopped teasing her. Instead, he directly tossed the spirit pill over. Hua Qingxi happily caught it. First, she carefully observed it but couldn't figure out what it was. Then, she leaned forward and sniffed it, even sticking out her pink tongue and licking it gently. Is that necessary? Yang Kai's face darkened. Can't you just eat it? What kind of spirit pill is this? Hua Qingxi looked up and asked. An extraordinary treasure pill. As soon as these words came out, Hua Qingxi was stunned. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. You know? Yang Kai looked at her with slight surprise. After all, in the Four Seasons realm, there were many cultivators who didn't know about the extraordinary treasure lotus and the extraordinary treasure pill, and it was only thanks to Lan Xun's explanation. It was only after Lan Xun's explanation that everyone realized how precious it was. But Hua Qingxi's demeanor made it obvious she knew what it was at a glance. How could I not know? Hua Qingxi replied matter-of-factly, her voice trembling inexplicably. This is the famous, extraordinary treasure pill. An extraordinary treasure pill that may not appear even once in 1,000 years. She wasn't exaggerating. Although the extraordinary treasure lotus might appear every once in a while, the extraordinary treasure pill was extremely difficult to obtain because if the extraordinary treasure lotus was not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matured, its medicinal efficacies would be exhausted. For an extraordinary treasure pill to be born, 2 conditions must be met. The birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus. At the same time as the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, a skilled alchemist must be nearby. Both conditions being met at the same time was almost a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and even if they were met, the alchemist would still need to perform at a normal or extraordinary level, otherwise, if the refinement failed, everything would be lost. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before in history. An alchemist who was under too much pressure while refining an extraordinary treasure pill ended up failing and dying. From this, it could be seen how precious and rare the extraordinary treasure pill was. Sure enough, you know it's good for you. Yang Kai grinned. Where did you get it? Is there such a thing in the Flowing Time Temple? Hua Qingxi was still shocked and was unable to recover her composure for a long time. I refined it myself, Yang Kai replied. You're also an alchemist? Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. Can't I? Yang Kai responded unhappily before urging. What are you still holding on to? Eat it. You're now in the third order Dao Source Realm, so if you take it, It won't be long before you break through to the Emperor realm. Are you really giving this to me? Although Hua Qingxi asked this, her hand was still tightly clenching the extraordinary treasure pill. Why would I take it out if I didn't give it to you? Yang Kai was amused by her and thought for a while before explaining. Let's put it this way. Although you reluctantly handed over your soul brand and formed an unsatisfactory relationship with me, with this bond in place, I'm not afraid of you betraying me or exposing my secrets. Moreover, the stronger you become, the more useful you will be to me. I also hope that you can break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. When that time comes, I'll take you around the world and let you out to bite whoever I don't like. Am I a dog? When Hua Qingxi first started listening, a grateful and touched expression appeared on her pretty face. But the more she listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. Her expression immediately turned cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and take it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I understand now. Hua Qingxi squinted at him and sneered. You have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You want to be nice to others, but you're too embarrassed to do so. You're afraid that showing off too much will shake your dominant position, yet you still speak so viciously and ruthlessly. Do you believe I won't strip you naked and throw you out? Yang Kai threatened fiercely, feeling a little angry out of shame. Come. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she didn't back down and stood up straight, challenging Yang Kai. If you really dare to do that, I'll announce to the world that this old lady is your woman. Let's see if you'll be made a cuckold then. So vicious? Yang Kai was shocked. Humph. Hua Qingxi sneered. If you're afraid, obediently call me elder sister and I'll be merciful enough to let you go. You win. Yang Kai angrily rebuked, gritting his teeth as his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. If he continued to be entangled with this crazy woman, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. Don't go. I haven't finished speaking yet. Hua Qingxi hurriedly called out, but there was no response. After a while, she pursed her red lips and looked at the extraordinary treasure pill in her hand, muttering to herself. It seems that if I hadn't seen some of his secrets at that time, I wouldn't have fallen to my current realm, but if I hadn't fallen to this point, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill. Fortune and misfortune really come hand in hand. Forget it, for this spirit pill, what harm is there in being locked up for 100 years? Saying so, a smile appeared on her face. Although she now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, she didn't have the slightest confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Her current cultivation had been slowly and steadily improved over time. But how to break through this bottleneck and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor realm was something she had never grasped. When she was in Star Soul Palace, she had looked for opportunities to consult the masters in the palace, but no one had been able to give her a satisfactory answer. No one had been able to guide her down a bright path. She secretly felt that if she didn't have a special opportunity in this life, it would be impossible for her to touch upon the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had suddenly appeared in front of her. How could Hua Qingxi not be excited? The reason why she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill was precisely because breaking through to the Emperor realm was a hopeless endeavor. So she had deliberately checked the ancient records of Star Soul Palace to see if there were any pills in this world that could help her break through. And all of these ancient books had recorded the words extraordinary treasure pill. According to the ancient records, this was a spirit pill that could directly break through to the Emperor realm. As long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad and their perception wasn't too low, after taking this pill, one could break through to the Emperor realm. As for the cultivator who cultivated to the third-order Dao source realm, which one of them didn't have enough aptitude? It was just a matter of time. Someone like Xiaoshang and Wuchang might be able to break through to the Emperor realm within 5 or even 3 years after taking this pill. For those with less aptitude, it might take 10 or 20 years. But so what if it took 100 years? As long as one could break through to the Emperor realm, any amount of waiting would be worth it. This was already a great gift. Hua Qingxi knew that her relationship with Yang Kai was only that of master and servant because of the soul brand, so she never expected that the other party would be willing to give her such a spirit pill. This person's generosity and open-mindedness were really beyond her expectations. While contemplating, Hua Qingxi no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth. Since she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill, she naturally knew that the sooner she took it, the better. Once the spirit pill entered her abdomen, she immediately sat down cross-legged and silently circulated her secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, in the palace wing of soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai appeared in a disheveled state, cursing and swearing, looking quite depressed. The furnace of extraordinary treasure pills he refined wasn't just 4 pills as he had told others, but 5. When the pill tribulation arrived, Lu Yan had wrapped up the extraordinary treasure pills and hid inside the sealed world bead, taking all of them away with her. After the pill tribulation, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that everyone was still in a daze to quietly put back 4 of them, all without anyone knowing. Chapter 2206. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and alchemist level, being able to refine 5 extraordinary treasure pills at once was mostly due to luck. He had secretly estimated that he could only refine 3 pills, but he did not expect that when the final result came out, a big surprise would appear in front of him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel regretful was that none of the 5 spirit pills had formed pill veins. This was understandable. Extraordinary treasure pills were not easy to form, and if they had formed pill veins, it would be too heaven-defying. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been living on Flying Swallow Peak, cultivating in peace and patiently waiting for news from Azure Sun Temple. Searching for the tribulation fruit was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The reason why Yang Kai gave a 3-month deadline was entirely for Qin Yu's sake. Her body and age could not wait any longer, and Azure Sun Temple was her and Yang Kai's only hope. Flying Swallow Peak was located in a remote part of the Azure Sun mountain range, so it was extremely quiet, so no one came to disturb Yang Kai. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after a few days, an unexpected guest would come to visit. The visitor was Gao Xueting. This made him extremely surprised, but he did not neglect and welcomed Gao Xueting into the main hall to accompany her. He thought that Gao Xueting might have come to find him for something, but it was not what he imagined. This cold master of the Emperor Realm stayed with Yang Kai for most of the day, just like an elder asking Yang Kai about the cultivation of a junior, asking him some questions about the martial Dao. Yang Kai thought carefully and answered them one by one. From Gao Xueting's expression, he did not know whether the answers satisfied her or not. It was rare to have such a close contact with a master of the Emperor Realm, so Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask some things he did not understand. Gao Xueting had no intention of hiding anything and explained to him in simple words. Yang Kai's harvest was not small. At the end, Gao Xueting proposed to test the strength of Yang Kai's divine sense. In this regard, although Yang Kai was puzzled, he did not refuse. He condensed his divine sense slightly and blasted it at Gao Xueting. The other party naturally received it calmly and was indifferent, but she gave Yang Kai a meaningful look, as if she saw that he did not use his full strength. In the end, Gao Xueting left something for Yang Kai and left. After sending Gao Xueting off, Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know why Elder Gao had come looking for him. From the last time she went to the Four Seasons realm with her, she knew that Gao Xueting was not an easy person to get along with. It wasn't because he had a bad temper or a bad personality, but because he was born with an ice-cold temperament. His face always had an expression that kept people 1,000 miles away and kept strangers away. In fact, Yang Kai could feel that Gao Xueting wasn't a bad person. He looked at something in his hand. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Muttering to himself, Yang Kai muttered, "There's no beginning or end. What is this for?" The thing in his hand was the thing that Gao Xueting gave him before she left. It looked like a small bell, about the size of a palm. It was surrounded by a halo and looked extremely mysterious. It was also emitting strong energy fluctuations. Gao Shueting called it the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. This was a Dao Source-grade low-rank artifact. Moreover, it was not an ordinary artifact. It was a soul-type artifact. Soul-type artifacts were often made of extremely special materials. They could only be controlled by the cultivator's divine sense. Source Qi had no effect on these artifacts. Soul-type artifacts were several grades more precious than ordinary artifacts in terms of rarity and value. Therefore, although this small bell was only a Dao Source-grade low-rank artifact, its true value was not below that of an ordinary Dao Source-grade high-rank artifact. In fact, it was even more valuable. And from the shape of this small bell, one could tell at a glance that it was a defensive artifact. If it was refined into one's body, it could protect one's knowledge, sea, and soul from external attacks. Yang Kai really did not have a soul-type artifact. When he was still very weak, he had a small offensive sword, but as his strength increased, that thing had long been eliminated. Moreover, he had comprehended the blossoming lotus secret technique on his own. Its offensive power was stronger and more mysterious than most soul-type artifacts. Therefore, he had never considered collecting this type of artifact. Gao Shueting's gift to him could be considered to have made up for one of his shortcomings. With the protection of this artifact, coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul, it would be very difficult for others to harm his knowledge sea with a sneak attack. As the saying goes, one does not dare refuse a gift from an elder. Yang Kai was not a disciple of the temple, but Gao Shueting was a master of the emperor realm. Therefore, when she gave Yang Kai this artifact, Yang Kai did not think much about it and just thanked her. At this moment, it seemed that it would take some time to refine it. Since he had nothing to do now and was only waiting for news, it was time to start refining the artifact. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense, enveloping the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. More than 10 days passed by slowly. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had been sitting cross-legged in his room, not taking a single step out as he worked hard to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. Through these days of hard work, he had only managed to refine a third of the artifact's barrier. He could store it in his knowledge sea and barely activate a bit of its power. But if he wanted to completely refine it, he would need more time to accumulate power. This Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was worthy of being a Dao Source-grade low-rank soul-type artifact. Its functions seemed to be extremely powerful. Just now, it had turned into a purple light curtain that shrouded Yang Kai's knowledge sea, forming a strong layer of protection. If others wanted to hurt Yang Kai's knowledge sea, they would have to break through this purple protection first. Because it had not been completely refined, Yang Kai did not know if it had any other functions. But this alone was enough to make him look forward to it. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly opened his eyes to look outside. Just as he opened his eyes, a person's voice sounded outside the door, shouting, "Brother Yang, I'm here to see you." When Yang Kai heard this voice, he knew that the person who spoke was Xia Sheng. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Sheng pushed the door open and entered. Another person's voice sounded, "Brother, he hasn't invited you in yet. What if you interfere with his cultivation?" This person was Xiao Bai. Yes, maybe Junior Brother Yang is comprehending some kind of secret technique. "Brother, don't be so rash." Murong Xiao Zhao's voice also sounded, seemingly very worried. Ah! Xia Sheng heard this and could not help but look embarrassed. He was in a dilemma and scratched his head, whispering, "What should I do then? I've already called out. It's okay. Please come in." Yang Kai responded. The expression on Xia Sheng's face suddenly relaxed as he laughed and stepped in. "Thank you for your hospitality," Xiao Bai said and walked in. Not long after, several people appeared in front of Yang Kai. To Yang Kai's great surprise, in addition to Xia Sheng, Xiao Bai, and Murong Xiao, Chen Muji was also there. He was not familiar with Yang Kai and had only met him a few times, so at this moment, they just nodded to each other as a greeting. Xia Sheng, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic and introduced them to each other. This guest room was simple, so Yang Kai did not have the idea of inviting them to sit down. Instead, he looked at Xiaoshang and said, "You all came together? Is there something you want to tell me?" Xiaoshang nodded slightly, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Temple Master summoned us." "Me too." Yang Kai frowned. These people in front of him were all elites of Azure Sun Temple, so it was natural for them to be summoned. But the meaning of Xiaoshang's words was that even he was summoned, which made Yang Kai a little confused. "Exactly." Xiaoshang nodded and said, "Temple Master specifically asked us to come here and bring Brother Yang to see him. Do you know what it is?" Yang Kai asked. "Good news." Xiaoshang grinned. Xiao Baiyi said at this moment, "When we left last time, didn't Temple Master say that sentence? I think we are probably going to receive a reward this time." Receive a reward. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. "But I have already made a request to Temple Master 1. What else does Temple Master 1 want to reward me with?" Xiaoshang smiled and said, "How can that small request make up for the merit of your 6-star seals? Temple Master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Brother Yang, you have made such a huge contribution to the temple this time, so it can't be offset by a small request." "Yes." Xiao Baiyi nodded. "You also noticed that this time the Temple Master only summoned the few of us, and the few of us are the ones who obtained the extra star seals. Me, Xiao Xiao, and Junior Brother Chun were all rewarded for just turning in a single star seal, not to mention you turning in 6 at once. Enough chit-chat, let's go quickly. I can't wait to know what the Temple Master will reward me with," Xiaoshang said with an impatient expression. "Then, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way," Yang Kai said politely. Immediately, the group of 5 each used their movement skills and secret techniques and flew towards the main peak of Azure Sun Temple. After a short while, they arrived at Myriad Saints Peak and went straight to the main hall. However, when they crossed the gate, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a mysterious force suddenly appear and bless him. Before he could react, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. After they passed through the gate, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Brother Yang?" Xiaoshang's expression changed drastically as he asked in horror. Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, Chun Muji, and the others also looked shocked and dignified. "Don't worry, he was called by the Temple Master alone." A person's voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone looked up and found that the person who spoke was Gao Xueting. At this moment, Elder Gao was facing the crowd and standing there quietly. She was like a blooming white lotus, clear and distant. They looked at each other. Although they did not know why when Zishan wanted to take Yang Kai away alone, they were no longer worried and immediately said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Gao." Chapter 2207. At the same time, Yang Kai mysteriously appeared in one of the rooms of the Myriad Saints Peak Palace. After regaining control of his body, Yang Kai immediately put on a defensive posture and looked around. Not far in front of him, when Zishan was lying lazily on a chair, looking at him with a smile. Greetings, Temple Master 1. Yang Kai straightened his face and cupped his fists. When Zishan nodded and said, "You're welcome," saying so, he stood up and walked to the table. He picked up a wine bottle and a jar of wine from the table and filled his cup. In an instant, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine. He took a sip and put on a look of ecstasy, as if he was savoring the taste. Looking at him like this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not disturb him and just waited quietly. After a long time, when Zishan seemed to have recovered from the pleasure and said with a satisfied expression, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I heard some guesses from Brother Xia." "Haha." When Zishan laughed, "Boy, you're very cautious. Well, I called you here to give you a reward. Although you made a request to this king a few days ago, that request is not enough to offset your contribution to the temple. However, you're not a disciple of the temple, so you're an outsider. This king has been in a dilemma for a long time about the reward. Boy, I don't ask for much. Yang Kai smiled slightly. When Zishan said, "What kind of reward do you want? Why don't you tell me if possible? This king can satisfy you." He threw the initiative to Yang Kai. This approach seemed generous and open-minded. In fact, Kai Yang was well aware of what was going on, because he was just a cultivator in the first-order Dao Source realm, while Wen Zishan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and a Sect Master. Therefore, what was precious and rare to Yang Kai might be ordinary to Wen Zishan. If Yang Kai proposed the reward, Wen Zishan might be able to get it easily. How could Yang Kai be so stupid? He naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. He just said, "What reward can Temple Master Wen give this junior?" Hearing this, Wen Zishan showed a look of approval. When the two looked at each other, everything was understood without words. After a moment of silence, Wen Zishan said, "Based on the number of star seals you have handed, this king can open the gate of the temple's treasury and allow you to enter to choose any 3 items." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly. This was what Wen Zishan had said. However, the Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault did not belong to him. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault was naturally filled with countless rare treasures. If Yang Kai could really enter and take 3 things, it might allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Just as he was tempted, Wen Zishan said in a provocative tone, "There are many treasures in the temple's treasury. There are countless artifacts, including 2 Emperor artifacts, but as for what those Emperor artifacts are and where they are, you'll have to find them yourself. I won't tell you. In addition, there are all kinds of spirit pills that are difficult to find in the outside world, as well as secret arts and secret tomes that have never been taught to outsiders. With your cultivation, any one of them is a great opportunity. Moreover, there are many cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm." Yang Kai's breathing slowly quickened. He really did not expect Wen Zishan to be so generous to him. No matter what, he was still an outsider, but Wen Zishan was willing to open the gate of the treasury to him. This alone was enough to make Yang Kai very grateful. However, although what Wen Zishan said was precious and rare, it still did not make Yang Kai immediately make up his mind. He did not care about the Emperor artifacts, and he could refine the pills himself. He did not particularly need them. He could also ignore secret arts and secret arts because even if he took them, he would not have so much time to cultivate them. Instead, the cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm made Yang Kai slightly tempted. These things could help him save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Seeing his expression change, Wen Zishan was a little surprised and said, "What? None of these things attract you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Please forgive me, Temple Master One. I just don't know how to decide." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "This king understands. And if you don't like these things, how about this king personally teach you a secret art?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master One, may I ask, what reward will Brother Xia and the others get this time? Will they be able to enter the treasury and take out any 3 items?" As soon as these words came out, Wen Zishan's smile immediately became meaningful. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you've asked the right question. It seems the reward that Brother Xia and the others get is a little different from mine," Yang Kai said knowingly. "Yes, it is indeed different. After all, they are disciples of the temple and you are not." When Zishan admitted bluntly, he was not worried that Yang Kai would throw a tantrum because the truth was right there. After all, people were still divided into close and distant. However, he changed the topic and said, "You also have a chance to get the same reward as them. I just don't know if you're willing. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai looked solemn. Although he did not know what kind of reward Xiaoshang and the others would get, since when Zishan admitted that the reward was different, it meant that Xiaoshang and the others would get better rewards. Since there was such an opportunity, Yang Kai would certainly fight for it. However, he was very curious about what kind of reward would be better than entering the treasury and choosing any 3 items. When Zishan did not answer him immediately this time. Instead, he said, "Do you know why this king built Azure Sun Temple here?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "That was hundreds of thousands of years ago. How would I know?" Although he was muttering in his heart, he put on a look of asking for advice and said, "I don't know. Of course, it's because there is something very special here." When Zishan said, as he spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he continued, 800 years ago, this king accidentally passed by the Azure Sun Mountain range and found something. That thing had a mysterious effect. This king was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master at that time, so he wanted to collect that thing, but unfortunately he did not succeed. I could only live here temporarily. As time passed, this place gradually grew to the size of a sect, so this king simply built Azure Sun Temple. Compared to the other top sects in the Southern Territory, this temple has only been around for a short time, so why is it able to compete with the other top sects? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, "Is it because of that thing?" When Zishan suddenly showed a teachable expression and said, "Yes, although this king is a third-order Emperor Realm Master and is not weaker than the other sect masters or temple masters, the strength of a sect is not just a matter of one person. It requires the support of many pillars. For Azure Sun Temple to develop to its current scale, that thing played an important role. I wonder, what exactly is that thing?" When Yang Kai heard this, he was also very curious. He really could not understand what kind of thing could allow a sect to prosper to its current level. When Zishan stared at Yang Kai with a solemn expression and spat out 3 words, "The Divine Ascension Mirror, Immortal Ascension Boundary?" Yang Kai listened blankly. "It's not the Divine Ascension Boundary, you know. It's the Divine Ascension Mirror, the Mirror of Mirrors." When Zishan explained, "This is a strange object that has existed since the beginning of the world. It forms a world of its own inside, and that world is very different from the one we are in now. As for what the difference is, this king will not explain it to you. If you have the opportunity to enter it, you will naturally understand. After entering it, the cultivator will also obtain a huge increase in strength." Back then, this king explored it but was unable to decipher the key to this object. Over the past few hundred years, most of the temple's elite disciples have entered it, and those who were able to come out alive have all become much stronger. Star Soul Palace has the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Orthodoxy Temple has the astral winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land has the martial intent temple. These are the foundations of their respective sects and are the reason why these sects have been able to stand tall for so long. When Zishan said with a proud expression, "And my Azure Sun Temple has the Divine Ascension Mirror. As long as the Divine Ascension Mirror is not broken, my temple will be able to continue to pass on its legacy and never decline. Can this brat go in?" Yang Kai asked with a fiery expression. When Zishan grinned and said, "Originally, this king would never allow an outsider like you to enter. Even in the temple, only those who have entered it know the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The other disciples have never heard of it, and naturally the other sects also know nothing about it. However, your contribution this time is not small, so if this king doesn't allow you to enter, it would be somewhat unreasonable, but allowing you to enter would also be against the rules." Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Temple Master 1, do you still remember that when I fought with Shui Yi last time, you said that if I won, you would agree to a request of mine that wasn't too excessive?" When Zishan was startled when he heard this and looked at Yang Kai. "What? You're going to use this request here?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "In addition to my contribution of 6 star seals to the temple, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" "There shouldn't be a problem." When Zishan pondered, "You've already said so much, but are you sure you want to do this? You don't even know what the Divine Ascension Mirror can bring you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since Brother Xia and the others received this reward, it means that this is the best reward. Since it's the best reward, why should I hesitate?" "Good." When Zishan shouted, "Since that's the case, this king will agree to your request." However, you must also swear an oath that you will never reveal the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror to anyone for the rest of your life. Otherwise, this brat understands. Yang Kai nodded and immediately swore an oath in front of Wen Zishan. Chapter 2208. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Flying Swallow Peak from Wen Zishan's place. During this half a day, Wen Zishan explained the mysteries of the Divine Ascension Mirror to Yang Kai in detail. The more Yang Kai learned about the Divine Ascension Mirror, the more surprised he became that such a treasure could be born in this world, and that such a mysterious space existed. Wen Zishan was right. As long as one could enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and come out alive, any cultivator would receive a massive boost in strength. This kind of boost wasn't just a boost to one's strength, but rather a boost to one's foundation and overall abilities. This was a significant boost to any cultivator. At this point, he finally understood why Gao Shueting suddenly came to find him a few days ago and gave him the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield before she left. She had either anticipated this or was preparing ahead of time, so she specifically gave Yang Kai a soul-type defensive artifact in order to give him an extra layer of protection after he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a while, he smiled bitterly and muttered under his breath, "The older the wiser." The reason he said this was because he understood one thing. When Zishan and the others had probably discussed this more than 10 days ago before he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. But today, Temple Master Wen deliberately made things difficult for him and vaguely pointed out that the rewards Xiaoshang and the others received were different from Yang Kai's, all in order to lure Yang Kai into using up his previous promise. In other words, even if Yang Kai didn't use Wen Zishan's promise, he should still be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Things had already gotten to this point. There was no point in regretting it. Yang Kai felt like he should be thanking Wen Zishan instead. He had opened up the great secret of Azure Sun Temple to an outsider like him, giving him a chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. So what if he used up that promise? He was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror tomorrow. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield after returning to Flying Swallow Peak. After all, it would only take half a day, so no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't have much of an effect. He simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his condition to its optimal state. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that he had rested well. Then, he set off towards a certain direction in the depths of the Azure Sun mountain range. About an hour later, Yang Kai landed at the foot of a high mountain. On the other side of the open space, there were already 4 figures standing there. Yang Kai glanced at them. He discovered that the 4 people were Xiaoshang, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Chun Muji. Ha! I knew that Brother Yang would definitely come. Xiaoshang looked at Yang Kai and laughed. Xiao Baiyi, on the other hand, was shocked because he thought that the Divine Ascension Mirror was related to the sect's secrets. Even if Yang Kai, an outsider, had made great contributions, it was also impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter. However, he did not expect his own hall master to be so generous. Junior Brother Yang. Murong Xiaoxiao smiled at Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Brother Yang. Chun Muji also cupped his fist slightly. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Kai yet, he had at least exchanged a few words with him. Moreover, everyone was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time, so they had to support each other, so there was no problem in building a good relationship beforehand. Yang Kai also cupped his fists in response, greeting everyone one by one and exchanging a few words with them. Only then did he change the topic. Are we the only ones entering this time? Is there no elder leading the team? Xiaoshang smiled. Of course there is. It's said that the Divine Ascension Mirror is quite dangerous, so the temple won't feel safe letting us Dao Source Realm cultivators enter alone. They will probably send an elder from the Emperor Realm to assist us. But we don't know who it is. Chun Muji smiled. Xiaoshang's face darkened as he muttered, Please don't let it be Elder Gao. Last time, he was thrown off the ship by Gao Shueting on the way to and from the Four Seasons realm, so he was quite afraid of her. After saying this, Xia Shang turned his head suspiciously and looked at Murong Xiao Xiao with a puzzled expression. Xiao Xiao, didn't you rest well last night? Why are your eyelids twitching? It's not that. Murong Xiao Xiao answered softly with an anxious expression on her face. Humph. Xiao Bai coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. Chan Mu Ji and Yang Kai, one of them looked up at the sky while the other looked down at the ground. Xia Shang suddenly seemed to understand something and couldn't help but shiver. Behind him, he felt a chill, as if a peerless demon god was standing behind him. Her tall figure covered the sky, making Xia Shang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Ha ha! He suddenly let out a dry laugh. What did I just say? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had hit him hard. Then, he fell to the ground and lay there with his arms and legs spread out, not moving at all. All of you follow me, Gao Shueting said indifferently as she turned around and flew upwards. Yes. Several people responded and followed closely behind Gao Shueting. Before Murong Xiao Xiao left, she looked at Xia Shang sympathetically, but she didn't have the courage to pull him up. She could only silently pray for her brother in her heart. Along the way, Gao Shueting didn't say a word, making the disciples feel a great deal of pressure. For some reason, when the disciples got along with Gao Shueting, they couldn't help but become serious, as if they were intimidated by her cold aura. Not long after, everyone arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat and smooth cliff facing the abyss. Gao Shueting stopped in front of the cliff. Yang Kai and the others stood about 10 meters away from Gao Shueting and looked at the place curiously. Yang Kai's curiosity was understandable because he was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was unfamiliar with everything here. However, Xiao Bai and the others were different. Although they had lived in Azure Sun Temple for many years and had been here to learn from their masters, and had passed by this place many times, they had never paid much attention to this place. They thought it was just an ordinary mountain peak, but they didn't expect that there was a huge secret hidden here. After entering, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say, Gao Shueting suddenly said seriously, especially you. When she said the last sentence, her majestic gaze was cast on Xia Shang, who was hiding behind Murong Xiao Xiao. She didn't know when he had caught up. This disciple will become a mute now. When Xia Shang heard this, he immediately reached out and drew a line across his mouth, as if he was sewing it shut with an invisible needle and thread. Only then did Gao Shueting turn her head and face the flat cliff, calling out, "Is Grandma you here?" Shueting is under the orders of the sect master to bring a few disciples into the divine ascension mirror. "Grandma, please open the barrier." Her tone was extremely polite, not even when facing Wen Zishan and Qiu Ran. It was fine with Wen Zishan, but Gao Shueting seemed to have been brought up by Wen Zishan. The two of them had a very close relationship, and Wen Zishan often did things that angered Gao Shueting, so Gao Shueting naturally didn't respect him. However, Qiu Ran, as the vice-temple master of Azure Sun Temple and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, had never been treated so politely by Gao Shueting. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that besides politeness, Gao Shueting's attitude also had a trace of caution and nervousness. Coupled with the way she addressed herself as if she was a junior, Yang Kai immediately guessed that this Grandma Yu, who was guarding the forbidden area, should be an old antique with an extremely bad temper. This speculation surprised Yang Kai slightly, because he didn't expect that there would be such a person in Azure Sun Temple. After Gao Shueting shouted, she kept waiting. After half an incense stick worth of time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. Immediately after, a cave appeared on the originally empty cliff. When Gao Shueting saw this, she whispered to everyone, "Follow me." Then her figure flickered and she rushed into the cave, with the others following closely behind. After entering the cave, a cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the weakest person present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. The cave was quiet and secluded, and the light was dim. Gao Shueting led the way at the front while the others followed closely behind. No one spoke, and even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint sound of their heartbeats could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The path in the cave was full of twists and turns, and Gao Shueting seemed to be leading everyone into the heart of the mountain. After walking for a long time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short while, everyone arrived at a spacious cave. Looking around, this cave was clean and monotonous, and there wasn't much in it. However, in the center of the cave there was a flickering, mirror-like object about the size of a table. Everyone's expression couldn't help but shake as they immediately understood that this was the legendary Divine Ascension Mirror. All of them looked in that direction, wanting to see it clearly. However, when everyone looked in that direction, they discovered that the Divine Ascension Mirror was extremely mysterious. The originally flat surface of the mirror had suddenly transformed into a huge vortex that released an unimaginable suction force. Immediately after, everyone's knowledge seas began to churn, and their souls became restless, as if their souls were about to be sucked away. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly averted their gazes. No one dared to pay attention to that strange existence anymore, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Young people always need to suffer a little before they realize how insignificant they are. Humph! Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing throughout the spacious cave. It made everyone feel as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. If one really had to describe this voice, it was like the sound of two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Yang Kai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Along with the voice, a figure strangely appeared in front of everyone. No one noticed when she had appeared, and even Gao Shueting's source qi seemed to have subconsciously surged the moment this person appeared, but she quickly suppressed it. Chapter 2209. Greetings, Grandma. Gao Shueting's face turned solemn as she cupped her fists towards the figure. Yang Kai and the others also hurriedly looked towards the newcomer and found that Grandma Yu's figure was extremely short, only reaching up to Yang Kai's chest. Her waist was bent and she held a walking stick in her hand. She looked extremely weak and trembling. Grandma Yu's face couldn't be described with just the word ugly. Her face was full of potholes, traces of erosion from the flowing time great emperor. There were countless wrinkles on her face, and there were even many age spots on her face. It seemed like she didn't have long to live. Only her pair of green eyes were bright and full of spirit. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they looked into those eyes. The first word that came to mind when looking at such a dignified gaze was ferocious. Murong Xiao Xiao, who was a little timid, already had her pretty face slightly pale. Even Yang Kai and the other men all had uncomfortable looks on their faces. But since she was in front of them, they didn't dare to not salute. So they immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Grandma Yu nodded slightly and didn't say much, just sweeping her eyes over them. At the same time, an almost suffocating divine sense swept over everyone's bodies. Yang Kai turned pale with fright as he stared at the old woman in front of him in shock, because he discovered that her divine sense was incredibly powerful. It was comparable to Aunt Feng, whom he had met before. They weren't any weaker. Aunt Feng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, someone who was on par with Wen Zishan. However, the energy fluctuations coming from this Grandma Yu's body shouldn't have reached the third-order Emperor Realm. According to Yang Kai's experience, she should only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In other words, although this old woman only had a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation, her divine sense was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't know if it was because of her innate talent or because she had been guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror all year round. Yang Kai secretly felt that the latter was more likely because according to Wen Zishan, The greatest use of the Divine Ascension Mirror was to improve the cultivator's divine sense. She had been guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror all year round, so she must have obtained great benefits from this unique treasure. After Granny Yu scanned the crowd with her divine sense, she suddenly turned her gaze to Yang Kai, and as if she had discovered something, she chuckled strangely and said, "This little guy is quite interesting." Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After Granny Yu made this comment, she did not comment further on Yang Kai. Instead, she said in an ear-piercing voice, "The others are just as so." Gao Shueting cupped her fists and said, "I'll have to trouble Grandma to send them into the Divine Ascension Mirror. Humph, that little bastard Wen Zishan. You only know how to order me around." Granny Yu said. He suddenly cursed. Kai Yang and the others were all shocked, staring dumbfounded at the old woman in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Wen Zishan was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, and since this Granny Yu was ordered to guard the restricted area, she should also be a member of the temple. As a cultivator of the temple, she actually dared to speak so rudely and call the temple master a little bastard in front of so many people. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was wrong. After Granny Yu finished cursing, she turned her head and glared at them with a hawk-like gaze. She said fiercely, "What? He trapped me here, and I can't even scold him? Do you have any objections?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, feeling like there was a lot of information in this sentence. On the other side, Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Granny, you're only here because of the bet with the temple master. Why do you have to? What do you know?" Granny Yu's temper was really bad. After scolding Wen Zishan, she got angry at Gao Shueting and said agitatedly, "You were just a little girl back then. What do you know?" Wen Zishan, that bastard, if this old woman wasn't his opponent, I would have torn him to pieces. She seemed to have recalled something very bad, so she started cursing endlessly. As she cursed, she banged the crutch in her hand so loudly that the entire cave was filled with loud noises. Yang Kai and the others stood in place, trembling with fear. They were afraid that this old woman would go crazy and attack them. With her powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, if she really attacked, Gao Shueting might not be able to protect them. Fortunately, although Granny Yu was furious, she had not lost her mind, so after cursing for a while, she suddenly shut up and stood in place, gasping for breath, as if she was tired. Gao Shueting's expression was also very ugly. She suppressed the impatience in her heart and did not dare to interrupt her. She waited for her to finish cursing before saying, "Granny, let's send them in first. This old woman knows." The old woman replied impatiently, then turned to Gao Shueting and asked, "Do you want to go in this time?" Gao Shueting replied, "Yes." "Good. Then each of you can find a stone room." After Granny Yu finished speaking, she suddenly pointed her crutch in front of them. Following the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai and the others noticed that there were man-made stone rooms around the mysterious Divine Ascension Mirror. There was a restriction token hanging on the door of each stone room. After a rough count, there were a total of 10 stone rooms, all of which surrounded the Divine Ascension Mirror in a semicircle. Gao Shueting explained, "I'm sure you already know how to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Only soul avatars can enter that place, so after we enter the restricted area, our physical bodies will not be able to move. These stone rooms were personally built by the Temple Master. While your divine sense is in the Divine Ascension Mirror, as long as the restriction is activated, your safety will be guaranteed. Without the restriction token or the Temple Master personally acting, no one will be able to destroy these stone rooms. They will damage your physical bodies." Everyone listened. They nodded to express their understanding. "Isn't it all to guard against this old woman?" Granny Yu snorted in dissatisfaction and smiled wickedly. "Since you're so worried about this old woman, why didn't you just kill me back then? Why did you give this old woman such a heavy responsibility to guard this restricted area?" She talked to herself, but no one paid any attention to her. However, Yang Kai and the others knew that she was telling the truth. When Zishan had specially built these stone rooms to protect the disciples whose soul avatars entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, it was most likely to guard against Granny Yu. After all, Granny Yu gave off a very dangerous vibe. No one knew what she would do, and if she damaged their physical bodies while they were in the Divine Ascension Mirror, they would probably be trapped in the Divine Ascension Mirror for the rest of their lives. While she was speaking, everyone had already found a stone room. They took the restriction token hanging on the door and walked in. Gao Shueting didn't rush in and instead stood in place. She explained how to use the restriction token to everyone. Not long after, everyone understood and immediately closed the doors of the stone rooms before activating the restriction token and activating the restrictions of their respective stone rooms. After everyone was done, Gao Shueting chose an empty stone room and walked in. Before closing the door, she said, "I'll have to trouble Granny Yu next. There's no need for your nonsense." Granny Yu replied. Gao Shueting didn't say anything else and activated the restrictions as well, waiting silently. A short while later, Granny Yu stood in front of the Divine Ascension Mirror with her walking stick. Suddenly, she tossed her walking stick aside and opened her arms. At the same time, a wave of divine sense surged out and poured into the Divine Ascension Mirror. She muttered something under her breath. It seemed like she was chanting some kind of incantation, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Following her actions, the Divine Ascension Mirror, which was originally flowing with light, immediately erupted with a dazzling divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others, who were sitting cross-legged in the stone room, were also enveloped by this light. Within this light, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was a terrifying feeling. However, no one tried to resist because this phenomenon was extremely normal. Every cultivator who entered the Divine Ascension Mirror would experience this. *1. The huge Divine Ascension Mirror suddenly started spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Sand and stones were instantly sent flying in all directions as the stones smashed into the stone rooms and cave walls, causing cracking sounds. *Shio. 6 streaks of light shot out from each of the 6 stone rooms and disappeared into the spinning Divine Ascension Mirror. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others flashed across the surface of the Divine Ascension Mirror. Granny Yu, who was in the middle of casting her technique, suddenly stared at the Divine Ascension Mirror as if she had discovered something. She cried out involuntarily, "Impossible! That's impossible, right? That brat actually has such a precious treasure on him? Did this old woman see wrongly?" After saying this, she clapped her hands together and slapped them together. The spinning Divine Ascension Mirror immediately stabilized and returned to its original state. However, Granny Yu's face was completely pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her already short figure became even more bent, as if activating the Divine Ascension Mirror this time had taken a huge toll on her. Damn it all!" she screamed. "When Zishan, you spared my life only because activating the Divine Ascension Mirror requires the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't think this old woman doesn't know your sinister intentions. You'll pay the price sooner or later." After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills from her space ring, stuffing them into her mouth like they were jelly beans. Whether or not this old woman saw wrongly, I still have to go in and verify it. If it really is that thing, when Zishan, you're done for. Ha 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 ha. She started to laugh maniacally after talking for a while. At the same time, at Myriad Saints Peak, when Zishan was looking into the distance, Chun Qian was beside him. When the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, Chun Qian said, "It looks like Sister Gao and the others have already entered." When Zishan nodded, everything went smoothly. Temple Master. Chun Qian suddenly turned to look at Wen Zishan. "Actually, there's something this subordinate doesn't understand." Chapter 22:10. Oh? Little Qian Qian also has things she doesn't understand? I thought you were a little mischievous and knew everything, Wen Zishan said with a faint smile. Qian Qian immediately glared at him and said, Temple Master, Sister Gao was raised by you, so it's fine for you to speak to her in such a tone. But I'm not. If you continue to act like an old man, be careful that you won't be single for the rest of your life. Wen Zishan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said with an uncomfortable expression, let's change the topic. What did you want to ask just now? Back then, why didn't you kill Grandma you? Qian Qian's expression became serious as she asked in a deep voice. Wen Zishan's expression also became serious as he pondered for a moment before answering. It's not that I didn't kill her, it's that I couldn't. Qian Qian was puzzled. Subordinate doesn't understand. Wen Zishan said, When I first came to the Azure Sun Mountain Range, it was because I discovered the Divine Ascension Mirror that I settled down here. At that time, that old thing was already guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. She seemed to have been living here for 2,000 years. When I first saw that kind of treasure, I was naturally excited and wanted to take a look. But you know that old thing's temper. She wouldn't agree no matter what I said. In the end, this king had no choice but to fight with her. In the end, you won and Grandma you lost. Yes, Wen Zishan nodded. Although my divine sense is about the same as hers. In the end, she was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of overall strength, this king was still stronger. At that time, I realized that old thing wasn't a good person. She was cruel and her methods were cruel. If I could get rid of her, I wouldn't have held back. However, she had been with the Divine Ascension Mirror for a long time and seemed to have grasped a trace of its mysteries. She couldn't use the Divine Ascension Mirror to fight her enemies, but she could use a special method to control it and turn it off. If she was forced into a corner, she would turn off the treasure and it would be useless even if I succeeded. Hearing this, Qian Qian understood a lot and nodded. So Temple Master had some misgivings? That's right, Wen Zishan said. So I made an agreement with her that this king wouldn't take her life. She won't touch the Divine Ascension Mirror, but she has to cooperate with me when I need to use it. Realization dawned on Qian Qian's face. No wonder. When I went to the Divine Ascension Mirror to train back then, Grandma you seemed unwilling but had no choice but to open it. So that was the reason. It's not just you. When Zishan chuckled, every time you open the Divine Ascension Mirror, wasn't that old thing like that? She had always regarded the Divine Ascension Mirror as her personal possession. How can we allow others to taint it? At this point, when Zishan coldly snorted again, over the years, although she has been quite cooperative, I don't know how many tricks she has played and how many elites of my temple have lost their lives. Hearing this, Qian Qian's pretty face changed as she stared at Wen Zishan in shock. Temple Master means? Wen Zishan sneered. She thought she did it without anyone noticing, but in fact, everything was under this king's control. However, she didn't go too far, so I didn't bother to expose her. But those disciples who died, Qian Qian revealed a pained expression. When Zishan let out a long sigh, that was also a kind of test. If you passed, you would naturally become stronger, but if you failed, you could only die. Everyone has their own destiny. Qian Qian looked like she was still afraid as she patted her chest. Fortunately, I passed back then. After a pause, she asked again, Temple Master, why were you willing to let an outsider enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time? This is the temple's biggest secret, and even most of the temple's disciples don't know about it. There's no reason. I just wanted to test his ability. When Zishan smiled slightly, Qian Qian said, because of the great emperors of the secular world, right? That boy came with the token of the great emperors of the secular world, and I heard that Temple Master was raised by the great emperors of the secular world. That's definitely not true. When Zishan suddenly became anxious and glared at Qian Qian. This king grew up eating the food of the 100 families, and has nothing to do with that old guy. Secular world? Oh? Trying to hide something only makes it more obvious. Chun Qian pursed her lips and smiled. You're spouting nonsense. You're just giving yourself away. Little Qian Qian. When Zishan suddenly softened his voice and called out affectionately. Chun Qian's pretty face suddenly changed as she hurriedly said, Temple Master, this subordinate remembers that she still has other matters to attend to, so she'll be leaving first. As she spoke, her figure flashed and she ran out of Wen Zishan's line of sight as if she was escaping. Her past experience told her that when Wen Zishan tried to change the topic and used this kind of tone to talk to her, it was best to run away immediately, otherwise she would definitely be tortured to the point where she wished she was dead. Humph, little girl, you're too inexperienced. Yet you dare to fight with this old master? You're overestimating yourself. Wahahaha! When Zishan was proud of himself as he revealed an expression of invincibility, loneliness as he let out a bone-chilling laugh. Oh! In the strange space, 6 figures appeared one after another. The appearance of these 6 figures gradually solidified, and the entire process was extremely strange. After the 6 figures solidified, each of them let out a series of painful groans, as if they were in great pain. But soon, everyone regained their composure. They turned their heads and looked around, sizing each other up. Is this the divine ascension mirror world? Xiaosheng asked in surprise. My body feels a little different, Morong Xiao said with a slight frown. It should be because of our soul avatars, Xiao Baiyi added. I'm not used to it, Chun Muji also complained. Yang Kai didn't say anything and only clenched his fists lightly, feeling the difference in his body. What he saw in front of him was basically the same as what he saw in the outside world. Whether it was their appearance or their clothes, they were all exactly the same as before. However, if he looked carefully, he would notice that everyone here didn't have a physical body. In other words, everyone here was condensed from pure energy. Although they had condensed into a physical form, they still didn't have a physical body. It's just as I told you before. Gao Shueting quickly adapted, probably because she had been here before or because she was stronger. The ones who have entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world right now are just soul avatars. It was just his soul avatar. His physical body was still in the stone chamber of the smelted cave. The world inside the Divine Ascension Mirror world is completely composed of energy, so we can quickly and efficiently increase the strength of our souls here. If a cultivator's soul is strong enough, the speed at which they comprehend secret arts and cultivate secret techniques will greatly increase. There are also many other benefits. Aside from the physical body, the soul is the cultivator's most important foundation. That's why this trip will be an extremely rare experience for all of you. If you can increase the strength of your soul here to a certain extent, it will be easier for all of you to ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. Disciple understands. Xiao Baiyi and the others cupped their fists and replied. The energy in the Divine Ascension Mirror world is very different from the energy in the outside world, so we can cultivate outside. When we cultivate outside, we absorb world energy. This world energy will transform into source qi and increase our strength, but here, if we cultivate, the energy we absorb will strengthen our soul. I think that all of you should be able to feel this by now, Gao Shueting continued. Everyone nodded slightly. Yang Kai had indeed felt that the energy in this strange world was completely different from the outside world. Absorbing the surrounding energy into his body, he was able to strengthen his soul avatar. This made his soul even more resilient and powerful. If you want to strengthen your divine sense, other than cultivating here, you can also kill the living beings around you. There are other living beings here. Xiao Baiyi's expression changed slightly. Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, This is a strange world, so why aren't there any other living beings? Xiao Baiyi was immediately rendered speechless by this question. Gao Shueting continued, According to the Temple Master, the Divine Ascension Mirror is a unique treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. It is a world of its own, and although it isn't as vast as the star boundary and isn't even as large as the Southern Territory, since it is a world of its own, it has its own vitality. Here there are people, monster beasts, Everything that exists in the star boundary exists here. However, they are all condensed from souls and they don't seem to know this. They think that this is how the world has always been and have never experienced the feeling of having a physical body. Here, I must remind you to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. There are many powerful existences in the divine ascension mirror, and those existences aren't people you can afford to provoke. However, if you can kill the living beings that have malicious intentions towards you, you can absorb their energy. The energy here is very pure and can be absorbed by our soul avatars to a large extent, strengthening our souls. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If I explain it this way, you might not understand, so let's find one to experiment with. That way, you should be able to understand. Saying so, Gao Shueting closed her beautiful eyes and released her powerful First-Order Emperor Realm divine sense into the surroundings. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he had already sped away. Everyone followed behind him. This place was a plain with long grass and fat eagles. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed, but there was no sun in the sky. The entire world was filled with light, but no one knew where this light came from. Everyone followed Gao Shueting for a dozen kilometers or so before a monster beast suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone looked over and found that this monster beast was a species they had never seen before. It looked like a wild beast, but its body was enormous. It was as tall as a one-story building, and its two sharp fangs were protruding out of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. The divine senses of the few Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately swept over it. After a brief investigation, they found that this monster beast was around the peak of the 10th order. In other words, it was equivalent to a monster beast at the peak of the Origin King realm. This kind of monster beast was naturally not worthy of anyone's attention, but it was perfect to be used as an experiment to facilitate Gao Shueting's explanation. It seemed that Gao Shueting had chosen a specific target. Chapter 22:11. When everyone scanned it with their divine senses, the wild boar-like monster beast seemed to have noticed them. It turned around in an instant and glared at the group with its scarlet eyes. Immediately after, it moved its four hooves, and its huge body stirred up a gust of wind as it charged towards the group with a murderous aura. "Xiaoshang, I'll leave the scarlet-eyed evil boar to you," Gao Shueting said indifferently. "Then, this disciple will go." Xiaoshang's expression turned serious when he heard this. He tapped his foot and charged towards the scarlet-eyed evil boar. He obviously understood that Gao Shueting wanted him to fight this monster beast so that she could explain it in more detail, so he didn't refuse. In the blink of an eye, the man and the beast closed the distance between them to about 10 feet. Xiaoshang's figure paused, and he lowered his waist slightly. He stood in place with one hand on his chest, and the other slowly pushing forward as he shouted, "Great Chaos Palm!" Because he didn't know if the monster beast in this world had the same battle prowess as the one in the outside world. Xiaoshang immediately used a secret technique. He didn't underestimate the scarlet-eyed evil boar even though it was only at the peak of the 10th level. Yes, because we entered this world as soul avatars. Most of the secret techniques and cultivation methods we normally cultivate are useless here. Gao Shueting's words rang in everyone's ears. The few of them nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Xiaoshang's expression changed slightly, because when he used this secret technique, he didn't do anything. Unexpectedly, nothing came out of it. It was just an empty stance. After hearing Gao Shueting's words, he immediately understood that he had made a big mistake. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet-eyed evil boar was already 10 feet away from him. He didn't panic in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the air, as if he wanted to take out some kind of secret treasure. He shouted aggressively, "Don't be so arrogant, you evil beast. Hand over your life." Gao Shueting spoke again. "You can't use secret treasures either, because activating secret treasures requires the cooperation of source qi and physical strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaxing shouted, "Oh my God!" As he shouted, he turned around and ran towards Gao Shueting, shouting in panic, "Elder Gao, save me!" Gao Shueting looked at him coldly and sneered, "Your acting is too much, although I know that you are doing this to let them understand the peculiarities of this world. But are you insulting your own intelligence or your junior brother and junior sister's intelligence? Quickly get rid of it." "Understood." Xiaxing nodded. Turning around in an instant, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a long saber-like artifact into his grasp. This artifact gave off an unusual fluctuation of power and was obviously a soul-type artifact. Xiaxing poured his divine sense into it. He chopped at the scarlet-eyed evil boar. There were no flashy moves. There was no graceful movement. It was just a simple and direct attack. The blade flashed, and a miserable howl sounded. The violent energy spread out in all directions. The scarlet-eyed evil boar was directly split into two halves by the blade. Due to inertia, its huge body continued to charge forward for a long distance before suddenly falling to the ground. Xiaxing sheathed his saber, his expression cold and confident. There was no blood. There were no stinky innards. After the scarlet-eyed evil boar was killed, it just lay quietly on the ground. Under everyone's gaze, its body gradually faded, as if it had turned into energy and dissipated into the world. What was left in the place where half of its body had disappeared was a bean-sized yellowish ball of light. Everyone couldn't help but look at it in amazement. Although it's only one word different from a soul jade, they're two completely different things. Gao Shueting tried her best to explain more comprehensively so that the newcomers could have a more intuitive understanding of this world. You can think of soul crystals as origin crystals in our world. They're the hard currency of this world. Although they can be used for cultivation, the effects aren't ideal. Disciple understands. Xiaxing and the others nodded seriously. There are many strange products in this strange world. Most of these things are of great help to one's soul. If you're lucky enough to come across them, you'll naturally understand. Gao Shueting looked around and said calmly, "Also, from Xiaxing's battle just now, you should be able to see that. Here, you can use them. Only soul-type artifacts and soul secret techniques can be found here. When we passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror, we couldn't bring most of the items we brought with our physical bodies, but items related to our souls could pass through unimpeded. Everyone, check yourselves and see what you can use, so that you won't be caught off guard when you encounter a powerful enemy." As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately began to check themselves. Yang Kai scanned his body with his divine sense and immediately found the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Shueting had given him. This was a soul-type artifact, so it was only natural that he could bring it into the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his strength slightly to create a layer of purple light around his body that looked extremely sturdy. However, other than this soul-type artifact that he could naturally bring in, Yang Kai also discovered a few other things that he hadn't expected at all. Soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai stared speechlessly at a certain part of his body where a 7-colored lotus bloomed and muttered to himself. Although the soul-warming lotus isn't an artifact, it's related to one's soul and has always been placed in my knowledge sea, so it's only natural that I could bring it in. But why did these guys come in as well? These guys he was referring to were the soul-devouring insects he had obtained in Tongxian realm many years ago. He had obtained these soul-devouring insects countless years ago, and because of the special attributes of his conflagrated knowledge sea, he wasn't afraid of this kind of nemesis that affected one's soul. Instead, he was able to use the soul-warming lotus's effects to command them to fight for him. Over the years, the soul-devouring insects had been raised on the 7-colored island formed by the soul-warming lotus. They had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus and had become stronger and stronger. Most importantly, when Yang Kai had become the demon race outside Maplewood City, these soul-devouring insects had gone berserk once. At that time, they had madly devoured the demonic chi of the ancient great demon in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing them to undergo a huge transformation. They had become pitch black and were filled with an evil and ruthless aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they weren't to be trifled with. At this moment, these soul-devouring insects had arrived with the soul-warming lotus, occupying the soul-warming lotus and being nurtured in Yang Kai's soul avatar. When he discovered these soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. There was no other reason. If these guys were exposed, Gao Shueting would quickly associate them with the ancient great demon. This was because Yang Kai had fought with Gao Shueting in his demon avatar outside Maplewood City. How could someone like Gao Shueting, who was in the Emperor realm, not remember this unique power? If something went wrong, Gao Shueting might recognize Yang Kai as the demon from that day. If that really happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly decided that no matter what, he couldn't let these soul-devouring insects appear in front of Gao Shueting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After inspecting the soul-warming lotus and the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai saw another thing in his soul avatar, something he had never thought of before. This thing counts as a soul-type artifact? I never knew about it. Chapter 22:12. The item Yang Kai was referring to was a saber that he had yet to fully refine and had never used before. Unexpectedly, it had also passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror and followed his soul avatar here. Yang Kai was both shocked and pleasantly surprised by this discovery. It had been many years since he obtained this saber, but this was the first time he had learned that it was actually a soul-type artifact. Now that he had this saber with him, it might be able to play a miraculous role in a crisis. Yang Kai's expression remained the same as usual as his thoughts. Gao Shueting glanced at him and observed the defensive capabilities of his purple sun, profound light shield before nodding slightly. After all, she had only given this artifact to Yang Kai not long ago. It was already quite rare for him to be able to refine it to the point where he could use it as he wished in such a short amount of time. After a while, Gao Shueting saw that everyone was more or less done with their inspection, so she said, "Next, I will take you to a place. That is the training ground for the temple's disciples every time they enter this place. Just stay there obediently and don't wander off." "Yes." Everyone answered loudly. However, Xiaoshang was keenly aware of something and looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. "Elder Gao won't be coming with us?" From her words, it seemed that Gao Shueting was only responsible for sending everyone there and wouldn't be staying. Gao Shueting shook her head. She said, "I have other matters to attend to, but don't worry, that training ground isn't too dangerous. As long as you behave yourselves, there won't be any major problems." "Understood." Xiaosheng nodded seriously. "Elder Gao, please rest assured. With this disciple here, they will definitely be safe." Gao Shueting looked at him approvingly. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she had already rushed off in a certain direction. Everyone hurriedly followed. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter a few monster beasts blocking their way. Every time they encountered such a situation, Gao Shueting would send one of Yang Kai and the others to fight so that they could familiarize themselves with the situation and the characteristics of the creatures here. These Dao Source Realm cultivators were all elites among elites, so they were naturally impeccable in terms of adaptability. Basically, everyone no longer felt the initial discomfort, and they were able to fight freely. Generally speaking, if one fought with their soul avatar, the strength they could display was much lower than if they used their physical body, and the methods they could use against the enemy were also much fewer. This was understandable because he didn't have a physical body. There were no ordinary artifacts. They also couldn't use most of their secret arts. When they fought, they could only rely on soul-type artifacts or pure soul energy. As such, most of the battles in the Divine Ascension Mirror were simple and direct. There were no flashy moves or flashy moves. Yang Kai's abnormality was vividly reflected here. When he was outside, others would only pay attention to his cultivation. The realm of the First Order Dao Source Realm was not worth mentioning in the eyes of experts. But in this world dominated by soul avatars, Yang Kai was a little different. The strength of his soul avatar was even slightly inferior to Xiaosheng's. Not to mention Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others. He was originally the one with the lowest cultivation among them, but after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror, he suddenly became the strongest. This kind of sharpness couldn't be hidden. This sudden and obvious contrast naturally surprised Xiaosheng and the others. Everyone was very curious as to how Yang Kai cultivated his spiritual energy and how he could cultivate his soul to such a level. In the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Divine Ascension Country was in charge of everything. All sects and families were under the jurisdiction of the Divine Ascension Country. In this place, the Divine Ascension Country had supreme status and authority, and it led everything. It was said that a long, long time ago, there was no such thing as Divine Ascension Country. The structure of this world was the same as the outside world, with families and sects occupying their own territories. However, ever since the current ruler of Divine Ascension Country was born, he had unified the entire Divine Ascension Country, and no one dared to disobey his orders. The current ruler was a heaven-shaking genius with the ability to split open the heavens and create a new world. He recruited a large number of experts to work for him. His lofty and magnificent image was known by all, and the unworldly merits he created were also widely spread. Under his rule, the entire Divine Ascension Country was thriving, and its future was bright. Although this entire world was basically a one-man dictatorship, the emergence of Divine Ascension Country had indeed prevented a lot of unnecessary killing and conflict. This was a supreme achievement. Chapter 22:13. At this moment, in a large hall within the Divine Ascension City Palace, the Divine Ascension Country's Country Protector General, Zhou Dian, was enjoying fine wine and delicacies. Zhou Dian was born with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He had a ferocious appearance and was 9 feet tall. In his early years, he had followed the Divine Ascension Country's emperor and fought everywhere, contributing greatly to the founding of the Divine Ascension Country. As such, after the Divine Ascension Country was founded, Zhou Dian received a proper reward and was made the Country Protector General by the Divine Ascension Country's emperor. In the current Divine Ascension Mirror world, there had been no wars for 100 years and no wars for 1,000 years. As the country's Country Protector General, Zhou Dian had nothing to do and was bored to death. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his cultivation had reached the peak of perfection. His strength had reached perfection, and he felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate, so he began to let loose. Normally, he would stay in his palace and collect beauties from all over the world, living a carefree life. At this moment, below the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. Their clothes were revealing, and as they danced, their beautiful figures were faintly discernible. All of these women were extremely seductive. Their charming eyes fluttered as they displayed their most private and beautiful sides in front of Zhou Dian, trying to capture his attention. Zhou Dian's left and right hands were holding beauties of different temperaments and drinking fine wine. He was eating spirit fruits with a look of enjoyment on his face. Inside the Divine Ascension Mirror world, there were many unique products that could not be seen in the outside world, such as the spirit fruits placed in front of Zhou Dian. These were all specialties of the Divine Ascension Mirror world. After consuming them, they would greatly benefit one's soul and were extremely precious. But Zhou Dian treated them like food. Gorging himself on them was truly a waste of God's gifts. Giggles, seductive voices, coquettish voices, and Zhou Dian's unrestrained laughter filled this palace, making it seem extremely obscene. At a certain moment, these sounds suddenly stopped. All sounds seemed to have been isolated by an invisible force at this moment. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky as a figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Even if they couldn't see that figure, the singing and dancing women below could also feel a huge shadow appear behind them. This shadow seemed to be able to block out all light, causing them to tremble all over. Zhou Dian also opened his mouth wide, his eyes trembling as he stared at the figure walking in from outside. A grape-like spirit fruit fell out of his mouth. He didn't notice. This figure seemed to be coming very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, as far as the eye could see, this person was wearing a wide, pitch-black cloak that completely covered him. He was also wearing a ghost mask on his face, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just from this person king, it was impossible to tell if this person was a man or a woman. If this person were to walk in the palace, at least 90% of the people would not recognize him. But Zhou Dian recognized him. At the instant that person appeared, Zhou Dian wiped his mouth and his body trembled. He sent the two women in his arms flying and hurriedly came down from above. He came to within 30 feet of this person. With a solemn expression, he bent his waist and knelt down on one knee. He shouted in a low voice, "The great general of the state, Zhou Dian, pays his respects to the king." As soon as he said this, all the singers were shocked. Because although they knew that the emperor lived in the palace, none of them had seen him since they came here. Usually, when they were playing with Zhou Dian, they would joke that Zhou Dian would take them to see the emperor. They wanted to see this peerless genius who had created the divine ascension country almost single-handedly. But every time, Zhou Dian would casually change the topic and never promise them. But today, this legendary figure had suddenly appeared in front of them. This naturally shocked them. While they were shocked, they also curiously looked at the person who had come. But as far as they could see, they couldn't see the emperor's features at all. The large black cloak and the ghost mask covered the emperor completely. Not even a piece of his skin was exposed. From his body, they couldn't see his gender. If they took another look, they couldn't help but feel dizzy. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. "Rise," the person in front of Zhou Dian said faintly. The voice was hoarse and had a neutral tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Zhou Dian shouted and stood up, but he still bowed slightly. He looked at the emperor strangely and asked, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for this subordinate this time?" Since the creation of the Divine Ascension country, Wang Shan hadn't asked Zhou Dian to do anything. But this time, the emperor actually took the initiative to come here. Zhou Dian had a faint premonition that something big was about to happen. After asking, Zhou Dian waited quietly for an answer. The emperor didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the hoarse voice said, "The star of calamity has appeared in the heavenly monster mountain range, shaking the country's fate. Chaos is coming." "What?" Zhou Dian's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There's such a thing." He gritted his teeth fiercely, a fierce look on his face. The cruelty that he usually hid was revealed at this moment. He sneered, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this subordinate will send someone." "You go personally." The emperor didn't wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. Zhou Dian was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly responded, "This subordinate will obey. This subordinate will not disappoint Your Majesty." "Very good," the emperor said faintly before turning around and leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the distance, a voice floated over, "Capture him alive!" Zhou Dian cupped his fists in the direction of the voice. "Yes." After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud and muttered in a cold voice, "Finally, there is something to do. I hope that this trip will be successful. This general won't be bored. Take this servant with you, okay? This servant also wants to see Master's unique style. I want to go too." "Me too, me too." A group of women gathered around, chattering non-stop. Zhou Dian grinned maliciously as he looked around. Suddenly, he snorted coldly as an invisible force spread out from him. Whether it was the color, brightness, or size of this mass of light, it was not comparable to the monster beast they encountered for the first time. After all, the one in front of them was at the peak of the 11th order. However, although the spoils of war were before their eyes, no one was in a hurry to take them. Instead, all of them stood where they were with their brows tightly furrowed and revealed expressions of contemplation. As their expressions fluctuated, everyone seemed to have gained something. Our previous combat experience doesn't seem to be of much use here. Xiaoshang was the first to speak. Xiaobai nodded. I think all of you have also noticed that when we fight here, our hands and feet are always tied, and it's difficult for us to let loose. In other words, everyone had completely adapted to this place, to their current bodies, and even to their current fighting style. During the break, Xiaoshang suddenly said, "Everyone, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it." Split up? Xiao Baiyi stared at him with a look that seemed to say, "I know what you're up to." Xiaoshang grinned. "Xiao Bai understands me," he continued. "It's indeed very safe for the 5 of us to stay together, but moving like this is really too inefficient. Elder Gao also said that we can only stay in this world for a month. After a month, the seal on the token will activate and forcibly bring us back. Who knows when we'll be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror again. If we don't take advantage of such a great opportunity, how could we face ourselves? Compared to moving together safely, brother, I'm more inclined to split up. Although there will be a certain amount of danger with our potential, isn't it only forced out in times of danger?" His eyes flashed with inexplicable excitement and confidence. "If we grow in a safe environment, it'll be too late if we really encounter danger. Actually," Xiao Baiyi continued slowly, "that's what I think as well." What he meant was that he had some misgivings about not saying this out loud. Split up. A trace of hesitation flashed across Morong Xiaoxiao's face, but she quickly made up her mind and nodded. "No problem." Seeing that she nodded in agreement, Xiaoshang turned his gaze to Chen Muji. The latter smiled slightly and said, "Brothers and senior sister, there's no need to worry about me. Although my soul cultivation is the lowest here, I'll do what I can. After all, I'm still a disciple of the temple." "Good." Xiaoshang gave him a satisfied look before turning to Yang Kai and grinning. "Brother Yang definitely won't have any objections. I'm fine with anything." Yang Kai replied faintly. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror this time was a chance encounter in the first place, so he didn't demand too much. If Xiaoshang and the others insisted on moving together, he would have cooperated, but since they had to split up, he was happy to see that happen. Of course, in comparison, he was more inclined towards the latter. Because he was moving together with Xiaoshang and the others, he didn't dare to use many of his abilities, so he always felt like he couldn't use his full strength. Then, "Brother will wish you all the best." Xiaoshang swept his gaze over everyone. His expression was solemn. "Have a safe journey and return alive. We'll take our leave first." Xiao Baiyi acted decisively. After discussing how to split up, he immediately set off in a certain direction. "Take care, brother." Morong Xiao said to Xiaoshang before looking at Yang Kai and Chun Muji. "You too. Sister Morong, please be careful as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Morong Xiao nodded. Her delicate body flickered as she shot off in another direction. "Then I'll be leaving as well." Chun Muji stood up as he spoke, nodded slightly to Xiaoshang and Yang Kai, then used his movement skill to disappear. Soon only Xiaoshang was left. Xiaoshang looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Brother Yang, which direction are you going?" "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a different direction from the others. Xiaoshang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Going deeper inside. Brother Yang, you have to be careful. Elder Gao has said before." Elder Gao said that there are many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she doesn't dare to provoke. I will also act according to my ability. I won't be greedy. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's for the best. Xia Sheng nodded. Then, this Xia will take his leave first. See you when we get out, Xia Sheng said. Then he floated up. He flew in a certain direction. Looking at his direction, he also wanted to go deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, but it was different from the direction Yang Kai chose. Soon, Xia Sheng's figure disappeared. Yang Kai slowly stood up, turned his head to look at the interior of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and whispered, "It's time to go all out and do something big." At the same time, at the foot of Heavenly Monster Mountain range, a team of hundreds of people arrived. They stopped at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. This group was clearly a well-trained army, because even though there were several hundred people gathered together, their formation was not messed up, and their movements were orderly. The several hundred people stood there in complete silence, and only a solemn and cold aura lingered in the surroundings. That aura was like a crouching dragon that had emerged from the world, and it coiled above this group of people, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to surge. In the team, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. On the back of the flag, there was a lifelike picture of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. It bared its fangs and a fierce aura that almost seeped out of the flag, causing people to feel suffocated. On the front of the flag, there was a large Zhou character. It was written with vigorous and forceful strokes. This was the National Guard of the Divine Ascension country, and was also the elite division under Zhou Dian's command. At that very moment, Zhou Dian was riding on a snow-white nine-horned dragon beast. He was not wearing any armor, and was only wearing ordinary clothes. However, the murderous aura he emitted was still enough to make others tremble in fear. Staring at Heavenly Monster Mountain, which was close at hand, Zhou Dian sneered, "How nostalgic! The last time I came here was more than 2,000 years ago. I never thought that I would come here again in this lifetime." He muttered to himself, but none of his subordinates dared to respond. After a while, Zhou Dian suddenly shouted, "Lian Yan, Ban Qing, Yu Man, Yuan Qing." The four people responded and stepped forward, cupping their fists in unison. "Subordinate is here." These four people were all powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. These four were also Zhou Dian's four capable generals. This time, they were ordered by the Emperor to capture the Star of Calamity in Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. So Zhou Dian naturally brought them along. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4. Besides the master called Yu Man, who was a woman, the other 3 were all men. Among them, Lian Yan had a head full of red hair that reached his back. He looked extremely flamboyant, and from the faint red light on his body, this person's spiritual energy seemed to have some special power. Ban Qing was short and had an extremely ordinary appearance, but he was an expert in concealment and assassination. Even someone as strong as Zhou Dian could be killed by Ban Qing if he wasn't on guard. Yu Man looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and a mature charm that could be seen in her every movement. She had a high nose bridge that showed a beautiful curve. Her seductive red lips caused endless reverie. Her soft breasts were slender and her round buttocks were perky. The last one was Yuan Qing. It was unknown what kind of secret technique or secret art he cultivated, but he gave off an extremely feminine feeling. His appearance was also extremely beautiful, to the point that many women paled in comparison to him. Chapter 22:15. These 4 were all the founding fathers of the Divine Ascension country. They had followed Zhou Dian in his early years, conquering the world from north to south and rarely meeting a worthy opponent. Even in the entire Divine Ascension mirror world, they were all famous masters. However, in front of Zhou Dian, their strength was overshadowed by the sharpness of one person. Split into 4 groups and search the mountains. You must capture those stars of calamity in the shortest amount of time possible and bring them to King. Zhou Dian pointed and shouted in a deep voice. Yes. The four responded in unison and immediately split into 4 groups, quickly disappearing into the heavenly monster mountains. Zhou Dian was the only one left on the spot. A noisy wind blew past, ruffling Zhou Dian's hair. After a long time, he pushed off the ground and urged the 9-horned dragon beast beneath him to slowly move forward. The monster beast he was riding was at the 12th order. Even though it was only at the early stage, it was still equivalent to a first-order Emperor Realm cultivator. Even so, it could only obediently allow Zhou Dian to ride it. Back then, Zhou Dian had spent a lot of time and effort to subdue this monster beast before finally succeeding. Gazing into the depths of the heavenly monster mountains, Zhou Dian's eyes inexplicably flashed with fighting spirit. It was as if he was in the middle of a mountain forest. It was as if an opponent he cared about was waiting for him. Oh! Yang Kai and the others, who had entered the mountains to train, were naturally unaware of what was happening outside. None of them had expected that a simple training exercise would cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against a Thunder Saiyan wolf in the heavenly monster mountains. This monster beast was only at the peak of the 10th order, about the same level as the first monster beast they had encountered after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror. However, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. This was because this monster beast seemed to be a little different from the others. It could actually control the power of lightning. The arcs of lightning flashing around its body were extremely lethal, causing Yang Kai to feel a little apprehensive. He was currently in his soul avatar, not his physical body. If he was injured, he wouldn't be able to heal so quickly. Even with the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't dare to recklessly come into contact with this kind of power. Fortunately, he had no intention of doing it himself. He moved together with Xia Shang and the others. Many of his techniques were not easy to show to others. His hands and feet were tied when he fought, making him very uncomfortable. But now that he was alone, he naturally had nothing to worry about. The Thunder Saiyan wolf had obviously sensed that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. However, it was wary of the difference in strength and could only confront Yang Kai from afar. From time to time, he would bare his teeth and roar. He wanted to scare Yang Kai away. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Come out! Yang Kai suddenly shouted. As the voice rang out, his body trembled slightly. As his sleeves trembled, a dense mass of black dots suddenly and strangely appeared. At first, there weren't many black dots, but in the blink of an eye, there were countless of them, and they quickly gathered into a black cloud. The black cloud was about the size of a table. If one looked closely, they could see it clearly. This black cloud was made up of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring bug. They should be called soul-devouring bug. Ever since they had devoured a large amount of pure devil chi in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, these soul-devouring bugs had all turned pitch black. If each of them were enlarged, they would appear ferocious and terrifying, and their killing intent was overwhelming. In the beginning, the soul-devouring demon insects needed the time to finish off a level 10 Thunder Saiyan wolf, but now this time was shortened by more than half. Their growth was much more obvious than Yang Kai's. Such a huge gain made Yang Kai wild with joy. He increasingly felt that splitting up with Xia Shang and the others was a wise decision. According to Gao Shueting, absorbing the spirit origin of a level 10 monster beast was almost equivalent to 7 to 8 days of hard cultivation, and absorbing an level 11 monster beast was equivalent to about 20 days. In just 2 days, Yang Kai's benefits were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 years of cultivation. Moreover, this was a result that could only be achieved with the use of a special soul cultivation secret technique. If he had been with Xia Shang and the others, he definitely would not have obtained such growth. However, he was the only one who could do such a thing. Because he had the soul-devouring demon insects, he only needed to observe every battle and then wait for the spoils to be collected. He did not need to exert himself, so naturally, he did not need to rest. Chapter 22:16. Another day later, Yang Kai's body suddenly swayed slightly after absorbing the soul of an 11th grade monster beast. He couldn't help but frown. At that moment, he felt a slight discomfort. This discomfort was indescribable, but it was very clear and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Is this the limit? Yang Kai didn't panic and understood the reason after thinking for a while. Gao Shueting had said before that although absorbing the soul origins left behind by the creatures here could quickly strengthen one's soul, it wasn't without consequences. When one absorbed to a certain extent, there would be a state of saturation. Once this happened, one would be unable to absorb any more soul origins, otherwise there might be some side effects. Kai Yang's current situation was undoubtedly a sign that he had reached a saturation point. Thinking about it, it made sense. In just 3 days, he had driven the soul-devouring demon insects to kill over 100 monster beasts and absorbed the soul origins of over 100 monster beasts. There was no lack of 11th grade existences among them. This number and speed was simply shocking. Yang Kai estimated that Xiaoshang and the others couldn't even get a fifth of what he did. This was because he didn't need to rest at all during this journey. He only needed to drive the soul-devouring demon insects to wrap around his prey when he found it. Xiaoshang and the others had to fight every battle. They all needed to recover for a while. Naturally, it wasn't very efficient. What a pity! He muttered to himself, a look of regret on his face. He had originally planned to follow this momentum and let his soul strength reach the level of the Emperor Realm. Once his soul strength reached the Emperor Realm, his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. But now that he had reached his limit, there was no other way to solve it. He could only wait slowly, wait for his soul avatar to completely digest the soul origins he had absorbed over the past few days. He didn't slow down and continued to move forward at his original speed. This was because although he couldn't absorb more soul origins, the soul-devouring demon insects could, so it wasn't a waste. The deeper Yang Kai ventured, the higher the average level of the monster beast he encountered. In the beginning, when he had separated from Xiaoshang and the others, he could still find a few monster beasts of the 8th or 7th rank or even weaker. Naturally, he had no interest in these monster beasts and ignored them all. But as time passed, these weak monster beasts disappeared without a trace and were replaced by higher-level existences. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer see any monster beast of level 9 or below. All the monster beasts were at least level 10. According to his estimation, the 10th level monster beast would never appear in front of him again if he were to walk further in. At a certain moment, just as he was looking around for prey, suddenly, in the middle of the jungle, a fishy wind blew, causing the trees to sway. An unusual pressure rapidly approached from afar, and Kai Yang could also hear a strange sound. His expression couldn't help turning solemn as he stared in that direction. Crash. It seemed like something was hitting the trees in the forest with great force, causing the trees to sway and leaves to fall. After a short while, a purple light suddenly shot out from the front at an incredible speed. Kai Yang's face was filled with surprise. This was because he discovered that the purple light that was rushing towards him was actually a small monster beast that was about the size of a human's arm and looked like a raccoon. Although the strength of a monster beast couldn't be determined by its size, when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could clearly see that this purple squirrel was at level 9. He hadn't seen a level 9 monster beast for a while now, because level 9 was no longer suitable for living in this area. Therefore, when this purple squirrel appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He didn't know how such a weak monster beast could survive in this area. However, its speed was indeed very fast. Yang Kai discovered it and checked its level in an instant. Before Yang Kai could attack it, this guy had already dashed behind Yang Kai with a whoosh. When the man and beast brushed past each other, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of surprise flash through the purple squirrel's eyes. Kept looking at him, as if it had discovered something new. This was obviously a sign that it had gained intelligence. None of the monster beast Yongkai had encountered before had this ability. Those monster beasts only followed their killing instincts. When they met Yongkai, even if Yongkai didn't attack, they would still attack him. This purple squirrel was obviously different from the others. However, Yongkai didn't have time to think about its problem. Instead, he continued to look ahead with a solemn expression. This was because behind the purple squirrel there was an extremely fierce guy. Walala. There was another loud sound of trees swaying and falling to the ground. Immediately after, a flat head the size of a rice jar suddenly poked out from the front. Its head was covered in scales and scarlet stripes, making it look extremely ferocious. Its 2 eyes were the size of a human brain, and its green pupils were vertical, making people shudder. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a red tongue, making a hissing sound. This was a giant python monster beast. For some reason, it chased after the purple squirrel all the way to Yongkai. As soon as it appeared, the giant python fixed its 2 vertical pupils on Yongkai. Immediately after, a body as thick as a person's arm slowly appeared. Its head was raised high, coiled in midair, and it continued to spit out its tongue as it stared at Yongkai maliciously. Shifting the calamity to the east, you sure know how to play. Yongkai turned his head and glanced darkly at the purple squirrel, who was hiding behind a tree and poking out its small head. The purple squirrel saw him looking at it and couldn't help but shrink its neck. However, it quickly looked back. Quietly looking over, it seemed to want to see if Kai Yong was able to drive the python away. "I'll deal with you after I deal with it." Yongkai sneered and turned back to face the giant python. There was no reason for him to give up now that his prey was right in front of him, so he was still prepared to attack. As if it had realized that Yongkai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the giant python didn't attack immediately after it appeared. Instead, it looked down at Yongkai from above. An extremely dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. Yongkai's divine sense swept across its body, and his expression became even more solemn. This was because he realized that this giant python was the strongest monster beast he had ever encountered. The strength of its soul was comparable to his own. In other words, this guy had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. If it was given a little more time, it would definitely be able to advance to the Emperor realm. In this world, the only way to advance was to have a strong soul. Because it didn't have a physical body, as long as its soul reached the requirements, it could easily advance to the next level. The giant python in front of him undoubtedly had 1 foot in the door of the Emperor realm. After a moment of confrontation, the giant python lost its patience, and its killing instinct drove its actions. However, within his eyes, there was a glint in his eyes. A green light flashed. An invisible force rushed towards Yongkai. In an instant, a purple light burst out from Yongkai's body, and the purple sun profound light shield appeared. On the surface of the transparent light curtain, a layer of ripples spread out in an instant. Moreover, it was bombarded by an invisible force, causing it to sink inwards by a lot. Soul attack. This was a soul secret technique that every monster beast here, and even every living creature, had mastered. It was just a method to attack the enemy with their soul strength as the foundation. Simple and direct, but powerful. Especially in a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, this attack could often decide the outcome of the battle. Yongkai had encountered hundreds of monster beasts along the way, and almost every time, he would be dealt with by this move, so he was already used to dealing with it. The Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was a Dao Source Grade Soul artifact. Even if Yongkai hadn't completely refined it and couldn't display its full power, it still had a good defensive effect. There had never been a monster beast that could break through the defense of this artifact. However, the soul attack of the giant python caused the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield to flash wildly, almost shattering it. Yongkai himself staggered a few steps back, his face slightly gloomy. As expected of a peak 11th Order monster beast, its attack was extraordinary. Moreover, while releasing the soul attack, it also swung its body, sweeping its steel whip-like tail horizontally towards Yongkai, rolling up a gust of wind. The trees along the way were broken at the touch of the tail, showing how strong the tail was. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he naturally didn't dare to face it head-on. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk accompanied by a loud noise, countless trees broke, but the giant python's attack didn't have any effect. Not only that, it also lost track of Yang Kai in its field of vision. Its battle instincts made it a little uneasy, and the frequency of its snake tongue spitting in and out of its mouth obviously increased. It didn't know if it sensed something, but it suddenly raised its head and looked towards the sky. As far as its eyes could see, Yang Kai had already arrived above its head, and he was quite angry, shouting sternly, "Evil beast, eat my move too!" As soon as he finished speaking, he also used the soul attack, condensing the power of his own divine sense into an invisible blade that slashed towards the giant python's eyes. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks appeared on the giant python's eyelids. When Yang Kai's attack arrived, the giant python actually closed its eyelids, causing Yang Kai's attack to fail. However, in the next moment, a buzzing sound rang out. The moment the giant python closed its eyes, Yang Kai released the soul-devouring demon insects. Black clouds appeared, rolling up a monstrous demonic chi. The demonic insects surged, bringing with them an unparalleled might. When the swarm of soul-devouring demon insects appeared, a human-like look of panic appeared in the giant python's eyes, as if it was extremely afraid of the soul-devouring demon insects. Behind Yang Kai, the purple squirrel hiding behind a tree and secretly observing the battle was already trembling. Its eyelids rolled back, and it fainted on the ground. From the looks of it, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have brought great fear to these two monster beasts. Chapter 22:17. This was not surprising, as the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all spiritual energy. Apart from being afraid of strange energy like the conflagrated knowledge sea, there were very few things that could kill them. Although Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects originally had some drawbacks, as they grew, these drawbacks had long since disappeared. If one wanted to kill these soul-devouring insects, they would need to be like Yang Kai and possess the conflagrated knowledge sea to restrain them. There was no other way. Moreover, Yang Kai did not know if the conflagrated knowledge sea was still effective against them. The reason why he could still control these soul-devouring insects to serve him was largely due to the soul-warming lotus. How could the giant python and purple squirrel not be afraid of such a strange creature? When the black cloud swooped down, the giant python actually opened its mouth in panic and spat out a dark green cloud that covered the cloud of insects. In an instant, a fishy stench filled the air. Poison of the divine sense! Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. He did not know what kind of opportunity this giant python had obtained, or if it was born this way, but it was actually able to make its divine sense extremely poisonous. It obviously wanted to use its special spiritual energy to deal with the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, it did not plan to stay any longer. After spitting out that cloud of poison, it actually ignored Yang Kai and the purple squirrel and turned around to flee. However, it had obviously underestimated the strangeness of the soul-devouring insects. The dark cloud of insects and the dark green cloud of poison collided. They collided. At a visible rate, the dark green quickly disappeared, and in less than 3 breaths of time, only the dark cloud of insects remained. From the looks of it, it seemed that all of the poison cloud had been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The poison cloud was also formed by spiritual energy, so it was naturally a delicacy for the soul-devouring insects. After devouring the poison cloud, the cloud of soul-devouring insects did not stay any longer. They directly covered the giant python, and in the blink of an eye, its head was completely covered. The cloud of insects closed its eyes, and the giant python could not see anything at all. Its huge body began to continuously twist and turn around like a headless fly, its actions without any pattern. Yang Kai watched quietly for a while and couldn't help but frown. This was because he found that the soul-devouring insects, which had always been successful, didn't seem to have a good way to deal with this giant python. The giant python's entire body was covered with dense scales. Even the tiny soul-devouring insects were unable to break through the protection of the scales to nibble at its body. At this rate, the soul-devouring insects might not be able to kill the giant python unless they could break through its defenses. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately gave an order to the soul-devouring demon insects. He controlled the soul-devouring insects. It wasn't as easy as controlling Xiao Xiao, the stone mongoose. This was because the former had no intelligence at all. Although Xiao Xiao's intelligence wasn't high, she could still understand Yang Kai's commands. Comparing the two, it would undoubtedly take more effort to drive the former. Fortunately, the insect swarm was quite obedient. Yang Kai only had to use a little bit of effort to get them to enter the python's body through its mouth and nose. After several dozen breaths of time, the pitch-black insect swarm had disappeared, leaving only a buzzing sound coming from the python's abdomen. At this moment, the giant python seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture and unbearable pain, constantly rolling on the ground and knocking down countless trees. But this kind of attack from inside its body was something it couldn't resolve. Could only wait for death to come. While struggling, the giant python didn't seem to be willing to just sit there and wait for its death. Its soul attacks bombarded the surrounding area almost aimlessly, causing Yang Kai to tremble in fear, not daring to get too close. As time passed, the light on the giant python's body constantly flickered and its struggles gradually weakened. At a certain point, the giant python raised its head and finally fell to the ground. The light on its body also suddenly dimmed at this moment. Yang Kai stood in place with an indifferent expression, waiting quietly. After a short while, a hole suddenly appeared somewhere on the giant python's body. From this hole, countless soul-devouring demon insects swarmed out and flew back to Yang Kai, returning to his sleeve. Yang Kai walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the remaining python skin. This layer of python skin was as thin as a cicada's wing and covered with scales. Yang Kai didn't know what it was made of, but not only was it extremely sturdy, even the soul-devouring demon insects had no interest in it. So, after devouring all the essence of the giant python, the soul-devouring demon insects flew out. If this thing could be taken out, perhaps it could be used to refine a good soul defensive artifact. Thinking so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and knocked on the layer of python skin, but to his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the python skin actually loosened, like a piece of rotten wood that had been there for a long time, completely shattering. This result left him stunned. He secretly felt that the reason why the giant python's defense was so amazing was probably because it had some kind of strange energy supporting it. Since the python skin was useless, Yang Kai naturally didn't need to waste any effort to take it out. Moreover, he didn't know how to take things out of this world, unless it was some kind of special item that could be absorbed into his soul avatar, such as a soul artifact. But whether or not there were any soul artifacts in this world was another matter. After all, everything here was composed of a strange energy similar to soul power. Even the mountains, the ground, and the trees were all soul artifacts. There were none of the precious minerals needed to refine soul artifacts. He turned around again and returned to where the purple squirrel had been. What surprised him was that the purple squirrel, which should have fainted on the ground, had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai was truly surprised. It seemed that the purple squirrel, a 9th-rank monster beast, had not been able to survive in this area by luck. However, when Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense, he immediately locked onto the purple squirrel's current location. At the top of a large tree, the purple squirrel was quietly hiding. There was an indescribable intelligence in its small eyes as it vigilantly sized up the area below it. Just as it was focusing on observing, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared from its field of vision. The purple squirrel's fur stood on end almost instinctively. Humph. Did you think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid? Yang Kai's cold laughter came from behind it, not waiting for the purple squirrel to react. He had already reached out, grabbed it by the neck, and brought it in front of him. The purple squirrel immediately trembled. Its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Yang Kai timidly. It seems that other than being fast and having some intelligence, you don't have any other abilities. Yang Kai looked at the purple squirrel thoughtfully. If it had any other abilities, it would have already used them. However, it didn't react even when Yang Kai was holding it, so it was obvious that it was helpless. Just as Yang Kai was speaking, the purple squirrel seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reached out with its claws, reaching towards its abdomen. Yang Kai's gaze moved downwards, and he immediately saw something that surprised him, because he had discovered something. This was the purple squirrel's abdomen. There was actually something that looked like a pocket, as if it had been there since birth. He couldn't help but be amazed by this. At this moment, the purple squirrel took out something from the pocket at its abdomen. It looked like a spirit fruit and it looked like a grape. It was completely purple and gave off a strange fragrance. After Yang Kai sniffed it, he immediately felt refreshed. The discomfort caused by absorbing too much spirit source actually showed signs of alleviating. His eyes lit up. His gaze was fixed on the purple spirit fruit. After the purple squirrel took out the spirit fruit, it held it with both its claws and handed it directly to Yang Kai. Then, it looked at Yang Kai pitifully as if to say, "Please kindly accept this spirit fruit, and let this little one live." Its actions made Yang Kai feel that this guy was full of intelligence. It obviously wanted to use this spirit fruit to gain his favor so that he wouldn't attack it. Yang Kai immediately felt that this was interesting. He smiled and glanced at the purple squirrel, but he didn't make things difficult for it. Instead, he put it down. The purple squirrel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when it landed on the treetops. However, it still held the spirit fruit, stood on its hind legs, and handed it to Yang Kai. "Then I'll gladly accept it." Yang Kai coughed lightly and took the fruit from its hands. To be honest, he was also very curious about this spirit fruit. Although Gao Shueting had said before that there were many strange products in this world and that many of these things had miraculous effects and uses, Yang Kai had never thought that spirit fruits could grow in this world. As for this spirit fruit, it was obvious at a glance that it was extremely beneficial to the divine soul. Since he couldn't take it out with him, Yang Kai naturally gave up on this idea. He picked up the spirit fruit and looked at it for a while, then directly put it into his mouth. After a few chews, Yang Kai swallowed it, and his expression immediately brightened. This was because he could clearly feel that this spirit fruit had turned into a miraculous energy when it entered his stomach. Not only did it strengthen his body, but it also greatly alleviated the discomfort he felt. Yang Kai estimated that if he had 3 or 4 more of these spirit fruits, he would be able to completely eliminate the discomfort in his body. "This thing, do you have more?" Yang Kai looked down at the purple squirrel and gestured as he communicated with the monster beast. Unexpectedly, the purple squirrel immediately understood what he meant. It extended a small paw and pointed at the place where the giant python had died, then pointed at the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain as it squeaked. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then said, "You mean, this giant python was guarding the spirit fruit, and because you stole one, it chased you all the way here, and there are even more spirit fruits where it lives?" The purple squirrel nodded vigorously when it heard this. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted excitedly. The discomfort in his spirit not only prevented him from absorbing any more spirit origin energy, but it also affected his body's condition. If he could quickly resolve this, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to find more of those spirit fruits. Chapter 22:18. In the forest of Heavenly Monster Mountain, a man and a beast were rapidly running. The purple squirrel was leading the way in front with Yang Kai following closely behind. After interacting with Yang Kai for a while and confirming that he had no ill intentions, the purple squirrel no longer seemed to be afraid of him. It didn't even show any signs of escaping. While leading the way, it would stop from time to time and wait for Yang Kai to get closer before continuing on its journey. The purple squirrel's actions were very purposeful. They didn't encounter any other monster beast along the way, and it was unknown what kind of ability it used to avoid them. 2 hours later, the man and beast arrived at a mountain valley. The mountain valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If one wasn't familiar with the terrain, they might not be able to find it. When the purple squirrel arrived not far from the entrance of the mountain valley, it suddenly stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited until Yang Kai arrived before it extended its little claws and gestured towards the mountain valley. Then, it used its 2 claws to grab its own neck, making it look like it was having difficulty breathing and its eyes were rolling back. In the end, it fell straight to the ground. Yang Kai frowned and said, "You mean that there's danger in the mountain valley?" The purple squirrel flipped over and stood up again, nodding at Yang Kai. "Let me take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he looked towards the mountain valley. With just one glance, he immediately understood what the danger the purple squirrel was referring to was. Inside the mountain valley, it was filled with a dense, dark green poisonous cloud. Whether it was the color or shape of the poisonous cloud, it was the same as the one that the giant python had spat out. However, the area it covered was far too large. The dark green poisonous cloud covered everything in the mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was inside. "I'm very curious." Yang Kai smiled as he glanced at the purple squirrel. "What method did you use before? You stole a spirit fruit from here." If the mountain valley was covered in poisonous clouds all year round, the purple squirrel wouldn't have been able to enter with its 9th level strength. Naturally, it wouldn't have been able to steal a spirit fruit. But in reality, it was because the purple squirrel had stolen a spirit fruit that the giant python had chased it all the way to Yang Kai. Faced with Yang Kai's question, the purple squirrel blinked and looked at him blankly. At this moment, it couldn't understand him again. Playing dumb. Yang Kai coldly snorted, but he didn't try to get to the bottom of it. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the soul-devouring insects flew into the valley with a buzzing sound. Seeing this, the purple squirrel immediately waited expectantly. The scene of the soul-devouring beetles devouring the poison cloud. It had seen everything clearly from the side. Naturally, he knew that the poisonous clouds in the valley were no exception. As long as the poison cloud was dispelled, the spirit fruit inside would be easily obtained. This was indeed the case. Wherever the black insect swarm passed, the dense poisonous clouds would disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of the soul-devouring demon insects' poisonous spiritual energy was devoured by them and turned into their own strength. In less than an hour, the poisonous clouds in the valley were completely swept away and disappeared. And after devouring such a large amount of poisonous clouds, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have gained a lot of benefits as well. They flew back into Yang Kai's sleeve. "Let's go!" Yang Kai called out to the purple squirrel and walked into the valley as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. The purple squirrel was also showing off and taking advantage of the situation. It walked with its little legs and was extremely arrogant. "This must be the fruit tree of the spirit fruit." Yang Kai went straight to the center of the valley and looked at a green fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. Yang Kai had noticed this fruit tree when he was observing at the entrance of the valley. It was just that the insect swarm hadn't finished cleaning up the poisonous clouds at that time, so he didn't dare to enter rashly. The fruit tree had a unique spirituality, and there were some traces of large-scale activity around it. It looked like they were left behind by the dead giant python. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the fruit tree and his eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that there were a total of 5 spirit fruits on this fruit tree, and they were exactly the same as the one the purple squirrel had given him earlier. As a Dao Source-grade alchemist who had received all of Gong Sun Mu's knowledge, Yang Kai could even recognize something like the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, he really didn't know what this spirit fruit was called. It could only be said that this spirit fruit was a unique product of the divine ascension mirror world and had never been seen in the outside world. However, its effects were extraordinarily powerful, and it was especially suitable for a cultivator like Yang Kai who had entered this place from the outside to gain experience. He didn't hesitate and directly reached out to pluck one from the fruit tree, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a few chews. In an instant, not only did the discomfort in his body ease significantly, even the strength of his spiritual energy seemed to have increased slightly. Not bad, not bad, Yang Kai said as he plucked another one and ate heartily. Gudong. A sound came from the side. Yang Kai glanced sideways and glanced at the purple squirrel that was half-squatting by his feet. This guy was staring at Yang Kai pitifully with its round eyes. The gulping sound from before was obviously caused by this guy. Even if you look at me with such sincerity, Yang Kai said as he tossed a third fruit into his mouth and mumbled, I don't have any extra for you. The purple squirrel's eyes immediately dimmed and it drooped its head, looking dispirited. Ha! Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll give you one. As he spoke, he reached out and plucked the last two fruits from the fruit tree, ate one himself, and handed the other one to the purple squirrel. The purple squirrel immediately became spirited and its eyes lit up. It stood up straight and held the fruit with its claws, carefully sniffing it a few times before revealing a look of ecstasy. In the end, it stuffed the fruit into its belly pocket in satisfaction and hid it away like a treasure, for spirit fruits entered his stomach, plus the one that the purple squirrel had given him before. The discomfort in Kai Yang's body had already been swept away, and he once again felt like a dragon and a tiger. His heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of being reborn. He glanced at the purple squirrel and chuckled. The purple squirrel immediately covered its pockets with its claws and looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, as if it was afraid that he would go back on his word. What kind of person do you think I am? Yang Kai snorted coldly with a serious expression. Don't look down on me, you bastard. How can I take back what I've already given away? The purple squirrel looked at him, not quite understanding. Little guy. Yang Kai looked at it with a smile. Are you very familiar with this place? The purple squirrel was silent for a while before it nodded. Then lead the way. If we find anything good, we'll split it like before, okay? Yang Kai had a kind expression as he tried to persuade it. As he spoke, he patted the purple squirrel's belly pocket with a seductive expression. As long as you cooperate with me, it'll only be a matter of time before I fill your pocket. The purple squirrel's eyes lit up and it became excited. As it squeaked, it nodded. Its head bobbed like a chicken pecking at rice. It didn't wait for Yang Kai to give any more orders before it took the initiative to lead the way. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and followed closely behind. The purple squirrel was indeed very familiar with the heavenly monster mountains, and it knew where there were good things. However, most of these good things were guarded by some powerful monster beast just like the giant python. It wasn't an existence that the purple squirrel could afford to provoke, so it could only sigh helplessly. However, with a powerful guarantee like Yang Kai, it had nothing to worry about. All it needed to do was bring Yang Kai to that place. Then, Yang Kai would take action and deal with the monster beast guarding the treasure. What followed was naturally the joyous matter of splitting the spoils of war. Yang Kai kept his word. Every time he found something good, he would give some to the purple squirrel. As for whether he would split it evenly or not, that would depend on how one interpreted it. In just 2 days, Yang Kai and the purple squirrel swept through the nests of many monster beasts within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. They obtained countless spirit fruits and countless monster beast soul sources, making for a great harvest. These spirit fruits that grew in the divine ascension mirror world were all useful to one's spiritual energy. However, there were also some that were harmful. Yang Kai accidentally ate one of them, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to regain his senses for a long time. If it weren't for the rainbow soul warming lotus in his body, just that spirit fruit alone would have taken his life. As a result, although Yang Kai had absorbed a lot of soul sources, His soul avatar was once again in a state of discomfort. This state didn't affect his body much, but it made it impossible for Yang Kai to continue absorbing soul sources. Compared to Yang Kai, the growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was even greater. After all, they had devoured most of their spiritual energy. In less than 10 days since they entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world, the strength of the soul-devouring demon insects had almost doubled. Moreover, Yang Kai could faintly feel that his soul-devouring demon insects seemed to be changing in a direction that no one knew about. He could clearly feel that these soul-devouring demon insects had become even more savage, violent, and rebellious. Sometimes, they would even ignore his orders. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. The small pouch on the purple squirrel's abdomen was also basically full. This guy was very strange. Although it obtained a lot of good things, it never ate them. Chapter 22:19. Miserable howls could be heard coming from inside the cave, mixed with the sound of something huge crashing into the cave walls. There was also the sound of rocks falling down like rain. How tragic! Yang Kai sighed. The purple squirrel nodded in agreement. A moment later, the sounds coming from inside the cave gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The soul-devouring insects had obviously finished off the monster beast in the cave. In the Divine Ascension Mirror world, any prey targeted by the soul-devouring insects would never have a good ending. After confirming that he was safe, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked into the cave. The cave was dim, but that didn't hinder Yang Kai's vision. After all, he was a soul avatar, so everything in the cave was imprinted in his mind after he scanned it with his divine sense. This cave wasn't very deep, nor was it very wide. Everywhere he went, there was a mess, and there were traces of a struggle everywhere. The owner of this cave had obviously suffered a lot at the hands of the soul-devouring insects and had fiercely struggled for a while before he died. Yang Kai didn't even know what kind of monster beast was inside, because by the time he arrived, the monster beast had already been completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Not even a scrap was left behind. In his current state, he couldn't absorb any more soul sources, so he didn't have the soul-devouring insects leave anything behind. After recalling the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai began to examine everything in the cave. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found nothing. There were no spirit fruits or other treasures in this cave. It seemed to be a place where the monster beast rested. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at this discovery, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, not every powerful monster beast was guarding a treasure. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his body suddenly paused. His gaze focused in a certain direction in the cave. There was a strange object there that attracted his attention. After observing it for a moment, Yang Kai walked forward and bent down to pick up the object from the ground. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai's body suddenly shook and his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, they gasped. Yang Kai's abnormal reaction gave the purple squirrel a fright. Its fur stood on end as it scurried away from Yang Kai's side. This is... Yang Kai fumbled with the item in his hand as he scanned it with his divine sense. Soon, he figured out what this thing looked like. It was a disc-like existence. It was about the size of a millstone, and its entire body was as white as jade. Previously, when Yang Kai's divine will scanned the area, he didn't find anything special about it, but he felt that its shape was quite strange, so he picked it up to take a look. However, the moment he touched it, Yang Kai's soul resonated with it, causing his soul avatar to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, inside the white jade millstone, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Yang Kai's body, making him feel as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. This feeling made his entire body relax and feel extremely comfortable. He couldn't stop himself, as if he was about to fly. If he had to describe it more specifically, this feeling was similar to what he felt when his soul fused with Su Yan's in the past. Soul Jade. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, causing him to cry out in surprise. He had never seen a soul jade before and didn't know what it looked like. In fact, he had only heard about its existence from Gao Shueting a few days ago, but at this moment, he was 100% sure that the thing in his hand was the soul jade that Gao Shueting was talking about. According to Gao Shueting, even in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, soul jades were treasures that could only be found by chance. This cultivator who had suddenly appeared wasn't weak. He was at least at the level of the third-order Dao source realm, so he naturally saw through it. Chapter 22:20. While the newcomer was sizing up Yang Kai was also vigilantly observing him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could see the cultivation of the other party's third-order Dao source realm at a glance. From his face, Yang Kai could tell that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His expression was calm and determined, but at this moment, there was a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. Yang Kai was certain that the other party didn't have any hostility towards him. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had encountered a cultivator from the Divine Ascension Mirror world, so he was naturally very curious. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's body was just like his own soul avatar. They were both formed from spiritual energy and didn't have a physical body. This world was truly filled with all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. At this moment, the other party suddenly shouted with a solemn expression. What? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The other party's words were so random that he couldn't understand them at all. However, the newcomer obviously wasn't in the mood to explain too much. Pushing the energy in his body, he fled in a certain direction while shouting again, "It'll be too late if you don't run now." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. He faintly realized that there seemed to be some powerful existence chasing after this person, and that existence was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and cruel. Thinking of this, he made a prompt decision and hurriedly tried to leave this dangerous place. He had only been brought into this world by Gao Shueting to gain experience, so he naturally wasn't interested in getting involved in the grudges between the original forces of this world and the cultivator. After all, he could only stay here for a month at most. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai was about to make a move, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful pressure that belonged only to the Emperor realm suddenly appeared and descended from the sky. This pressure was so heavy that it was almost tangible. When it pressed down, it gave people the illusion that the sky was collapsing. Yang Kai's body instantly shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure emerging, directly appearing at the side of the martial artist from before. This figure was not tall, but rather short. However, before he appeared, Yang Kai did not notice him at all. It was as if he had always been in that position but had not been detected by anyone. When this unknown powerhouse from the Emperor realm appeared, there was a flash of light in his hand and a dagger-like weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was formed from the power of this person's spirit. It was not a soul-type artifact. The dagger flashed with a cold light, and before the middle-aged man could react, the man had already stabbed forward. A soft poochie sound rang out, causing Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. The third-order Dao source realm level middle-aged man who was trying to escape didn't even have time to defend himself before his chest was pierced through. In the outside world, this was definitely a fatal injury, because that was where the wound was. It was where the heart was. No matter how strong a cultivator was, if their heart was struck like this, they would probably die immediately. Unless they cultivated some kind of heaven-defying secret technique or used their powerful cultivation to suppress the injury, they would only be able to survive. However, in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, because living beings did not have physical bodies, this injury was not fatal, even though it looked serious. After this attack succeeded, the powerhouse from the Emperor realm stopped attacking and coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of wood. On the other hand, the middle-aged man let out a pained cry as his body stiffened in place. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that the dagger was still embedded in the middle-aged man's chest, and with the wound as the center, a strange energy radiated out in an arc, converging into a complex pattern, like a layer of inexplicable and powerful seals. It was this strange energy that restricted the middle-aged man's movements, preventing him from moving even a single step. There were also traces of spiritual energy leaking out from his wound. It was obvious that his strength was being drained. If this wound was left untreated, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy would definitely flow out along with the wound. When that happened, he would definitely die. "You're the Star of Calamity?" The powerhouse from the Emperor realm asked indifferently after he succeeded. "Master, what did you say?" Although the middle-aged man had been severely injured by the sneak attack, he didn't dare to act up. He only looked at the other party with pleading eyes and asked blankly, "Forget it." The short powerhouse from the Emperor realm heard this and replied dully, "Whether you are or not, we'll know after we bring you back to the palace for interrogation." After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. The palace! On the contrary, the middle-aged man seemed to have heard some strange information from his words. He stared at the other party with wide eyes, and after changing his expression several times, he asked with difficulty, "Dare I ask? Could it be Sir Ban Qing Ban?" "Oh?" Ban Qing looked at the middle-aged man with surprise. "You recognize me?" The middle-aged man saw that he didn't deny it and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Who doesn't know the names of the 4 vice-commanders under Master Zhou Dian? Since there are 4 people, why are you so sure it's me? Can't it be someone else? Ban Qing didn't seem to be in a hurry to deal with Yang Kai. Instead, he chatted with his prey with great interest. The middle-aged man said, "Vice-Commander Lian Yen has a head of red hair, which is very obvious. Vice-Commander Yuman is a woman, and Vice-Commander Yuan Qing. It is said that Vice-Commander Yuan is as beautiful as a flower, and his skin is as white as jade. Even normal women lose their luster in front of him. Since you are from the palace and have such cultivation, I can't think of anyone other than Ban Qing." "Ha ha ha ha." Ban Qing suddenly laughed loudly. "What a beautiful flower. So that's how the world talks about Yuan Qing. I wonder what he would think if he heard this. Yes, your analysis is correct. This lord is indeed Ban Qing." Seeing that Ban Qing finally admitted it, the middle-aged man completely gave up and said with a dispirited expression, "Seeing is believing." As he spoke, he stared intently at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going to surrender yourself? Or do you want this lord to make a move? Let me tell you first, if it's the latter, this lord can't guarantee that you will be unharmed." "So it's like that." Yang Kai's negotiation failed and he helplessly sighed. With a heavy expression, he asked, "This kid still has a question to ask." "Speak." Ban Qing coldly replied. "First, please listen to the conversation between Master and this friend. It seems that there are 3 other people like you. I wonder if those 3, they are leading a team to search elsewhere. Right now, Mount Tianyao has been completely sealed off, so don't even think about escaping. It's meaningless. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.